The early days of October had settled over the English countryside. The air was crisp and clean, carrying earthly notes of damp soil, decaying leaves, and just a hint of an October chill. The borough stood stilted against the purpling of a twilight sky. The crooked silhouette was a welcoming beacon of home. Smoke was curling from the chimney in lazy ribbons, and warm golden light was shone through the mismatched windows. Harry smiled looking at it. He was leaning against the worn wood of a rickety fence that bordered the Weasleys' orchard. Beside him, Ginny was stretching. Her fiery hair was a brilliant slash of color in the fading twilight. Her beautiful face was flushed, and her cute freckled nose was scrunched up as she worked on a muscle knot in her calf. They had just spent the better part of 2 hours in the air in a casual 4-person Quidditch match that involved more laughter than playing. "I still say that last goal shouldn't have counted," Ginny grumbled, although a smile played on her lips. "George was clearly distracting the keeper," Harry laughed. It came out easily and fully, but ultimately still felt strange even all these months later. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders and pulled her into his side. She smelled of autumn air, broomstick polish, and something else that was uniquely Ginny that he associated with home more than any physical place. He rested his chin on top of her head and watched as George and Charlie ambled towards the house while bickering good-naturedly over something. This was the shape of his life now. The war was slowly settling into the past. The scars remained, etched into his soul, but they no longer ached as intensely as they had. Now they were a simple reminder of the cost of this beautiful life he was blessed to have. His relationship with Ginny was the anchor of that life. Their relationship had rekindled quickly after the final battle. It was almost as if they had never been apart, or at least it felt as so. And what was once a flicker inflamed into a confident bonfire. Ginny understood the parts of him that were broken without him needing to name them. She knew when to push him, she when to hold him, and she knew when it was best to simply sit with him in silence. She never treated him like a monument or a savior. She just treated him like Harry. He loved her. He was sure of it, or at least as sure as he had been of anything in his life. It was a different kind of love than the kind he felt for his parents' memory, or the protective kind he felt towards Ron and Hermione. He knew that growing up with the Dursleys had left him with a stunted understanding of affection, and love had always been a thing to be yearned for, but not possessed for him. He was still learning the nuances and untangling the weave of familial affection, friendship, and the often confusing nature of romantic love. But with Ginny, it mostly just felt right. "Mum's going to have our hides if we're late," Ginny said, slapping his chest playfully. She said she was attempting a new recipe of treacle tart that wouldn't set itself on fire this time. "A noble endeavor," Harry said, smiling. "We should be there with an extinguishing charm just in case, though." They walked back towards the house holding hands. Inside the kitchen, Molly Weasley threatened George off with a brandished spatula as he tried to sneak some roast potato with a lanky arm. Arthur was at the table, tinkering with a Muggle electric razor that was buzzing erratically and emitting small puffs of purple smoke. "Harry, Ginny," Molly beamed at them. "Just in time. Dinner's nearly ready. George Weasley, if you touch that tray one more time, you'll be dignomming the backyard for the rest of the day." George snatched his hand back with a theatrical wink towards Harry. Harry laughed and he squeezed Ginny's hand. "We're home," he thought in fondness. Dinner at the Weasleys was always a loud, albeit joyous affair. The shepherd's pie was magnificent and the treacle tart, to everyone's surprise and to Molly's immense satisfaction, was a smashing success, the plate of it clearing quickly. Conversation flowed freely from Quidditch tactics to Charlie speaking about a weird encounter with a particularly friendly or debatably frisky Norwegian ridgeback dragon, although there was a lull in the mood when Molly wistfully looked at the empty chairs. "I do wish we'd hear from Ron and Hermione more often," she said. "It feels so strange with them all the way on the other side of the world." "Mum, they're fine," Ginny said reassuringly. "Hermione's last owl said her parents are adjusting well. Just that it's a slow process restoring the memories, and finding them was the easy part." Harry nodded in agreement. He missed them terribly, but he was glad they were together. Hermione carried heavy scars from the war and the horrors she endured in Malfoy Manor, and a project like this was something he knew she needed to fix herself, just like Ginny had helped to put him back together. Harry found himself mostly listening after that, soaking in the pleasant atmosphere. He watched as Ginny pitched a new joke product idea to George, and the way her eyes lit up when she was excited. He thought about a small velvet box tucked away in the bottom of his sock drawer at Grimmauld Place. It wasn't an old family heirloom, steeped in dark and complicated history. He had bought it a few weeks ago in a quaint jewelry shop in Diagon Alley. The ring inside was simple, a small platinum band with a single humble diamond. It felt like her, and it felt like them. His plan was to ask her on Christmas Day, or maybe on New Year's Eve under the fireworks. He hadn't decided yet, and the timing in truth didn't matter. More so, he just wanted the moment to be perfect, something that they could look back on and cherish forever. He pictured her reaction, initial shock with wide and disbelieving eyes, and then, he hoped, a brilliant incandescent smile that would light up his entire world. He imagined sliding the ring onto her finger and knowing with absolute certainty that all was right and that their future was forever. Later that evening, after the kitchen was cleaned with a few flicks from Molly's wand, Harry and Ginny found themselves alone in the living room. Ginny was curled up on the lumpy sofa with her head in his lap, idly tracing the lines of his palm. "What are you thinking about?" she asked softly. "You've been quiet for a bit." "Just this feeling," Harry said with his eyes closed. "How good it is, how I never thought I would have it." Ginny shifted to propping herself up on her elbows to look at him, but her tone was more firm than it was kind. "You deserve it, Harry, more than anyone." "I don't know about that," he said, stroking her hair. "But I'm glad I have it, and I'm glad I have you." It was the right thing to say. Ginny gave a bright smile and she leaned up to kiss him. He smiled against her mouth and pulled her tighter to his side. His past was a part of him, but it no longer defined him. His future was here, in his arms. He was Harry Potter and the supposed man who conquered, but here with Ginny's love he was just Harry. He held her tightly, the decision to propose to her cementing itself not as a plan, but more as an inevitability. It was the next logical step in the beautiful, ordinary life he was so lucky to lead. He couldn't ever imagine anything coming between them. The warmth of the borough clung to Harry for a few hours after he returned to London and helped to offset the perpetual chill of No. 12 Grimmauld Place. It was no longer the decrepit, doxy-infested ruin that he had inherited. Under his direction, and with creatures' surprisingly vigorous efforts, the house had been scrubbed clean of the darkest grime. The portrait of Walburga was gone, removed permanently by a rare severing charm Hermione had found. The cursed artifacts had been cleared from the house and fresh air circulated through the long and stuffy rooms. However, for all the improvements, the house still retained an unpleasant atmosphere stillness that felt especially poignant after being submersed in the energy of the Weasleys. While the house was his, and he did have some cherished memories here, namely of Sirius, Harry knew that it would never feel like a home in the way the burrow did. Harry spent the next morning in the second-floor library. The dark wood shelves were filled mostly with the disgusting tomes of the Black family, most of which he had no intentions of ever opening. He had cleared a large section for his own books. Quidditch history, Auror training manuals and novels that Ginny had recommended. He was nursing a mug of tea and reading the Daily Prophet, skimming past tedious ministry reports to find the Quidditch League standings. Ginny's team, the Holyhead Harpies, had won their last match decisively. She had decided not to return to Hogwarts for her 7th year after the battle, and instead decided to go professional in Quidditch and was living her dream. He loved watching her fly. He was about to turn the page when an insistent tapping echoed from the window. It wasn't the familiar or friendly pecks of the Weasley family owl. It was a series of hard, impatient raps. Harry looked up to see a formidable-looking gray eagle owl. Its amber eyes glared at him as if he were personally responsible for its delay, and its leg bore the unmistakable crest of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. With a sigh, Harry crossed the room and unlatched the window. The owl swooped in and landed imperiously on the back of a dusty armchair, thrusting its leg forward with no nonsense or preamble. Harry untied the scroll of heavy parchment. The owl gave a curt hoot, then launched itself back into the gray London sky without waiting for a treat. No manners, these bank owls, Harry thought to himself. He broke the deep green wax seal, which was stamped with the intricate Gringotts symbol, and unrolled the parchment, his eyes scanning the harsh and severe script. To Lord Harry James Potterblack, you are hereby requested to attend a private meeting at Gringotts Wizarding Bank on the 10th of October at 10 o'clock in the morning. The meeting has been requested by a party with a vested interest in a matter of significant and urgent import concerning the legacy and outstanding obligations of the noble and most ancient House of Black. The requesting party is one Miss Daphne Greengrass. A private chamber has been reserved. May your vaults overflow and your enemies fall. Gornock Harry read the letter twice, a frown deepening on his face. He felt the familiar prickle of annoyance. He hated when anyone called him Lord Potterblack. It had always felt like a costume he was being forced to wear. He had spent the months since the final battle actively ignoring the vast political and financial power that had fallen into his lap. He had enough money to live comfortably for several lifetimes, and that was good enough for him. The Wisengamot seats, the burdensome titles, and all of the stuffiness of politics was something he had no interest in. And Daphne Greengrass. The name was familiar less because they had shared some years of schooling, but more because of the black reputation she had developed in the final year of Hogwarts. Greengrass, a favored participant chosen by the Carrows when they desired a student to perform the torture curse on other students. Ginny, in particular, was a frequent recipient of that curse, and by Daphne Greengrass' hand. He dredged up an image from a Slytherin girl from his year. Cool, blonde, and typically on the periphery like an aloof and silent observer. He couldn't recall ever having a direct conversation with her. What on earth could she possibly want with him that was so urgent that it required a formal summons through Gringotts? "Creature," he called out, his voice echoing slightly in the quiet library. Creature appeared with a pop and a sniff. "Master called for Creature." "Yes," Harry said, holding out the letter. "What do you know of the Greengrasses?" Creature straightened up, bloodshot eyes fervently staring at him. The elf's expression morphing his wrinkled face until Harry recognized something akin to a grudging respect. It was a far cry from the sneering contempt that Creature typically reserved for almost anyone and everyone. "Creature knows the name," the elf rasped, his voice less gravelly than usual. "The Greengrasses are an old family, a proper family. My mistress, the great Walburga Black, she always said the Greengrasses knew their place. Not like the Weasley blood traders who breed like gnomes in the garden." Harry chose to ignore the customary jab at the Weasleys. "So they're well respected. They are respected by those who matter," Creature clarified, sniffing disdainfully. "They keep to themselves. They do not dirty their hands with muggle filth or ministry nonsense. The old mistress had a high opinion of them, a very high opinion indeed." The elf's endorsement made Harry even more wary. If Walburga Black approved of them, it likely meant their family values were everything he stood against. He sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He wanted to burn the letter. He wanted to send a message back to Gringotts telling them that Lord Potterblack was unavailable, now and forever. But he couldn't. The letter mentioned the House of Black. It was his responsibility now, whether he liked it or not. Sirius had left it to him, and ignoring a formal request concerning its legacy and outstanding obligations felt like a betrayal of that trust. It felt irresponsible. "Fine," he said to no one in particular. He looked down at the parchment again, at the name that felt so alien to him, Daphne Greengrass. He had a feeling this was going to be a headache, a tedious, boring meeting about some dusty old contract or property line dispute. He would go, listen politely, and hopefully quickly, sort out whatever it was, and then get back to his life. He would put the Lord back in its box and go back to being just Harry. He folded the parchment and slipped it into his pocket. Downstairs, he could hear Creature muttering to himself as he polished the silver. A Greengrass, yes, a proper witch for the new master to be seeing. Much better than the red-headed whelp. Harry rolled his eyes upon hearing Creature's inane mutterings, but he also couldn't help a wave of annoyance washing over him. While he might desperately want to, he couldn't escape the past, not fully. It was always there, clinging to the walls of this house, whispering in the voice of his unhinged elf. He made a mental note to tell Ginny about the meeting, though he already knew how she'd react. A roll of her eyes and a joke about him having to play the stuffy pureblood lord for a day. He had no way of knowing that this simple, obnoxious summons was not an inconvenience. It was a hinge point. It was the sound of a door creaking open, a door he had never asked for, leading to a room he could not possibly imagine. And once he stepped through, he would never be able to find his way back to the comparatively sunlit path he was on. The morning of October 10th dawned gray and damp. Harry slapped on some simple black robes that felt suitably formal and somber for going to Gringotts. He had told Ginny that he had to deal with some Lord Potter business, and she had kissed him goodbye with a teasing, sympathetic grimace, telling him not to let the pompous old goblins get him down. The lie, small as it was distasteful to him. He didn't like lying, but he hadn't mentioned Daphne Greengrass's name. He had an obligation to deal with this matter, but mentioning that name to Ginny felt complicated, and he didn't want it to turn into a fight. Diagon Alley was quiet at this hour, as the usual bustle was not yet at its peak. Gringotts loomed at the end of the street with its white marble columns looking cold and unforgiving in the flat morning light. As Harry ascended the polished stone steps, the bronze doors swung open silently. Goblins in formal attire were perched on high stools behind the long counter, simultaneously scribbling in ledgers while also sneering at patrons. No one greeted him. Here he was not the savior of the wizarding world, but simply another client. It was refreshing. He approached a teller, a grizzled old goblin who seemed to have a sneer that was permanently etched to his face. "I have a 10 o'clock appointment," Harry said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. The goblin didn't look up from his ledger. "Name?" "Harry Potter." The goblin still didn't look up. "Smokefoot will take you." Another, younger goblin hopped down from the adjacent stool and beckoned to Harry with a long, sharp finger. "This way, wizard." Harry followed Smokefoot away from the main hall, and they traveled down a narrow stone corridor that sloped deeper into the earth. The air gray colder as they traveled down. They stopped before a heavy iron door that had no handle nor lock. Smokefoot pressed his palm against the cold metal, and the door swung inwards, revealing a small and mute chamber. The room was hewn from the same stone as the corridor. There was no windows, nor decoration. Only a heavy and dark wooden table and 2 chairs sat in the center. Daphne Greengrass was already seated at the table facing towards them. As Harry stepped inside, she rose with a fluid grace. The girl he vaguely remembered from school was gone. In her place was a beautiful woman who radiated a chilling grace. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a severe and elegant chignon with not a single strand out of place out of its perfect coil. She wore dark and impeccably tailored robes of a deep charcoal gray that made her pale skin seem almost luminous. But it was her eyes that held him. They were cool, clear blue, and they met his with an unnerving directness, betraying no emotion whatsoever. Yet underneath that icy surface, Harry sensed a tension, a brittle quality as if she were holding herself together by sheer force of will. "Potter," she said evenly. Her voice sounded as cool and polished as her appearance. "Thank you for coming." "Greengrass," Harry nodded, taking the seat opposite her as the iron door shut behind him, sealing them into the room so that they were alone. The summons said that it was urgent. "It is," she confirmed with a nod, sitting back down. She didn't fidget, merely resting her hands on the table, one neatly on top of the other. "I will not waste your time with pleasantries. I am her because I require your help. More specifically, I require the help of the Lord of House Black." "Okay." Harry leaned back, crossing his arms. "And what kind of help is that?" "My younger sister, Astoria, is dying," she said, the words delivered without a tremor. "She is afflicted with a blood malediction. The best healers from St. Mungo's and the continent have been consulted, but they can do nothing more. I've been caring for her myself at Greengrass Estate, but her condition continues to worsen. She has been in a catatonic state for nearly 3 years. Despite the edge of wariness he felt towards her, Harry felt a pang of sympathy. "I'm sorry to hear that, but I don't see what that has to do with me." "It has everything to do with you," Daphne said, her gaze intensifying. "I have spent years researching the origins of the curse to no avail. However, recently I made a breakthrough. My research, confirmed by private records held by Gringotts, has revealed that the curse was cast by Pollux Black nearly 5 centuries ago, as retribution for a marriage contract that my family refused." Harry's eyebrows shot up. "Why curse your whole line, though? Descendants as well." "Your ancestors were not known for their forgiving nature. The point is, the curse was designed to be absolute, but like all old magic, it has rules. A loophole." She paused, and for the first time, Harry saw something in her eyes, although he couldn't say for sure what it was. "The curse was an act of hatred. My research on magical theory suggests that it can only be undone by an equal opposing act of magic, freely given." Feelings of love from the reigning Lord Black, directed at a daughter of the House of Greengrass. Harry stared at her, incredulous and dumbfounded. He felt a slow anger begin to build within him. "I am not so naive to believe you would be able to, nor willing to fall in love with me in the little time that Astoria has left," she continued, her voice sharp as chipped ice. "The curse is ancient. It responds to the form of the magic, not necessarily the true sentiment. It requires the magical signature of love. Lust, Infatuation and obsession are the primary components of amortentia, and they are crudely identified as the primary components of love. She finally broke eye contact, looking down at her perfectly still hands. I am a rather gifted potioneer, Potter. I wish to administer controlled, regular doses of a custom-brewed love potion to you. The anger in Harry's chest erupted, and he shot to his feet, the legs of the chair scraping loudly against the stone floor. Absolutely not. Are you insane? You want to dose me with love potions? That's illegal. It would only be illegal if it were done without your consent, she replied, her voice remaining unnervingly calm. It only irritated him further. That is why I am asking you. I am requesting your permission to do this. I am not asking for you to love me. I am asking you to allow me to create a magical facsimile of love inside you, an echo powerful enough to trick the curse. It doesn't change the fact that what you're suggesting is madness, Harry said. You expect me to just believe this, a centuries-old curse, one that only you have found the loophole to. How do I know this isn't some elaborate trick? How do I know I can trust you? For the first time, the icy poise faltered, and he saw an ocean of desperation behind it. The transition from her impassive nature to a human woman clearly despairing at the possibility of her sister dying was surprisingly impactful. He tried to keep in mind the house rivalries and the dark deeds that she had done at Hogwarts under the instruction at the Carrows, but in the face of her evident grief, it made Harry feel childish. Because my sister is all I have left, she said, looking up at him with tears shimmering in her blue eyes. She is the only thing in this world that I care about. And if there is even a 1 in a million chance that this will save her, I will take it. I will beg. I will grovel. I will do anything. The visceral desperation in her voice tapered his anger. He stopped packing and looked at her, truly looked at her. He saw past the pureblood poise and past the memory of a girl in green and silver. He saw a terrified older sister willing to sacrifice her pride on a desperate gamble. He saw a love for her sibling that was as fierce and as absolute as his mother's love for him. It was a love that would drive someone to do the unthinkable. He understood that kind of love. He slowly sank back into his chair. The idea was monstrous, but her pain was real. He didn't doubt that for a second, and if she was telling the truth, which he believed that she was, then an innocent life was on the line. His mind flashed back to a dark graveyard, to a classroom, and to the feeling of the wills of others trying to dominate his own. He had thrown off the imperious curse. He had looked into Voldemort's eyes and held his ground. A love potion, as insidious as it was not an unforgivable, especially one cast by Voldemort with all of his power. It wasn't a complete subjugation of will. Knowing what it was, consenting to it, surely he could fight off the worst of the effects. He could remain himself. He could treat it like a mission. He stared at the woman in front of him, then at the wooden table. This was a dark path that she was asking him to walk. He thought of Ginny, and a wave of guilt washed over him. How could he ever explain this? The answer was simple. He couldn't. This would have to be a secret. His burden. He was a man who saved people. It was what he did. He lifted his head and met her gaze. Fine, Harry said, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. I'll do it, but I want to see Astoria first. I need to know that this is real. The relief that his words inspired in her was immediate. A shuddering breath escaped her lips, a sound she seemed unable to suppress. The rigid control of her posture dissolved and her shoulders slumped forward. She closed her eyes for a long moment. When she opened them again, the cool mask was back, but it was hastily reassembled, unable to hide the sheer and overwhelming relief that swam in their blue depths. Thank you, Potter, she said, her voice regaining a measure of the strength it maintained when he first entered the room. For both of our protections, I believe we should draft a formal magical contract to be signed later. Harry frowned. Why would that be necessary? It will outline the terms. It will protect you from any accusation of coercion, and it will protect me from accusations that I have illegally dosed you with potions. It is the sensible thing to do, she stated firmly. Harry was somewhat skeptical, but he saw the logic. More importantly, it made the whole sordid affair feel more clinical. All right, what are the terms that you propose? Simple, she said, all business now. First, you will present yourself at Greengrass Estate for the administration of the potion, 2 to 3 times per week at my discretion. Second, you will consent to my clinical observations during these sessions. Third, the arrangement will continue until Astoria makes a full and sustained recovery, or until I deem the experiment a failure. Fourth, a vow of absolute secrecy. No one can know. And fifth, The contract can be dissolved at any time, but only with the explicit and mutual consent of both parties. Why does the dozing need to occur at your discretion, and why can I not end the arrangement whenever I want? Harry asked, skeptical. Because this is a medical treatment. It needs to be delivered in a structured manner. Given inconsistently or starting then stopping spontaneously could have worse effects than not starting at all, Daphne said calmly. Harry accepted the reasoning. He remembered Madame Pomfrey and her religious manner in which she gave him potions in a certain order. The secrecy aspect was one part he didn't have to think about. No one finds out about this, ever. That has to be the most binding part of the contract, Harry said, his voice hard. Agreed, she said without hesitation. The goblins can draft it for us now. It will be unbreakable. She gave a sharp rap on the door with her knuckles. The iron door opened and Smokefoot stood there, looking impatient. We require a standard magical contract to be drawn up, she told the goblin. Smokefoot sneered. Such services are not complimentary. Daphne didn't blink. Charge it to the Greengrass vault. Daphne gave the terms to the goblin, whose only acknowledgement was a curt nod. The goblin disappeared, sealing them in silence once more. He returned minutes later with a dark, leathery roll of parchment. He spread the parchment on the table. The terms they had discussed appeared on the surface in glowing red ink. Harry and Daphne both examined the contract to validate it had the terms discussed. Daphne took the contract after she found it exacting. And when does this start? Harry asked, the dread in his gut now a solid and cold thing. I would like to begin tomorrow evening, Daphne said, her gaze unwavering. There is no time to waste. The finality of her statement hit him. One more day of his normal, happy life. Fine, he said again, feeling the weight of the agreement settle upon him like a shroud. Daphne nodded. Thank you, Potter. You won't regret this, she said genuinely. Harry had the sinking feeling that he most certainly would. The following evening, Harry stood before the archaic tarnished mirror in the hallway of Grimmauld Place, adjusting the collar of his robes. He had told Ginny over the flu that he had to meet with the Black family solicitors to go over some estate matters. A plausible and incredibly dull excuse that she had accepted without suspicion or question, simply wishing him good luck with the boring old sods. He felt slightly bad at her easy and trusting words in response to the lie that he told her, a small little tendril of guilt latching onto him response. At the Gringotts meeting, Daphne had given him her flu address, writing it on a slip of parchment in an elegant script. Now he stood before his own hearth, a pinch of flu powder in his hand. He took a deep breath and tossed the powder into the flames, clearly stating Greengrass manner. Then he walked forward into the Emerald Inferno. The dizzying rush of travel ended abruptly as he stumbled out of a massive, ornate fireplace carved from pale gray stone. He caught his balance and brushed the soot from his robes. He stood in a large hall with polished black marble flooring and silvery gray walls. The air carried the slight tang of sea salt. Daphne was already waiting for him, a solitary figure in the immense space. She was dressed in simply cut, but elegantly fitting dark blue robes, her blonde hair once again secured in its rigid but immaculate chignon. Potter, she greeted him with an even voice and a small smile. I'm glad you're punctual. Let's get this over with, Harry said, his tone harsher than he intended. Daphne's expression didn't change at his rudeness. Please follow me so that you may understand precisely why you are here. She turned and led him up a sweeping staircase and down a long corridor filled with the typical artifacts that one would expect to see in such a rich home. The large empty space made the atmosphere feel somewhat menacing in the quiet that it exuded, neither of them making any conversation, and the only sound was the soft impact of his trainers and the clicks of the rigid heel of her own footwear. She stopped before a pair of white-painted doors, her hand hovering over the handle. There are wards in place to monitor her health, she said quietly, but they are for observation only. She pushed the door open. The room inside was filled with the soft, gray light of the evening. It was a large, beautiful bedroom, decorated in shades of white and pale lavender, but the beauty was only clinical, lacking any true warmth. The bed in the center of the room was similar in its nature to a hospital bed, and the air smelled of sterilization charms and potion ingredients. A young woman lay utterly still in the bed. Harry stopped in the doorway. He knew logically that this was Astoria Greengrass. She was beautiful, carrying many of the same fine features as her sister and long, dark hair spread out against the white pillows. but her skin was ghastly pale and nearly translucent in the places where it pulled tightly across her features. Her face was frozen and expressionless, like a marble statue. Her chest rose and fell in a shallow rhythm, the only sign that she was alive at all. She was a perfect, sleeping doll, trapped in a glass case of her own body. "This is why," Daphne whispered, her voice no longer maintaining an even cadence laden as it was with a burden of grief. "This is what that curse has done." Harry approached Astoria, and as he grew closer he saw purpling in sections around her skin, where the blood vessels had burst, and heard the way her shallow breathing formed a consistent wet rattle on the exhalation, as if something was loose in her. There was a fragility to the girl that he had never seen in all of his visits to Madame Pomfrey, or in any of those he had visited who recovered in sickbeds after the final battle at Hogwarts. As he watched Astoria weakly claw each raspy breath like it might be her last, the resentment he felt at the unfairness at the situation, that life was once again asking unfair demands upon him, instead of letting him simply live freely, dissipated. The caution that he maintained in the back of his mind that this was all some grand, elaborate manipulation largely evaporated, replaced by a hard, if sad, certainty. This was real, and this girl was dying. He reached forward and touched Astoria's forearm through the sheet that covered it. It was thin, too light, and had a slight chill that he could feel even through the layer of the sheet. Daphne stood next to him with all the stillness of a statue, and when he looked at her, he saw a brittle quality to the poise that she maintained that he had not seen before, like she had cracks running throughout her foundation, and she was a mere breath away from shattering. Sadly, it reminded him of the haunted way that Mrs. Weasley had stared at Fred's corpse after the final battle. Tears had silently run down her face as she knelt by his side with hollow silence that haunted him more than if she had been screaming. Harry swallowed away the painful memory. "Okay, I agree. Let's sign the contract." He saw Daphne take a deep breath. "Thank you," she said weakly, her voice wavering slightly. Daphne kissed Astoria on the cheek and brushed her hair briefly with her fingers before they left, and they walked back down the staircase in silence. Harry didn't know Daphne, didn't know Astoria, but the sight of the dying girl had left him shaken and feeling melancholic. Daphne led him into a formal sitting room where a fire burned, but Harry felt no real warmth from it, the ghostly chill of Astoria's forearm still present on his hand. On a low table sat a crystal decanter of amber liquid and 2 heavy glasses. The contract lay innocuously on the table alongside a wicked-looking quill with a silver nib. Daphne took a seat on the sofa, and he took one from across from her. "A blood quill is required for binding," she stated formally. Harry's hand instinctively twitched in the memory of his scarred hand. He saw Daphne notice the movement. "It is standard," she said solemnly. She took the quill first, and with her movements precise, she signed her name, Daphne P. Greengrass, without flinching as the name appeared in crimson on the parchment. She pushed the quill and parchment towards him. Harry took a breath, picked up the quill, and signed Harry J. Potter below her name. A pain sliced across the back of his hand in a way that he had experienced far too many times, and he watched as his own blood formed his signature. As soon as the last letter was complete, the parchment flared with a dull golden light and the crimson signatures faded, absorbed into the document itself. "Thank you," Daphne said sincerely. He noticed that her hands were trembling. She leaned forwards and took the crystal decanter of amber liquid. The firelight almost made it appear that it was glowing. "Bourbon," she explained, "to mask the taste and to help take the edge off." She poured a generous measure for herself and a more sedate measure for him. From a hidden pocket in her robes, she produced a tiny, unmarked crystal vial. "This is a conservative dose. I would like to gauge your reaction before attempting anything stronger." With controlled motions, she uncorked the vial and let 2 drops of the silvery, shimmering liquid fall into his glass. The silver droplets dissolved instantly, and the amber bourbon adopted a slight shimmering effect. He knew that it was the color of a lie, but one he had agreed to all the same. She handed it to him, and his fingers brushed against her own as he took it. Her skin was cool to the touch. "To the experiment," she said seriously, and offered him a toast. Harry toasted his glass against her own, the shimmery silvery threads swirling in his glass at the disturbance of the toast. He hesitated, first looking at that shimmer, then took a sip. The bourbon was smooth, fiery, and he had to take a controlling breath after he took the sip so that he wouldn't couch, the burn of the alcohol settling on the back of his throat. Nothing happened immediately, but he found himself suddenly more nervous, with every sense focused inward on himself and on high alert against the foreign magic he had just willingly subjected himself to. It wasn't overt, didn't crash upon his senses as a sudden wave might, but instead it started with a slow, creeping warmth that started in his chest as though it were a gentle tide. If he hadn't been paying so much attention, he might not have even noticed the change, as slow and as subtle as it had been. It felt almost akin to the buzz one might have when they get tipsy from too much alcohol, however softer than even that. But where an alcoholic buzz deadens the senses to a degree, instead he began to become hyper-aware of Daphne's presence in the room. The way she was seated slightly forward, the way she was swirling her own amber drink gracefully as she periodically took delicate sips, the incredible blueness of her eyes as she watched him, observing him like a hawk might a field mouse. He took another drink of the amber liquid, feeling the burning of it as it traveled down his throat and settled into his stomach. He felt his heart rate accelerate as he watched her. He enjoyed the way the shifting firelight created a soft ripple effect across her luxurious blonde hair. He watched as she took her own sip of the amber liquid, her throat gracefully bobbing as she swallowed. "Do you feel anything, Potter?" she asked, her blue eyes clinical, intense, and poignantly beautiful. He found himself forcing his gaze away from her eyes to instead watch the shimmer of his drink. He took another sip as he considered the question and how he should answer it. "I'm more aware of you," he said slowly. "Of your presence in the room, your eyes, your hair, just everything about you, really." Daphne gave a small smile and a nod. He thought he saw something in her eyes, maybe interest or satisfaction. "No lightheadedness, no sudden emotional shifts?" she asked, leaning forward slightly while peering at him. "No," he said, needing to force himself to meet her analytical gaze instead of looking at the way chest slightly hung suspended as she leaned across the room towards him. He was still himself. He was still Harry. He was in control. The feeling was just a layer, an overlay on top of his own consciousness. He swallowed as the tension melted away from him, an easy relaxation settling into his shoulders. This was manageable and distinct as he had known it would be. He just had to stay aware. "Good," she said. "Let's allow the potion to settle. Walk with me, please." She led him through a pair of glass doors out into the gardens. As they stepped into the chill, salt-tinged air, the effects of the bourbon and the potion began to merge into a pleasant and hazy warmth in his mind. Greengrass Manor appeared to be a house of sorrowful beauty. Built from pale gray stone that seemed to have absorbed the melancholy of the sea and sky, it rose from the cliffs with a geometric elegance. They walked along meticulously manicured gravel paths that crunched under their feet, winding through a garden of evergreen shrubs and white roses. The potion-fueled haze sharpened his focus on the woman beside him. He found himself somewhat captivated by the way the sea breeze teased a few gossamer strands of hair from her perfect chignon, the blonde filaments glowing in the twilight. As they walked, her hand swung close to his, and for a wild, inexplicable moment, he felt a powerful urge to reach out, to intertwine his fingers with hers. The thought was so clear and so strong that it shocked him back to a state of high alert. "That's the potion," he told himself fiercely, shoving his hands into his pockets. "It isn't real." But the urge remained sitting crouched, waiting in the back of his mind, and he found himself remaining hyper-aware of Daphne's hand in a way that was not dissimilar to an itch that one couldn't scratch. They largely walked in silence throughout the estate, for which Harry was grateful. Daphne only occasionally speaking in her too melodic voice to explain what section they were in and brief concise history recounting when it was added by her family. Finally, after what felt both an eternity and contradictorily painfully too short, Daphne led him back to the formal sitting room. "We'll meet again in 2 days," she said. "Thursday evening, same time." "Fine," he agreed, his own voice sounding distant. Harry walked to the fireplace, took a handful of flue powder from the pot on the mantelpiece, and turned to face her one last time. She was watching him, her expression unreadable. He stepped into the green flames and was gone. He reappeared in the dusty hall of Grimmauld Place. His heart rate was high and he felt somewhat shaken, but a small sliver of confidence asserted itself. He had done it and it wasn't even bad. The difficulty of remaining in control was nothing compared to Voldemort's imperious curse. He had taken the potion and remained himself. He could handle this. He was wrong, of course. He was underestimating the slow, patient, cumulative power of a lie. He was underestimating the way a heart, even one as tested as his, could be taught to feel things it was never supposed to. And most of all, he was underestimating the woman in the cold, pale gray manor by the sea. The next 2 days passed in normalcy. On Thursday morning, the lie was waiting for him at the breakfast table. Ginny was sitting opposite him at the long, dark wood table in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, looking vibrant and full of life. Creature appeared with a poo, placing a plate of eggs and toast before Harry with a reverent bow. He then turned to Ginny, and with a barely concealed sneer, he practically dropped a similar plate in front of her, muttering just loud enough for Harry to hear, "The blood traitor whelp dirties the master's table." "Creature," Harry snapped. The elf bowed low again, a malicious gleam in his eyes. "Creature is only serving the master's guest, as master wishes." Ginny, long accustomed to the elf's venom, simply rolled her eyes and ignored him. "And Gwenog just wouldn't let up," she said, picking up her story as if uninterrupted. Her hands gestured animatedly as she described her previous evening's Quidditch practice. "She said my Wronski feint was sloppy, that I was pulling up too late, so we ran the drill again and again. I must have been in the air for 3 hours straight. I'm telling you, Harry, my shoulders are killing me, but I think I finally nailed it." "That's great, Gin," Harry said, trying to inject the right amount of enthusiasm into his voice. He pictured an imaginary image of her in the air, fiery and nimble against the evening sky, and a genuine smile touched his lips. "What about you?" she asked, taking a large bite of toast. "How was your meeting with the stuffy solicitors?" The question created a roiling sense of unease in his gut. "Oh, you know," he said, forcing a casual shrug as he stirred his tea. "Dry, boring, lots of parchment." "I think I fell asleep twice." Ginny laughed, a loud, wonderful sound that echoed in the cavernous kitchen. "Poor you. Rather you than me, though." He smiled back, but his mind was already turning towards the evening, towards the cold house on the coast and the woman waiting for him there. The guilt was a low hum beneath the surface of his thoughts. That evening, he stepped out of the Greengrass Manor fireplace into the same pristine, silent hall. Daphne was there waiting for him as she had before. A graceful sentinel in her own home. Tonight, she wore robes the color of deep twilight, well tailored to her feminine frame that hinted at her figure but said nothing explicit. There was a different quality to her stillness, however, than the previous time she had met him. She seemed less tense than she had before, her posture perfect as it was before, but not quite as rigid. She seemed almost expectant. "Potter," she greeted him, her eyes penetrating as she examined him with a measured look. He nodded back at her and she led him once more towards the formal sitting room. As they entered, instead of moving towards the decanter of bourbon, she stopped and turned to face him fully. "Before we begin," she started, her voice low and even, but with an undercurrent he hadn't heard before. "I wanted to thank you, sincerely." Harry frowned. "For what? I haven't done anything." "You have," she insisted. "Every morning, afternoon, and evening, I perform a series of complex diagnostic charms on Astoria. For years, there has been nothing but a slow, steady decline in her health, but this morning the pattern was broken." She paused, her cool blue eyes holding his. It was infinitesimal, small enough that many would have dismissed it as a statistical anomaly or a charm cast improperly. But it was there. The decline has stabilized. It's the first tangible hope I've had in years. The sincerity in her voice was absolute. He saw genuine gratitude on her face, and it struck him more powerfully than the potion had. It erased any lingering resentment he had over the whole situation. "I'm glad," he said, and he meant it. The moment passed. Her professional mask slid back into place. "I believe we can be more aggressive with the dosage tonight," she said, moving towards the table. "Your reaction to the initial dose was restrained. It suggests you have a high tolerance." She poured the bourbon, and this time 4 drops of the shimmering liquid fell from the vial into his glass. She handed it to him, and he drank it down, the familiar warmth spreading through him more quickly, more intensely this time. The pull he had felt before was stronger, a distinct and pleasant magnetism drawing his attention, his very being towards her. "While the potion settles," Daphne said, "we should address a practical matter. Our contract requires secrecy, but your continued absences from your home may eventually arouse suspicion. We need to develop a plausible reason for these meetings." "The excuse I used last time is that I've been meeting Black family solicitors regarding estate stuff," Harry said. The warmth of the potion's effects spread through him, made the lie he had told Ginny feel as a technicality of truth rather than an outright lie. He was meeting Daphne because of something his ancestors did after all. Daphne closed her eyes and considered his statement. He noticed she had just the smallest amount of eyeliner on, which made her eyes appear more vivid than they already were. She tapped her French nails against the rim of her glass, the amber liquid jostling with each tap. Harry felt like his heart was beating in sync to her tapping on the glass. "You are for all intents and purposes untrained in the management of your estates." "Correct." Daphne, one of her delicate pale eyebrows raised. Harry nodded. Reaching for the bourbon, he refilled his glass. "I have received a robust education on estate management. I propose that I educate you on this and assist you in setting the Black affairs to order. It will provide a perfect and entirely logical cover for our continued association." Daphne stated the logic neutrally, but in Harry's hyperfixation on her, he thought that he could hear an expectancy to her tone. "In addition to that, if Astoria's health indeed improves, as I dearly hope it will, I will owe you a debt that I will never be able to repay," Daphne continued, this time with a small, but Harry thought impossibly vibrant smile, considering it was only a small uptwist of her lips. She was right, Harry thought. It was a perfect excuse, one that would satisfy even Hermione's curiosity. "All right," he agreed easily. "Is it okay if I summon my elf here? I can have him bring some ledgers," Harry asked. Daphne sipped her drink. "Of course." "Creature," called Harry. A soft pop occurred in the room as Creature appeared. The elf's huge, tennis ball eyes blinked rapidly, first taking in the opulent room, then landed on Harry. "Creature, this is Daphne Greengrass, and she will be assisting me with the management of the Black estate. Please bring me the family ledgers from the library," Harry said. Creature's head snapped towards Daphne. "A true mistress." Creature rasped, his voice trembling with a reverence Harry had only ever heard him use when speaking of Walburga Black. "A proper witch in a proper house. Creature is honored. Creature is overjoyed." He straightened up, his gaze still fixed adoringly on Daphne. "The master has finally seen sense. Finally the master stops his disgusting association with the Weasleys and their kind." A hot flush of embarrassment crept up Harry's neck. "Creature, that's enough," he said, his voice tight. "I summoned you for a reason." Creature's bat-like ears twitched in irritation at being interrupted, but he did not look away from Daphne. "The master speaks, but Creature sees a true lady of an ancient and noble house. The Mistress Greengrass is a vision of purity." Daphne, who had watched the entire exchange with an impassively cool expression, gave a respectful nod in the elf's direction. "You are the Black family elf," she stated smoothly. "You have served a most noble line for many centuries." Creature quivered with pure ecstasy. "The mistress knows, she understands. Oh, if only my poor old mistress could see this day, the master finally keeping company with a witch of worth and breeding." "Creature," Harry's voice was sharp now, slashing through the elf's fawning. The potion was making him feel warm and hazy, but acute annoyance at Creature's words was a splash of cold water. "The ledgers. Go to the library in Grimmauld Place and bring the Black family estate ledgers. Now." The direct command finally broke the elf's fixation. With one last, worshipful look at Daphne and a grumbled, "As the master wishes," Creature vanished with a soft pop. An awkward silence descended upon the room, broken only by the crackle of the fire. Harry felt a desperate need to apologize. "I'm sorry about him," he mumbled, not quite meeting her eyes. "He's stuck in the past." Daphne took a sip of her bourbon. "He is loyal to the values he was taught," she said, her voice neutral. She finally looked at him, and in the shimmering firelight, her blue eyes seemed to hold a hidden depth. "Loyalty, Potter, is never something to apologize for." Creature came back shockingly fast, his tiny elf arms laden full with ledgers that he had put on the table. Harry looked at the enormous stack and felt a measure of embarrassment well up within him. He knew he had neglected, well, most of the estate matters of House Black, but he didn't even know there was so many ledgers. Creature started staring at Daphne, so Harry sent him back to Grimmauld Place. For the next hour, Daphne walked him through a few of the ledgers, and they shared a few more drinks together. Although he knew himself to still be under potion's influence, he found himself fascinated by the quick, intelligent way she deciphered the archaic legal and financial jargon. Her aloofness, which he had once perceived as coldness, now seemed like an intriguing, quiet confidence. He found himself listening acutely to her words, not just because of the potion, but because he was legitimately impressed with her competency. When it was time to leave, he almost felt reluctant due to the astounding progress that they had made. The thought of returning to the empty halls of Grimmauld Place felt bleak compared to this little bubble of existence. Later that day, he found himself sitting alone in the study in Grimmauld Place, letting his mind and himself relax. Absently, he found himself wishing he had a glass of bourbon. The flue suddenly lit up, startling him, and Ginny came stumbling through. Her foot caught the edge of the fireplace where it dipped into the floor, and she fell into a nearby armchair, laughing while covered in a light dusting of soot. "Mum always said I come in through the flue like a bludger," she announced cheerfully, wiping a smudge of black from her nose with the back of her hand and leaving a streak across her cheek. A horrifying thought, ugly, cruel, and unbidden, slithered through Harry's mind. Daphne would never be so clumsy. The thought was so vile, so unfair, that he recognized it instantly for what it was, not his own feeling, but a lingering tendril of the potion. A poisonous, magical residue that sat on his consciousness. Instead of recoiling, he surged forward. He captured her face in his hands, his thumb gently wiping the soot from her cheek. "Never change, Gin," he told her affectionately, and then he crushed his mouth to hers. He kissed her to kiss away against the artificial magic still clinging to him. He kissed her as an aggressive reminder of what was real and what wasn't. Ginny responded instantly, her brief surprise melting into a fiery passion that reciprocated his own. The kiss deepened, becoming hungrier and more involved. He lifted her easily, her legs wrapping around his waist as he carried her from the hall, up the stairs, and towards his bedroom, kicking the door shut behind them. There were no more words, only the frantic rustle of discarded clothes as their bodies soon connected. As he lost himself in her, he used the grounding reality of Ginny's fiery passion and of their lovemaking to burn away the last vestiges of the potion's cold influence, reaffirming what was true and what was a lie. The dream began as it regularly did, with the scent of sea salt and the faint chill of a coastal breeze against his skin. He was walking the meticulously raked gravel paths of the Greengrass estate, the twilight bleeding the color from the world, painting the white roses in shades of silver and ash. Daphne was beside him. A silent, graceful presence whose magnetic pull was as undeniable as the tide. He was intensely aware of her every detail. The crisp rustle of her blue robes, the way the sea wind gently caressed her loose golden hair, making it glow like filaments of moonlight, and the way the ambient light of the twilight appeared to make her eyes have an endless blue depth. Her hand swinging close to his. The urge to reach out he had suppressed in waking life during their first session surfaced, with a power so consuming it obliterated all other thoughts. His fingers brushed against hers, and she didn't pull away. Her skin was cool and smooth, and her slender fingers intertwined with his as if they were made to fit there. The simple touch was an electric current of pure, undiluted intoxication that was both alien and deeply desired. The world fractured, breaking apart like a shattered mirror. The scent of salt was abruptly overwhelmed by the familiar, warm, earthy smell of the Burrows' apple orchard in late summer. The crunch of gravel under his feet softened into the whisper of soft grass. He turned, and the cool, pale beauty of Daphne was gone, replaced by the vibrant and living warmth of Ginny. Her brown eyes, full of life, sparkled with laughter, and her fiery hair was a brilliant contrast against the green leaves. It was her hand in his now, her grip warm and strong and real. She pulled him closer, her familiar laughter turning into a breathless whisper against his lips. But as he leaned in to kiss her and lose himself in that comforting warmth, the chill of the sea breeze returned. The sharp and overwhelming scent of sea salt cut through the sweetness of the orchard. The world dissolved into a confusing, exhilarating swirl of sensations. The cool silk of Daphne's robes brushing against his skin, the fiery, passionate heat of Ginny's kiss, the piercing, impossibly deep blue of one pair of eyes, and the loving, laughing brown warmth of another. He was caught between two powerful tides, drowning as the rip current pulled him swiftly to sea, and the most terrifying part was that he didn't want to be saved. He woke violently, his body slick with sweat and his heart pounding furiously. The sheets had been kicked off the bed, but the dream clung to him. A raw mix of arousal and acute guilt that made it hard to breathe. He lay in the oppressive darkness of his room at Grimmauld Place, staring at the ceiling, trying to calm himself. It was just a dream, he told himself fiercely, the words a grounding mantra. A side effect of the potion. It isn't real, but the words felt thin and hollow against his own subconscious betrayal. It was late October, 2 evenings later, when Harry had his next session with Daphne. Tonight would mark their 8th session together. Every few sessions, Daphne liked to perform a series of clinical observations and psychological questions on him to measure his response to the potion, whether there were any adverse effects or significant changes. He was sitting opposite of her in the sitting room. The fire crackled, and the amber bourbon glowed in his glass with a slight shimmer. The potion was a pleasant, comforting warmth spreading through his veins that, along with the alcohol, allowed his shoulders to settle into a deep state of relaxation and sharpened his awareness of her. Daphne picked up her checklist, her posture shifting into a more professional stance and her eyes keenly analytical on his own. "We should review your progress," she said, her tone crisp. "Let's begin with the physical diagnostics. Any adverse reactions? Headaches, nausea, dizziness?" "No, nothing," Harry answered. "No heart palpitations, unusual warmth or coolness in your extremities, changes in appetite or sense of taste?" Her questions were rapid fire. "No, everything's been normal." She made a few notes. "Have you noticed any fluctuations in your magical output? Spells feeling stronger or weaker than usual? Any tingling sensation when you cast or a feeling of static under your skin?" "Not that I've noticed," he said, thinking back. His magic felt the same as it always did. The potion's effects seemed to be entirely focused inward on his mind and emotions. "Good, now your emotional state," she continued, her gaze intensifying. "Let's start with the broad strokes. Have you experienced any unusual volatility, sudden anger, or prolonged periods of sadness?" Harry shook his head. "No, nothing like that. I've been calm." "Interesting," she murmured, making a note. "Let's be more specific then. Have you experienced any sudden, inexplicable waves of affection for inanimate objects? A heightened appreciation for art or music that you previously found mundane? A decreased sense of empathy for others?" Each question felt more invasive than the last. He thought of the way he had stared at a vase of white roses in her hallway earlier, captivated by their pale, perfect beauty for a full minute. He thought of the way Ginny's cheerful chatter about Quidditch practice had felt distant and unimportant that morning. "No," he said, his voice a little too firm. "Nothing like that." She paused, her quill hovering over the parchment. Daphne's expression remained neutral, but he was a graduate student of her micro-expressions now. He saw the barest tightening at the corner of her eye, the fractional narrowing of her pupils. It was her look of intense concentration. She was searching for the truth in the spaces between his words. Finally, she moved on. "Cognitive functions remain unimpaired. No memory lapses, no difficulty concentrating." She looked up, her eyes locked onto his, penetrating in their blueness. "And your sleep patterns, you mentioned nightmares about the war previously. Any change in their frequency or intensity?" This was it, the question he had been dreading. The vivid memory of his dream with both Ginny and Daphne, of his own conflicted desire splashed in his mind. His throat went dry. He didn't want to tell her the truth. How could he explain the visceral, intimate details of what the potion was doing to his subconscious without utterly humiliating himself? The truth was mortifying. It felt like a violation of Daphne, of Ginny, and of the fragile trust and camaraderie they were building during these meetings. "They've stopped," he said. The half-truth came out more easily than he expected, smooth and convincing. He hadn't had a nightmare about Voldemort hunting him in the Forbidden Forest, or Nagini, or even Bellatrix in Malfoy Manor since the erotic and confusing dreams had begun. He saw a shadow of something in her eyes that he couldn't identify. "Completely," she pressed, leaning forward slightly. "Completely," Harry confirmed, lifting his glass and taking a long sip of bourbon to hide the tremor in his hand. "I've been sleeping better than I have in a long time, actually." There was a long pause as she looked at him before she made another note on the parchment, the scratch of the quill loud in the quiet room. "Good. That's a very positive sign. Magical theory suggests the potion is working with your magic." She looked up at him, her clinical gaze softened into something unguarded and almost gentle. "I'm glad you're finding some peace from it." Harry just nodded, unable to speak. The sincerity in her voice was a sharp, unexpected twist of the knife. The irony was suffocating. She was glad he had found peace, when in reality he had never felt more conflicted. He wasn't finding peace. He was trading one battlefield, one he knew and understood, for another, far more insidious one. After a few short weeks, by the time mid-November had arrived, the sessions had become a fixed, secret rhythm in the cadence of Harry's life. He no longer felt any apprehension regarding his rendezvous with Daphne. Instead, he had begun to feel a strange, compartmentalized anticipation. The lies to Ginny were now practiced and smooth, rolling off his tongue with an easy proficiency. He was reviewing Black family investments, mediating a tenant dispute in a property near Godric's Hollow, or assisting with a Gringotts audit. They were all plausible, all dreadfully boring, and all largely false. For every lie that he had told Ginny, however, a tiny knot of frustration and dread settled into his stomach, making him feel more and more uneasy about the whole situation. He wished, in retrospect, that he had been upfront with her from the beginning, but he knew that the truth of the situation would be untenable to Ginny. It was in large part due to this unease that, although he had a valid reason and a cover story that Daphne and he had agreed upon, he had still not told Ginny of her. He could simply tell Ginny, "I want you to know. I've been working with Daphne Greengrass concerning setting the Black estate to rights." But he didn't. The thought of speaking Daphne's name to Ginny made something in him recoil. It felt like a different kind of lie. Hiding his whereabouts and what he was truly doing was a matter of necessity, a simple act of concealment. But to introduce Daphne into the narrative only to reduce their association to mere business felt fundamentally wrong. Their evenings, spent together as fragile hope for a dying girl, couldn't simply be reduced to business. To misrepresent it as such, to strip it of its weight and gravity, felt like a profound dishonor to Daphne and the pact they had made. It was a line he couldn't bring himself to cross. The arrangement with Daphne had evolved in its nature. The stark and clinical atmosphere of their first few meetings had softened into a strange, professional intimacy that was bordering perhaps on friendship. The Greengrass sitting room, once cold and imposing, now had an easy, warm familiarity. The bourbon was no longer a prop for the potion, but a shared ritual between him and Daphne as they worked or more often simply talked. It was during one of these talks, late into the evening, that a question that had been lurking in the back of Harry's mind for weeks finally surfaced. The potion and the bourbon had created a low, pleasant hum in his veins, loosening the inhibitions that would normally have kept the words locked away. The firelight caught the cool blonde of her hair, turning it to spun gold. The imagery made Daphne appear peacefully elegant, and it clashed violently with the ugly rumors he'd heard more than once. "Daphne," he began, his voice quieter than he intended, the sound swallowed by the high ceiling of the room. She looked up from nursing her drink, her blue eyes calm and questioning over the rim of her glass. The easy warmth of their conversation moments before still lingered in her expression. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you," he said, pushing forward before he could lose his nerve. The words felt heavy on his tongue. "About your 7th year at Hogwarts." He saw her go perfectly still. The soft lines of her face didn't change, but the warmth in her eyes vanished, replaced by a guarded, glacial watchfulness. The atmosphere in the room shifted, growing heavy and charged. "I heard things," he continued, choosing his words carefully, feeling like he was navigating treacherous waters, "from some people and from Ginny, about the Carrows and how they used you for demonstrations, for the Cruciatus curse." He paused, letting the ugly words hang in the air between them, a stain on the comfortable quiet that they had shared moments prior. He wasn't trying to accuse her. He was trying to reconcile the woman before him with the girl from the stories, a cold and proficient torturer. Everything he had learned about her suggested a person of immense control and deliberate purpose. She did nothing without a reason. Daphne set her glass down on the polished wood of the table with a soft, deliberate click. The sound was unnervingly loud in the sudden silence. She did not look away from him. "That is true," she said, her voice even and devoid of emotion, as if confirming a simple fact of arithmetic. "Why?" Harry asked, the question barely a whisper, yet in the fragile tension of the room it felt too loud. She held his gaze, her eyes like mesmerizing chips of ice. "I did not attend Hogwarts during 4th or 6th year, and I did not plan to attend for the 7th year either. However, the Carrows had published a decree making attendance mandatory. I was allowed the privilege of going home after classes, however." She paused, refilling both of their glasses, and she took a long, slow drink from hers. "Originally, it was because a half-hearted curse was inefficient. It only enraged Electo Carrow, who saw it as weakness at best and as defiance at worst. Resulted in prolonged suffering for the victim and often punishment for the caster as well. It was messy. A perfectly executed curse, however, was clean. It was a demonstration of power she could understand. It achieved the objective quickly, and then the punishment would be over." Her tone shifted then, growing colder, sharper, laced with a venom he had never heard from her before. But the Carows enjoyed their power. They were petty tyrants who delighted in small cruelties. They began to favor me. My privilege to return home after classes became conditional. Some days my freedom to leave was contingent on how many were assigned detention. My leaving time was tied to my willingness to punish. The more detentions there were, the longer it took for me to get back to Astoria's side. Harry stared at her, and he noted that her hands were trembling. The image that formed in his mind was ugly. Daphne in a dark classroom, her wand steady, and a student screamed before her. He tried to form a response, but the words wouldn't come. Pity felt inadequate and condemnation felt hypocritical. The part that believed in simple right and wrong recoiled at the thought of it. But another, older part of him, the part that had seen war and hard choices, remained silent, caught in a grim and unsettling understanding. Daphne must have seen the struggle on his face. "I did what I had to do for Astoria," she said, her words sharp as broken glass and leaving no room for argument or comfort. "I won't make excuses for it. I don't need your absolution, Potter, and I do not have regrets." Her words hung in the air, like a wall of ice that was between them. The easy warmth of the evening was shattered, and Harry felt a pang of regret for having been the one to break it. Wanting to alleviate the tension, Harry decided to change the topic to something softer. "You said you didn't attend Hogwarts during 4th and 6th year. Why not?" he said, hoping Daphne would take his peace offering for what it was. Daphne's rigid posture and the tension in her shoulders eased, but only slightly, however the ice in her eyes remained. "During our 3rd year, Astoria's condition took a significant downturn. I've always suspected it was because of the Dementors. I asked my parents to pull her out of Hogwarts again and again, but they refused." A bitter edge entered her voice. "They said that it wouldn't do to have the Greengrass name sullied by such a public weakness and spectacle." She looked into the fire, her expression distant. "I stayed home for our 4th year to help care for her, much to their vigorous complaints. It was a difficult year." "And 6th year?" Harry asked gently. The shift in Daphne was immediate. The bitter anger vanished and was replaced by a clipped, emotionless finality. "My parents died that summer," she said flatly. "I had to stay home to continue Astoria's care." Harry felt a dozen questions spring to his mind, but he pushed them all down. He didn't want to push her too far tonight. He simply nodded and reached for the decanter to refill their glasses once more in a silence that was heavier than before. Tonight in early November, Daphne and Harry were hunched over a large hand-drawn map of the Potter holdings in Wales, holdings that Harry hadn't even known existed. The potion was now a steady 5-drop dose and sang pleasantly in his veins, a warm undercurrent to the conversation. It no longer felt like an overlay he had to fight, but rather a lens that brought the world into sharper focus. A world that consisted almost entirely of the woman sitting beside him. "The land is valuable," Daphne was saying, her slender finger tracing a property line. "But the yields from the magical forestry have been declining for decades. The land needs to lie fallow to let the ambient magic replenish. Your groundskeeper is likely incompetent." "I've never even met him," Harry admitted, fascinated much more by her than the mismanagement of some land. "You should," she said, looking up at him. Her cool blue eyes held his for a moment. "These lands are a legacy of your family." Under the potion's influence, the words didn't feel like a criticism, but a call to action. A pull towards the responsibility he'd been avoiding. A pull towards her. He had to break eye contact before he lost himself in the infinite depth of her blue eyes. He took the decanter, the crystal feeling heavy in his hand, and refilled both of their glasses and took a slow drink, allowing the familiar burn of the bourbon to pull him back from the edge of a precipice. He sometimes found that happening at the height of the potion's influence. A strange, weightless sensation with a dizzying sense that he might float away if he wasn't careful, leaving reason and restraint behind. The silence stretched, marked only by the soft crackle of the fire. Daphne watched him, her expression unreadable as he composed himself. He felt the need to fill the charged space between them, to steer them back to safer ground. "Thank you, Daphne," he said, the words feeling more sincere than he'd expected. "Seriously, I've been ignoring these ledgers for, well, ever since I learned about them. I wouldn't have known where to even begin with all this. Because of you, I feel like I'm actually making progress." Genuine surprise crossed her features for a briefly unguarded moment before her mask of cool composure slid inexorably back into place. "As I told you, the debt I owe you is one I can never repay," she said, her tone returning to its even keel, though he thought he detected a new softness beneath it. "Any assistance I can offer with these matters is insignificant in comparison." She gestured towards his glass with her own in a silent toast that he met. "On that subject," she continued, her focus becoming absolute, her voice carefully stripped of emotion, "there has been a change. The diagnostics on Astoria show her magical core is holding at a higher baseline than before. The decay has not only been arrested, it has shown the first signs of reversal. What we are doing is having an effect." She had walled her emotions behind a fortress of neutrality, but Harry could see the cracks beginning to form. A faint tremor in the smooth cadence of her voice and the small quiver of her lips. "And this afternoon when I was reading to her, she squeezed my hand." Harry stood up. "Are you serious? That's incredible, Daphne." Her eyes didn't open. "It might have been an involuntary spasm," Daphne said. The careful neutrality fell apart, replaced by a raw, breathtaking hope that made her look more vulnerable and beautiful than he had ever seen her. "But it happened. I felt it." Daphne stood up and took a step towards him, and then another. Before Harry could react, she closed the distance between them and wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in the crook of his shoulder. It wasn't a romantic embrace, but a hug of pure, desperately overwhelming gratitude. Like a drowning woman who had just been thrown a lifeline. Her body felt impossibly slight against his, but she clung to him with a strength that belied her frame. For a frozen moment, Harry's mind went completely blank. Every coherent thought was obliterated out of existence by the sheer stunningness of the contact. Slowly, as if moving through water, he raised his arms to return her embrace. The scent of her perfume filled his senses, a cool, clean scent of rain and white flowers, now forever linked in his mind with this strange, secret life. "Thank you, Harry," she whispered against his robes, her voice thick. The sound of his own name, spoken with such raw emotion, made something stir deep within him. The potion sang in his veins, amplifying the moment tenfold, but the moment felt more real than any calculated dose of magic. For a single, suspended heartbeat, the world seemed to narrow to the space they occupied. He felt the warmth of her whisper against his skin and the faint, shuddering tremor that ran through her frame. The moment was so raw and genuine that it felt like a breach into a reality far more complicated than their clinical but friendly arrangement. She pulled away as quickly as she had embraced him, her composure snapping back into place like a shield, but he could see the cracks running throughout. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were damp. "I'll see you on Friday," she said, her voice stripped of its usual authority, holding notes of vulnerability he had never heard before. Harry could only nod, his mind reeling. He stumbled to the fireplace and flew back to Grimmauld Place. He stepped out into the study, the phantom sensation of her hug and the lingering scent of her perfume clinging to him like a second skin. He was so lost in thought that he didn't hear the door to the study open. "Harry, I thought you'd be back soon." Ginny's cheerful voice cut through the haze of bourbon and perfume like a ray of sunlight through a fog. He blinked, turning towards the sound. She walked towards him, her face lit with a welcoming smile, her arms open. "I was at the Burrow and got bored. Thought I'd surprise you." She wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a warm, familiar hug. He hugged her back, a fresh wave of guilt washing over him. This was real. Ginny was real. She snuggled her face into his chest for a moment, then she went still. She pulled back slowly, her smile gone, replaced by a look of faint confusion, her brow furrowed. "What's that smell?" she asked, her voice quiet and inquisitive. "Is that perfume?" Harry's blood ran cold. His mind, usually quick in a crisis, went completely blank. He could feel a flush creeping up his neck. "Perfume," he repeated, his voice sounding unnaturally high. "Yeah," she said, leaning in slightly to sniff his collar again. "It's nice, but it's not mine." Panic, sharp and acidic, clawed at his throat. He needed an excuse, any excuse. His brain scrambled for a plausible lie, landing on the first mundane thing it could find. "Oh, right. I was at the ministry earlier," he said, the words coming out in a clumsy rush. "Had to drop off some forms for the solicitors. It was crowded. I must have gotten squeezed in the lift with someone, and it must have just clung to me." He watched her face, his heart hammering against his ribs. He was a terrible liar. It was written all over his face. The story was thin and pathetic. He was sure she could see right through it, but Ginny's expression cleared. Her brow smoothed out and her easy, bright smile returned. "Oh, right. The lifts there are a nightmare. Some of those witches douse themselves in perfume like they're trying to put out a fire." She wrinkled her nose playfully. Well, try not to bring home any more strange witch smells, all right? I might get jealous. She gave him a quick, reassuring kiss. The innocent trust in her eyes was 1,000 times more painful than any accusation would have been. She believed him. Without question, she had accepted his flimsy and pathetic lie. As she pulled away, she kept her arms looped around his neck, her expression turning thoughtful and teasing. For a stuffy old lord, you still kiss all right, she said, her smile widening. Honestly, though, I am proud of you. I know you'd rather be flying or doing literally anything else, but you're taking this seriously. Hermione would be having a fit if she could see you now. A happy fit, for once. The mention of Hermione with her unwavering sense of duty and responsibility was another sharp twist of the knife in his guts. He tried to deflect with a bit of humor, but it felt brittle. Yeah, well, don't tell her. She'll send me a 10-foot-long parchment on the importance of fiscal responsibility to keep me motivated. Ginny laughed loudly. She probably already has it written. Remember that time at the Burrow when she tried to explain Gringotts' interest rates and Ron actually fell asleep? Harry smiled, but it felt like a grimace. Vaguely, I was trying to not pay too much attention to save my sanity. By the way, what have you done to Creature? I came here looking for you earlier and he was pleasant. It was terrifying. Ginny said, her eyes alight with amusement. A cold dread, entirely separate from the guilt, seized Harry. Creature. He hadn't even considered Creature. What do you mean? Well, he bowed, for starters. Didn't call me a blood traitor whelp even once, she said, laughing. He asked if I required refreshment and then went on this bizarre tangent. He kept muttering about you. She adopted Creature's gravelly, rasping voice, a surprisingly accurate imitation. Oh, the master is finally remembering the dignity of his name. The great house of Black is being cleansed of lesser influences. The master is seeing to the true legacy of his line. Yes, he is. She dropped the voice, shaking her head with a grin. He said it all with this happiest, smug little look on his face. It was the weirdest thing. What have you been making him do? Polish the family crest until he can see his face in it. Harry's forced smile felt frozen on his face. He had a loose thread. A huge, fawning, pureblood-obsessed loose thread. Creature knew he was meeting with Daphne. Creature had seen her and actively worshipped her. Something like that, Harry said, his mind racing. Just keeping him busy. He had to talk to Creature tonight. He had to give him a direct order with no possibility of loopholes. The secret had to be absolute. As Ginny started telling him about her day, her words became a distant buzz. He nodded and smiled in all the right places, but his mind was elsewhere and he felt a little sick. He had crossed a line with Ginny tonight. The lies of omission about where he was going and what he was doing was one thing. But tonight, he had lied directly to her, invented on the spot, and spoken right to her face to conceal the truth of another woman's arms around him. That sickening feeling followed him for the next 2 days. A constant low-grade nausea that sat in the pit of his stomach. Ginny was her usual brilliant self, which only made it worse. The next morning at breakfast, she was excitedly recounting a Quidditch-related story, her hands describing the scene as she spoke. Harry just stared into his teacup, the swirl of the leaves a meaningless pattern. His mind caught in a tortuous loop replaying the hug Daphne gave him in exquisite detail. The shocking warmth of her body, the swell of her chest pressed up against him, the cool scent of rain and white flowers of her perfume that seemed to linger in the air around him like a ghost no one else could smell. But it was the emotional sound of his name on her lips that sat in the back of his mind, the spectator to every thought. So I told Gwenog, if you think you can outfly a bludger that close to the ground, be my guest. Ginny finished with a laugh, then her smile faltered as she saw his expression. Harry, did you hear a word I said? He blinked, forcing himself back to the present, the lie already forming on his lips with a weak, half-hearted smile. Sorry, Gin. Bad night, one of the old nightmares. Her expression immediately softened, the playful light in her eyes replaced by a deep, familiar sadness. Oh, Harry, I'm sorry. She reached across the table and laid her hand over his. He couldn't help the minute flinch at the contact. He covered it by squeezing her hand back, but the gesture felt like a pantomime of affection. You've been tired a lot lately, she continued, her voice soft with concern. Maybe you should take a break from all this estate business. It can't be easy, digging through all those dusty books and old contracts. The stress is probably stirring things up for you. You don't have to do it all at once, you know. Her kindness, meant to be a gentle balm, was anything but. Harry forced a smile that felt brittle. Maybe you're right, he said roughly, but I feel like I just need to get through it. The sooner it's all sorted, the sooner I can stop thinking about it. It was a perfect lie, plausible and rooted in his known tendency to take on burdens. It was also a promise to her and to himself that this had an endpoint. "Okay," she said, though concern remained in her eyes. "Just take care of yourself, all right. Don't let the ghosts of this old family get to you." Harry could only manage a nod, the irony of her words a bitter taste in the back of his throat. The ghosts haunting him had nothing to do with the House of Black. They had cool blue eyes and smelled of rain and white flowers. Her concern, so genuine and so misplaced, was the very thing that made the distance between them feel like a physical presence in the room. That evening, as they sat by the fire, she tried to bridge it by reading a humorous article from Witch Weekly aloud. Her easy and genuine laughter filled the room, but to Harry, each peal felt like a judgment. Every casual touch as she leaned against him on the sofa was a searing reminder of his deceit. He had built a wall between them with his own clumsy words and lies. By the time Friday evening arrived, he was almost desperate for the sterile honesty of Greengrass Manor. It was a twisted thought, but the manor was the one place he didn't have to pretend. It was a strange relief from the exhausting performance of his real life. Daphne was there when he came tumbling through the flu, her statuesque beauty anchoring his chaotic mind and alleviating the fatigue and unease that had built in him. She greeted him with a small nod. Her expression gave nothing away, yet he thought he saw something knowing in her eyes, as if she could sense the turmoil within him. They walked towards the sitting room in silence, and with every step on the polished marble floors, Harry felt a sense of unburdening. Each footfall took him further from the complicated web of lies he was living at Grimmauld Place. They entered the sitting room, and Daphne moved to the low table where the decanter of bourbon sat waiting. She poured the amber liquid with a precision he had come to expect from her. The exact same measure in each heavy crystal glass with no splash or wasted motion. He watched her hands and her long, elegant fingers as she uncorked the tiny crystal vial. She held it over his glass and with a steady motion let 5 drops of the shimmering, silvery liquid fall. They hit the surface of the bourbon, each one creating a small, silent ripple before dissolving instantly. They left behind a faint shimmer, and it created a slight distortion in the air immediately above the liquid, in a way that reminded Harry of the heat haze rising from the asphalt roads of Privet Drive on a sweltering, humid summer afternoon. She handed him the glass, and he took it without a word. He drank it in one long swallow, welcoming the familiar, fiery burn of the alcohol and the slower, creeping warmth of the magic. It was an immediate relief, and he felt the tension of the past 2 days evaporate, leaving him feeling light and free. He set the empty glass down and immediately reached for the decanter, refilling it to the brim. Daphne watched him, one of her delicate, pale eyebrows raised in a silent, questioning arch. "Stressed?" she asked, her voice neutral. "Long week," he repeated, his voice rough. He focused inwardly, monitoring the warmth spreading through him, allowing the sensation to relax him. Her gaze on him was analytical, and she let the silence stretch. She was giving him space to elaborate if he wished, but he said nothing, enjoying the moment and the way her profile was etched in gold by the firelight. "There is news," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "Astoria woke up today, just for a few seconds. She said my name." The words were delivered with such understated gravity that it took a moment for them to register. "Daphne, that's." Harry started, but the words caught in his throat. It was more than progress. It was akin to a resurrection. "I know," she said, and a genuine smile graced her lips. It was not the small and controlled upturn he had seen before. This was a true smile, one that reached her eyes and transformed her entire face, softening the severe lines of her composure into something beyond radiance. The pleasant hum of the potion in his veins suddenly sharpened, no longer a background sensation, but a lens that focused the entire world down to this single, impossible moment. Every detail of her smile was burned into his memory with an unnatural clarity. The way her cool blue ocean's eyes crinkled at the corners, the exact curve of her lips, and the faint dimples that appeared on her cheeks. He felt as if he were seeing her for the first time, and the sight made his breath catch in his chest. The sight of Daphne's smile shifted something in the room for Harry. A heavy, leather-black ledger sat on the low table between them, open but completely ignored. Harry had no desire to discuss business tonight. He wanted to stay in this fragile space with Daphne's smile. The bourbon and the potion worked in tandem to give Harry an easy confidence. He swirled the amber liquid in his glass, watching the firelight refract through the crystal. Harry broke the comfortable silence, his voice softer than he intended. "What will you do?" he asked. "Afterwards, when Astoria is well." Her smile faded and the light in her eyes dimmed, which caused Harry to have a sinking feeling in his stomach. "I haven't let myself think that far ahead," she admitted, her gaze returning to the fire. Her voice was a low murmur. "For so many years, my only goal has been to cure Astoria. It feels like everything I've done in my life has been towards that goal. Without it, I'm not sure who I am." Moved by a powerful wave of empathy for her vulnerability, he leaned forward, his voice earnest. "Don't say that, Daphne. Look at what you've done. You've managed an entire estate on your own, mine too mostly. You've figured out ancient curse magic that no one else could, and you are single-handedly saving your sister's life. When this is over, you won't have to figure out who you are. You'll already know. You can do anything." The words hung in the air between them, genuine and heartfelt. He had meant to comfort her, to offer a simple reassurance, but the depth of his own respect for her and the fierce admiration in his voice surprised even himself. She stared at him, her blue eyes wide and luminous with an emotion he couldn't name. It was a look of profound, stunned surprise, as if no one had ever spoken to her with such unvarnished sincerity before. She turned to look at him fully. The space between them on the sofa suddenly felt charged and electric. She leaned in, her gaze dropping for a fraction of a second to his lips before rising to meet his eyes again. The world seemed to slow down, the crackle of the fire and the distant sound of the sea fading into a dull roar. He could feel the warmth radiating from her. Smell the clean, intoxicating scent of her perfume. Then, with a deliberate, gentle slowness that felt both agonizing and exquisite, she pressed a soft, lingering kiss to his cheek, perilously close to the corner of his mouth. Her lips were warm and impossibly soft. The touch was simple, chaste even in many ways, but to Harry it carried a shockwave of sensation that was utterly overwhelming. She pulled back, her expression unreadable, but her crystalline eyes were shimmering with unshed tears. "Thank you, Harry," she said, her voice barely a choked whisper. "What you said, it means a lot." The moment hung in the air, thick with unspoken possibilities. And as Harry sat there, his cheek tingling where her lips had been, he was struck by a single, undeniable thought. It was a realization so profoundly treacherous, so utterly ruinous to the man he thought he was, that it felt like the ground had crumbled away beneath him. The thought was horrifying not because it was alien, but because it felt like the truest thing he had felt in a long time. He was disappointed. A sharp and bitter wave of disappointment washed over him, so powerful it made him feel sick to his stomach. He had wanted her to turn her head those last few millimeters. He had wanted her to close that final, infinitesimal gap. He had wanted her to kiss him. As he sat there, a sudden chill raising goosebumps on his skin despite the warmth of the fire, he tried to blame the potion. He could feel its influence, not as a foreign invader, but as a grand orchestra swelling in his veins. The quiet, dangerous spark of his own desire for her was the solo voice, a single, pure note he had tried to ignore. Now, the potion was the symphony, rising to meet that note, amplifying it, giving it a power and a heartbreaking beauty that was impossible to deny. It was a soaring aria singing praises to Daphne. He wanted the potion to be a simple, magical validation for his treacherous desire, but he knew that the orchestra was only playing a song he had already written. In this case, the potion was an amplifier, not a composer. The magic might have given the feeling its sharp and breathtaking intensity, but the thought itself, the raw and aching want, was undeniably his own. He had crossed a line of deceit with Ginny. But here, in the silent, fire-lit room, he had crossed a far more dangerous one inside himself. The world dissolved into a chaotic emerald inferno, and Harry welcomed the violent, disorienting rush of flu travel. The sickening lurch in his stomach, the dizzying spin that threatened to tear him apart, the roar of the flames in his ears, and the blessedly cleansing heat. It was a welcome onslaught that momentarily eclipsed the raging whirlpool of torment in his own mind, a brief and blissful oblivion from the treacherous nature of his own heart. But the journey was fleeting, too fleeting, and the roaring chaos spat him out into the dusty silence of the study at Grimmauld Place. The quiet that greeted him was immediate and oppressive. He stumbled out of the fireplace, catching his balance on the mantelpiece, his knuckles white against the cold stone. The phantom sensation of Daphne's lips still tingled on his cheek like a warm brand seared into his skin. He sank into the heavy leather armchair and let his head fall back onto the plush cushion and closed his eyes. The scene replayed in his mind, not as a memory, but as something more vivid. Her face, illuminated by the soft glow of the fire, her crystalline eyes shimmering with unshed tears. The way she slowly leaned in towards him with the grace of a goddess descending from a higher realm. The scent of her perfume, the cool, alluring fragrance of rain and white flowers. He could feel, with a clarity that was terrifying, the exact pressure of her lips against his skin, the ethereal softness, and the warmth of those lips that had shot through him like a divine bolt of lightning, bypassing every defense he had ever erected. He remembered the sound of her voice, the way she had whispered his name, thick with an emotion that made his soul feel like it was vibrating. And then, the final ruinous frame of the experience, the flood of crippling disappointment that she hadn't turned her head those last few millimeters. It was a feeling so potently concentrated that it made him feel ill. For weeks, he had clung to the belief that he could control this, that he could keep the potion and the feelings it engendered in a neatly locked compartment separate from the rest of his life. He had stood against the flood of insidious magic like a lone foot soldier with a single shield, believing in the strength of his own will to withstand the charge. But tonight, that shield had not just been breached, it had been utterly shattered. The enemy was no longer an invader laying siege to his walls. The enemy was himself. "Creature," he called out hoarsely. A soft crack echoed from the corner of the room and the elf appeared. He took one look at Harry's disheveled state, and a smug and deeply satisfied expression spread across his wrinkled face. "Is Ginny here?" Harry asked, the question feeling like a betrayal on his tongue. "The blood traitor is not in the master's house," Creature rasped, his voice dripping with reverence and a triumphant glee. "Creature is so very proud. The master is finally pursuing a witch of proper worth and breeding, a true lady for the noble and most ancient House of Black." "It's not like that, Creature," Harry snapped, and sitting forward in anger. Creature's large, bat-like ears twitched. "Oh," he mused, his voice taking on a sly, questioning tone. "If it is not like that, then why did the young master so enthusiastically and comprehensively command Creature to keep the noble lady a secret? Creature is only an old house elf, but even Creature can see the shape of things." Harry didn't answer. He stared into the now cold and dead fireplace, a storm of frustration and shame raging within him. The elf was right. He couldn't deny it, not truly. His own choices, his own actions, and his own lies had laid the foundation for this secret world he was now trapped in. "Does the young master wish for Creature to begin drafting a betrothal contract?" The elf continued, his voice now a snidely mocking whisper that was nevertheless laced with a genuine, hopeful reverence. "Creature has excellent references. The old contracts for the noble ladies Bellatrix and Narcissa are still in the family vault, very binding, very pure." He took a step closer, his huge eyes gleaming with a malicious light. "Creature only wishes to serve the master properly. The blood traitor brings shame. She has no respect for the old ways or for the dignity of a house like this one. The noble Lady Greengrass understands. Creature can see it in her eyes. She has the proper bearing. She would restore the glory of the House of Black, a glory the Weasley filth tries to scrub away with her commonness." Creature gestured vaguely around the room with his knobby arms and gnarled fingers. "Perhaps the master would be pleased if Creature were to update the wards. Creature would be most pleased to protect the master from such disgusting influences, to ensure the house remains pure, as it was in the days of my mistress. The blood traitor filth is not even fit for the sewers that run beneath this noble property." The venom in the elf's voice was a familiar poison, but tonight it felt particularly potent. Harry, emotionally fatigued from the evening's events, didn't have the strength for a real fight. "Shut up, Creature," he said, his voice weak, the words barely a murmur. Creature's thin lips stretched into a wide, mocking smile. "Of course, master," he rasped, bowing low. "Creature will be silent." But if the master is to continue his association with the great and noble lady, he should be mindful to come home without lipstick smears on him. It is so very clumsy. Harry shot up from the chair as if he'd been stung. He took large strides quickly across the room to the tarnished mirror that hung on the wall. He leaned in, his eyes frantically scanning his own face where the brand of sensation sang angelic hymns to Daphne even now. There was nothing there, not a smudge nor a trace of color. He spun around, a furious retort on his lips, ready to scold the elf for his insolence. But the room was empty. Creature was gone. The next few days were a study in fractured realities. The chasm between his two lives, once a manageable crack, was widening into a vast, impassable canyon, and the strain of straddling it was beginning to show. The first day, a Saturday, was bright and not too cold. It was perfect Quidditch weather. He and Ginny had arranged to meet George and Angelina for duos Quidditch at the Carfilly Commons pitch, a sprawling, ministry-funded sports complex where anyone could rent a pitch for a few sickles, and complex was unusually quiet for a weekend, a lingering effect of the recent panic over a new strain of dragon flu. Most people were still staying in, despite the ministry's reassurances that the incubation period was months long, meaning anyone who was going to get it likely already had it. Quidditch days were usually a joyous, albeit chaotic affair. But today, everything was wrong. From the moment they kicked off, Harry's mind was back in a fire-lit room, replaying a moment that had lasted no more than a few seconds but could have been an eternity. He was clumsy on his broom, his movements sluggish and uncoordinated. He missed a simple pass from Ginny, the quaffle sailing past his head as he stared blankly at the clouds, earning a good-natured jeer from George. He was slow to react to Angelina's feints, his usual intuitive connection to the flow of the game completely severed. "Harry, your head's not in the game," Ginny shouted from across the pitch, her voice sharp with a professional frustration that quickly bled into personal annoyance. Ginny's shout was the jolt he needed. He shook his head and forced himself to focus. His natural talent, which had been buried under the weight of his thoughts, surged to the surface. He intercepted a pass from Angelina, accelerating harshly with his broom to dodge a bludger George had sent his way, and he sent the quaffle whistling through the hoop. For a few minutes it felt almost normal. He scored another goal, this one drawing an appreciative whoop from George. But in the lulls between the action as they regrouped at the center of the pitch, his mind would inevitably drift. He would see that moment tagging, the firelight on her hair, the shimmer of tears in her eyes, the agonizingly slow lean into the kiss that wasn't a kiss. Then the game would resume, and he would be a half-second too slow, or just a fraction out of sync with Ginny's movements. The game was close, but the synergy that usually made him and Ginny a nigh unbeatable pair was gone. They were two talented players on the same team, but they weren't playing together. The final straw came when George launched a long shot from midfield. Harry, distracted for a split second in the memory of a whispered, "Thank you," was too late to intercept it, and Ginny had been busy running interference against Angelina. The quaffle sailed through the rings, securing the win for George and Angelina. Ginny landed beside him a moment after he did, her face a mask of frustration and disappointment. "What is wrong with you today?" she demanded, her hands on her hips. "It's like you don't even want to be here." A flash of irritation cut through Harry's guilty haze. "It's just a game, Ginny. You're taking it too seriously. I'm just tired." "A game?" she shot back, her voice rising, incredulous. "This is our thing, Harry, flying, and you're always tired lately. If you're so tired of being here, then where is it? Where would you rather be?" The question hung in the air between them, sharp and dangerous. And as the words hit him, in his irritation at her snappiness, a truth bloomed in his mind, ugly and undeniable. He couldn't tell her that he would rather be in a cold, gray manor by the sea, drinking bourbon with a woman who was not her. "I'm going home," she exclaimed, throwing her hands up in exasperation at his silence. "There's no point in staying here if you're just going to mope around like a ghost." She mounted her broom and shot into the air without another word, a fiery red comet against the pale blue sky. He watched her go with a cold, heavy feeling settling in his chest. George and Angelina landed softly on either side of him, their expressions a mixture of awkwardness and concern. "Don't mind her, mate," George said, clapping a hand on Harry's shoulder. "She's got Mum's temper. Only difference is, Mum's fury is usually confined to the kitchen. Ginny's is best unleashed at 100 feet. He grinned. "You should have seen the rows she used to have with Bill during family games when she was a kid. Proper screaming matches. She'll cool down and probably show up at your door tomorrow with an apology and a boatload of guilt." Angelina gave him a sympathetic smile. "She's just passionate, Harry. Don't take it to heart." George gave his shoulder a final squeeze. The illustrious slayer of the Dark Lord Moldashorts shouldn't fret over his irrationally upset girlfriend. Their words were meant to be comforting, a familiar balm of warm Weasley reassurance. But they only made the cold feeling in his chest heavier and denser. They thought this was a simple row, a lover's spat born of adrenaline and Quidditch frustration. They couldn't possibly know the real reason for his distraction, the real reason for the chasm that had opened up between him and Ginny. This was the first real casualty of his secret life. The first tangible piece of his happiness that had been shattered by the weight of his lies. That night, Ginny didn't come to stay at Grimmauld Place as she typically did. The house felt colder and emptier than ever before. The next day, however, she came through the flue in the late morning, her face bright and cheerful, as if their argument had never happened. She carried a small bag of pastries from a bakery in Diagon Alley, their warm, sugary scent filling the kitchen. "I'm sorry about yesterday," she said before he could even speak. She came over and wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her head on his chest. "I was out of line. It wasn't fair of me. I know you've been stressed with all this estate business and I shouldn't have taken my Quidditch temper out on you. It's just, well, you know." Her apology, so open and honest, was a fresh wave of guilt. "You have nothing to be sorry for," he said, his voice thick. "I was being a lousy git." "Well, you were," she agreed, pulling back to look at him, a playful smile on her lips. "But you're my lousy git." She leaned in and kissed him, a soft, forgiving kiss that he did his best to return with a sincerity he did not feel. "Forgive me." "Always, Gin," he whispered, the words a familiar promise that now felt like another lie. "Good," she said, her smile widening and her warm eyes sparkling with a mischievous light that he loved. "Because I have news, or maybe a surprise." "But you have to guess what it is." He played along, not really in the mood, but entertaining her. "You finally convinced Gwenog to let you fly as Seeker." "Nope," she said, popping the pea. "George finally perfected the canary creams so they don't leave feathers in your teeth. Getting warmer," she laughed. "But no, not at all, and you will never be able to guess. You'll have to come to the burrow to find out." He followed her through the flue, a sense of dread mingling with his curiosity. The world resolved from a spinning vortex of green flame into the familiar warmth of the Weasley living room. As he brushed the soot from his robes, he heard Ginny's triumphant shout. "Look what the Kneazle dragged in!" Harry looked up and his breath caught in his chest. Ron and Hermione were sitting at the long wooden table, looking up from their mugs of tea with wide, welcoming smiles. They looked tired, but their faces were lit with a happy relief. Ron's hair was a shade lighter, bleached by a sun Harry couldn't imagine even on the hottest days of his summers at the Dursleys, and Hermione was unrecognizably tanned to a warm, golden brown. In an instant, joyous chaos erupted. Ron was on his feet, and Hermione was already rushing towards him with a tearful smile. Harry was pulled into a classically Hermione-crushing hug that Ron joined in on. He felt a surge of uncomplicated, genuine joy that was like a brilliant, stark light against the recent gray fog of his recent life. "What are you doing here?" Harry managed to ask, his voice thick with emotion as he pulled back to look at them. "We thought you'd be gone for months more at least." "Couldn't stay away, mate," Ron said again, grinning. "Got sick of all the sunshine and giant hopping rats." "Ronald," Hermione chided, but she was beaming. "It was wonderful, Harry. And we have so much to tell you." They all settled around the table. Ron and Hermione began to tell their stories, tales of a world so different from their own, of strange Muggle customs and even stranger wildlife. Harry listened and laughed, soaking in the presence of his best friends. For a few precious moments, the weight and guilt he had been carrying lifted, and he was just Harry again, home with his family. Hermione found this ridiculously obscure book on memory modification in a little wizarding bookshop in Perth, Ron was saying, his arm draped possessively around Hermione's shoulders. "Sped the whole thing up. Her parents are coming back in a few weeks on a Muggle aeroplane." "An aeroplane, you say?" Arthur Weasley said, having joined them at the table, his eyes wide with excitement. "Fascinating. Hermione, my dear, you must tell me, how exactly do they achieve lift without the use of charms?" As Hermione patiently began to explain the principles of aerodynamics to a rapt Mr. Weasley, Harry's initial joy began to fade, replaced by the familiar low hum of anxiety. Their return, which should have been a purely happy occasion, had just made his life infinitely more complicated. Lying to Ginny was one thing, however, lying to Hermione was another matter entirely. Ginny's love was a trusting and accepting force. She saw his moods and his distance through a lens of concern, always giving him the benefit of the doubt. Hermione's love was just as fierce, but it was analytical. She wouldn't just accept his vague excuses, she would unconsciously dissect them, cross-reference them, and intuitively see logical inconsistencies. The flimsy cover story of estate business with unknown solicitors, which had been sufficient for Ginny, suddenly felt like a house of cards in the face of an oncoming hurricane. The game had changed, and the risk of exposure had just increased 100-fold. He considered, for a panicked moment, if it was time to bring Daphne into the narrative he had constructed. But the thought was immediately suffocating, and not simply because he did not want to denigrate their association to mere business. The lies he had built were a cage of his own making, and he felt as if he had wrapped himself in barbed wire. To introduce Daphne now would be to invite a barrage of questions he couldn't possibly answer. Who was she? Where had they met? How long had this been going on? Who had been helping him before? Why had he never mentioned her? His stomach felt unsteady and a cold panic gripped him. There was no easy way out. He must have looked as down as he felt because he caught Hermione's eye from across the room. She gave him a small, questioning frown, a look of concern that he knew all too well. He immediately tried to deflect, to steer the conversation and his thoughts away from the topic which sat painfully in his stomach like rancid meat. "I'm just glad you're both back safe," he said, his voice a little too loud. "And Hermione, I'm sorry, for dragging you into all of it, for your parents, for what happened at Malfoy Manor, for everything." Hermione's expression softened. She got up from the table and came over to him, pulling him into a tight, fierce hug. "Don't you ever apologize for that, Harry Potter," she said, her voice muffled against his shoulder. "We're in this together, always." She pulled back, a wry smile on her face. "Though my parents were more than a little mad that their little girl decided to help overthrow a corrupt terrorist government and tyrant. Apparently they thought I had other, more normal plans for my future." He hugged her back, a wave of affection for her washing over him. But as he held her, a poisonous part of his mind couldn't help but make the comparison. Hermione's hug was warm and familiar and sisterly. It smelled of old parchment and the faint, clean scent of her shampoo. It was nothing like the desperate, clinging embrace he had shared with Daphne. The evening wore on. Mrs. Weasley, in honor of the occasion, had cooked a massive traditional dinner. There was a huge roast beef, crispy roast potatoes, Yorkshire puddings, and a veritable mountain of vegetables, all swimming in a rich, dark gravy. Laughter filled the small kitchen as Ron insisted that kangaroos had to be a magical creature. "They're ridiculous," he exclaimed, gesturing with a potato-laden fork. "They're giant rats that hop around on their tails and carry their bobbies in a pocket. That's not natural." "Actually, Ronald," Hermione began, her lecture-mode voice kicking in, "they are marsupials, and their method of locomotion is a highly efficient adaptation to their environment." Everyone laughed, the familiar and comfortable dynamic a soothing balm on Harry's strained nerves. He could almost forget. He could almost pretend that he was the same man who had sat at this table just a few weeks ago eating treacle tart, his life simple and his heart wholly uncorrupted. After dinner, as the others were clearing the table, Hermione pulled him aside. "Can I talk to you for a minute, Harry?" she asked, her voice low and serious. "Alone?" A jolt of fear shot through him. "Of course." "Is everything all right?" She led him into the quiet living room, her expression nervous. She fidgeted with the sleeve of her jumper, a sure sign that she was uncomfortable. "It's just, well, Ginny's been telling me about all the work you've been doing with the Black Estate," she began, her eyes not quite meeting his. "She's so proud of you, Harry. We all are. You're finally taking on your responsibilities." The dread in Harry's stomach tightened painfully. He could sense the inevitable, but hanging in the air. "But," she said, confirming his fears, "she's also a bit worried. She's noticed something after you come back from your meetings. Something she didn't know how to bring up with you because, well, she was afraid of what the answer might be." The dread cold, sharp and suffocating, leapt from his stomach and clasped tightly around his heart. He felt the blood drain from his face. This was it. Creature had let something slip, or Ginny had figured it out. The cage of lies was about to come crashing down around him. Hermione took a deep breath, her expression a mixture of concern and embarrassment. "She's noticed that you always seem to have alcohol on your breath," she said, the words coming out in a rush. "And well, we were talking, and we're just a bit worried that you might be drinking too much, that you might have a problem." The statement was so utterly unexpected, so wildly off the mark, that for a moment Harry could only stare at her, his mind struggling to process the words. An alcohol problem. They thought he had an alcohol problem. The relief was so immense, so overwhelming, that it burst out of him in a sudden, uncontrollable laugh full of genuine jubilation. He saw the relief wash over Hermione's face at his reaction, but her expression quickly turned serious again. "It's not funny, Harry," she said, her voice firm. "Alcoholism is a serious disease. It almost destroyed my parents' marriage when they were younger, just after they had started their dental practice. The stress, it can make people do things they wouldn't normally do. Still smiling, Harry held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. I know, Hermione, I know. And I promise you on my parents' graves, on my magic, on everything I hold dear that I do not have an alcohol problem. Then why do you always smell of it after your estate meetings? She asked, her brow furrowed with a stubborn concern. He had to think fast, but this lie was easier, closer to a twisted sort of truth. Because the Black family ledgers are the most soul-crushingly boring things ever written, he said, trying for a light, joking tone. A glass of bourbon is the only thing that gets me through it. It's completely medicinal, I swear. Hermione still looked skeptical, but she let it go. All right, Harry, she said, her voice soft. But you know you can tell me anything, right? Anything at all. I know, he said, pulling her into another hug. I love you, Hermione. I'm so glad you're back. And he was. But as he held her, a small, ugly part of him wished she and Ron had stayed in Australia for just a little while longer. Everything would have been so much simpler with only Ginny to lie to. The thought was immediately followed by a fresh wave of guilt, a nest of awful, writhing snakes in his stomach. Ginny went home with him that evening, and they made love, a passionate act that was more about reassurance than it was about intimacy for Harry. But even as he lost himself in the familiar warmth of her body, Harry felt a strange sense of detachment, as if he were watching himself from a great distance. And later, as they lay tangled together in the darkness, her head resting on his chest and his nose in her hair, a subversive part of him couldn't help but miss the clean, cool scent of rain and white flowers. In the early morning of the third day, the dream came again. But this time, it was different. It was a dream unlike any he had ever known, an experience so utterly intense that it shattered the very concept of what a dream could be. There was no orchard, no conflicting worlds. There was only the fire-lit sitting room of Greengrass Manor. He was lying on his back on the plush rug before the hearth, naked. Daphne was on top of him, straddling his hips, her body a pale, luminous silhouette against the flickering flames. Her golden hair was loose, cascading around her shoulders and face like a fallen halo. She was clad in a gossamer thin night robe that hid nothing, and his eyes hungrily devoured the impossibly divine architecture of her form, sculpted from alabaster and shadow by the flickering firelight. The warm glow caressed the full swell of her breasts, dipped into the delicate hollow of her narrow waist, and danced gracefully across the pale, smooth plane of her stomach. He lifted his gaze to her face and found her eyes were no longer the cool chips of ice he knew. They were pools of sapphire, lit from within by a voracious, all-consuming desire. She was wearing a smile of pure and unadulterated want. His erection was trapped between his body and the slick, molten heat of her core. She leaned down towards him, her movement a slow, deliberate descent that was at once both torturous and divine. Her golden hair cascaded around them as a glorious silken curtain that shut out the firelight and the rest of the world, enclosing them in a private, sacred space. It was a golden shrine, and he was a willing supplicant, ready to worship at her altar. The scent of her perfume was a fragrance that bypassed reason and spoke directly to a primal, aching part of his soul. Their faces were only millimeters apart now. He could feel the soft whisper of her breath against his skin, a ghost of a touch that was more intimate than any caress. He could feel the heat radiating from her lips, even though they were not yet touching. He was lost in the sapphire depths of her eyes, seeing his own desperate want reflected there. "Harry," she whispered, her voice a low, husky caress that vibrated through his entire body. "I need you." Then she kissed him. It was not a gentle kiss. It was a supernova of sensation, a cosmic event of tremendous magnitude that annihilated every star in his sky. It was a kiss of desperate, consuming hunger, a kiss that spoke of years of loneliness and a lifetime of suppressed desire. It was a kiss that tasted of bourbon and magic and a sorrow so deep that it broke his heart. It was a kiss that claimed him, body and soul. He woke with a sharp, shuddering gasp, his body arching off the bed as a powerful orgasm surged through him with the force of a tsunami. He was panting, drenched in sweat, his heart thundering against his ribs. For a disorienting moment, the dream clung to him like a phantasm, more potent than the cool morning air on his skin. He blinked, his mind still entangled between sleep and wakefulness. For a confused moment, he half expected to see a firelit ceiling above him instead of the familiar canopy of his own bed. "Harry!" Ginny's sleepy voice came from beside him. She rolled over, her eyes blinking in the morning light. She looked at him, her expression of concern quickly turning to one of sleepy, amused surprise as she took in the mess he had made of the sheets. "Blimey," she said, a wide, bright smile spreading across her face. "You must have been happy to wake up next to me." He looked at Ginny, at her beautiful, trusting face, illuminated by the dappled rays of early morning sunlight filtering through the window. He smiled back, but the expression felt hollow, never reaching his soul that was still adrift in the currents of the dream. In that hazy space between sleep and waking, where the mind has no walls and cannot lie to itself, the phantom sensations were more real than the warm sheets against his skin. The ghost of Daphne's lips on his own was a holy sacrament. The memory of her perfume was not a scent, but an ethereal incense that still consecrated the air, making the solid reality of the morning feel like a profane imitation of the dream's vibrant divinity. The dream had been an oracle of both Empyrean passion and devastating ruin. He lay a heretic in his own bed, a new and forbidden faith having been revealed to him in the night, forever casting a blasphemous shadow on the simple love he had once held as his only truth. The kitchen at Grimmauld Place was one of the few rooms that didn't feel suffocated by the weight of the Black family's dark history. Harry had too many memories of serious laughing at this very table for the room to ever feel truly oppressive. Still, the morning light filtering through the windows did little to warm the quiet that had settled between him and Ginny. He had already finished his breakfast, and now he sat nursing a mug of tea, the ceramic warm against his palms, watching her listlessly push a piece of scrambled egg around her plate. Her usual morning vibrancy was absent. "You all right?" Harry asked. "You've barely touched your breakfast." Ginny looked up, offering him a weak smile. "Just feel a bit off," she said, her voice slightly nasal. "Probably just a cold coming on. My head feels like it's stuffed with wool." She poked at the eggs again, her fork scraping against the china. "Do you have to go out again today for that estate business?" The question was innocent, and the lie was ready on his tongue, practiced and smooth. "Yeah, later on," he said, forcing a casual tone while avoiding her gaze, focusing instead on stirring his tea. "Another meeting." The sense of unease that he felt since they started breakfast released, but the low cord of guilt wrapped tighter around him. He had been worried that her distance this morning was some type of intuition of hers piercing through his flimsy excuses. Instead, he realized her distance was simply because she was physically unwell. He felt like a miserable person, so wrapped up in his own secret life that his girlfriend feeling unwell was a comfort, because it meant she didn't suspect his lies. He was a fraud and a terrible boyfriend. Ginny sighed softly. "You've just been so busy with it all lately. I hope you're not overdoing it." He opened his mouth to offer a defense, another lie, but the words wouldn't come. What could he say? Before he could formulate a response, she let out a soft sigh and dropped her fork onto the plate with a clatter that echoed in the silence. As she did, a violent shudder racked her body. Her eyes widened in alarm. Before either of them could react, a deluge of thick, green snot erupted from her nose. It wasn't a sniffle or a sneeze. It was a grotesque, explosive waterfall that cascaded down her face, over her lips, and onto her plate. It pooled in a disgusting, quivering puddle amongst the eggs. Harry stared, momentarily frozen in shock. But the spectacle was not yet over. With an audible F-whoosh, the entire slimy torrent spontaneously burst into bright orange flames, consuming the snot with a greasy, sizzling sound, and releasing a plume of acrid smoke that smelled vaguely of burnt cabbage. "Aguamenti!" Harry yelled, leaping to his feet and pointing his wand at the conflagration. A jet of clear water shot from the tip, dousing the flames with a loud hiss and leaving behind a blackened and thoroughly repulsive mess on her plate that dripped down onto Ginny and the floor. "Oh, Merlin," she wailed, her voice thick with misery and congestion. "It's the dragon flu. I can't believe it." She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with sobs. "This is the worst possible time. Gwenog was going to move me up to the starting chaser lineup for this week's game. Dieter announced she was pregnant and I was next in line. She said the spot was mine to lose. Why does this have to happen now?" As if summoned by the commotion, a soft crack announced Creature's arrival. The old elf took in the scene, and his wrinkled face twisted into an expression of intense disgust. "As if it is not enough that the blood-traitor whelp sullies the master's noble house with her presence," he rasped, his voice dripping with contempt. Now she must contaminate it with her disgusting, common humors, such impurity, a blight upon the house. "Creature, shut up," Harry snapped. He put a comforting arm around Ginny's trembling shoulders. "It's all right, Gin, it's not your fault. We'll get you to St. Mungo's right away." He helped her to her feet, ignoring Creature's continued muttering about the desecration of the House of Black, and the necessity for the kitchen to be purged of all defilement, and led her towards the flue, the acrid smell of burnt cabbage clinging to her like a blight. The healer's ward at St. Mungo's was a long, sterile room painted in a calming, if institutional, shade of mint green. The air hummed with the low crackle of diagnostic charms and smelled faintly of antiseptic potions and overbrewed tea. A healer with a kind face and spectacles perched on the end of her nose had just finished her examination, her wand tracing a final, glowing rune in the air above Ginny's bed. "Well, it's definitely the hot nose flu strain, no doubt about it," she confirmed, her voice calm and professional. "The spontaneous combustion is the classic giveaway. The good news is that it looks much worse than it is. The bad news is we'll need to keep you here for observation. At least overnight, just to make sure there are no respiratory complications." Ginny, who was now tucked into a crisp white hospital bed and looked small and miserable, let out a fresh wail of despair. "A few days, but I can't. I have a Quidditch game this week." "I'm afraid Quidditch is out of the question this week, Miss Weasley," the healer said gently but firmly. "You need rest and a steady regimen of potions. We wouldn't want you setting fire to your broom mid-match, would we?" As the healer bustled away to file her report, Harry sat down in the hard plastic chair beside the bed. Ginny was staring up at the sterile white ceiling, fat tears of frustration rolling down her temples and into her fiery red hair. "A week," she whispered, her voice choking with devastation. "Gwenog will give the spot to Jessica, I just know it. She's been after it for forever. She's always hanging around after practice, telling Gwenog how she's mastered some new move. This was my chance, Harry. My one big chance to prove I deserve to be a starter, not just a reserve." Watching her so utterly crushed by the cruel timing of it all, Harry felt a pang of sympathy for her. But beneath the sympathy, a colder, more detached feeling stalked, and with it a familiar surge of guilt. His own recent emotional distance hadn't helped. He had been a lousy boyfriend, wrapped up in a secret life she couldn't possibly imagine, and now when she needed his support the most, all he could offer were empty platitudes. "You'll get another chance, Gin," he said softly, taking her hand. Her skin was hot to the touch, a dry, feverish heat. "You're the best chaser they have. Gwenog knows that. A week isn't that long." She squeezed his hand, a flicker of her old strength in her grip, but her gaze remained fixed on the ceiling. "It feels like a lifetime," she murmured. He stayed with her for another hour, listening as she lamented her bad luck and cursed the name of Jessica, feeling the yawning chasm between them widen with every word of comfort he offered, each one feeling more like a lie than the last. That evening, Harry stepped out of the emerald flames into the preternaturally tranquil atmosphere of Greengrass Manor. The air here was different, tasting of sea salt and old magic, a world away from the dust and decay of his own home. Daphne was waiting for him, a statuesque figure in dark, impeccably tailored robes that made her look both poised and elegant. He felt the tension that had been a constant companion in recent days begin to dissolve, the knots of stress and guilt unraveling from his shoulders and chest. Even though he felt his body relax as he walked towards her across the polished marble floor, his mind was a battlefield. The vivid, erotic, and deeply unsettling dream he'd had of her had been a turning point. It had stripped away the last of his denial, forcing him to confront the truth of his burgeoning feelings. He was developing an attraction to her that went beyond the potion's influence, a dangerous and complicated admiration that was taking root in the fractured soil of his heart. He had no intention of acting on it. The shame was too great, the betrayal of Ginny too unforgivable. He still believed he loved Ginny, but it was a love that felt ever more distant, a familiar shoreline receding as he was pulled out to sea by a subversive current. He blamed himself for his naivety that the potion would be the same as the imperious curse, for his arrogance in believing he could control the potion, for his own weakness in the face of this corruptive magic, but most of all for allowing the tender seedlings of affection it had watered to finally break the surface. Now, seeing Daphne, a different kind of heat flooded him involuntarily, a serpentine desire coiling low in his belly. The dream was less the shadow of a memory. It was more like a haunting phantom, the ghost of her weight pressing down on him, the slick velvet heat of her core against him a searing imprint. He couldn't look at her without feeling it. His gaze was no longer his own, and he couldn't control it. It devoured her exquisite form, imagining the taste of her lips. It traced the curves of her beneath the dark robes, his mind supplying the naked truth beneath. Each stolen glance was a secret act of possession that felt as much like a prayer as a betrayal. "Harry!" she greeted him as he stopped before her. Her voice was its usual even tone, but he could see a new energy in the depths of her eyes, a suppressed excitement that her carefully maintained composure couldn't quite conceal. "Daphne," he replied, his own voice a low murmur. He forced himself to meet her gaze, to wrestle his own back from its hungry path. He had to regain control. This was a means to an end, he reminded himself fiercely, clinging to the thought like a life raft. This was a treatment. It had a defined objective and a clear finish line, Astoria's recovery. All he had to do was be strong enough to reach it without losing himself, without drowning in the dangerous currents of his own making. These thoughts were the only shield he had left. "Follow me," she said, turning with a fluid grace. She led him from the hall into the familiar sitting room, the sound of their footsteps echoing in the quiet of the manor. She poured the bourbon, her movements as precise and economical as ever. He watched the 5 shimmering drops of the potion fall into his glass, dissolving into the amber liquid. He lifted the glass, the amber liquid shimmering with a forbidden, tantalizing beauty. His mouth felt suddenly dry, and an acute thirst tightened his throat as he looked at it. The part of him that still belonged to Ginny, the part that was decent and true, screamed at him to throw it against the wall, to end this madness now. But a deeper part of him whispered with a seductive voice that he should just accept it, that it would be easier, that he should dance in the rain amongst the white flowers, that he would be happier than he could ever know. He tried his best to ignore those whispers and drank it down in 2 long swallows. This was for Astoria, he told himself, clinging to the justification. For the goal. He was a soldier taking his rations, nothing more. Even still, a part of him he hadn't known was tight and released, and he couldn't help but sigh and welcome the creeping warmth of the potion as it spread through his veins. With the potion's warmth loosening the knot of guilt in his chest, he couldn't resist stealing more glances at the woman beside him. The firelight caught the elegant curve of her neck, glinted off the sapphires of her eyes, and splashed praise upon her alabaster beauty. He remembered their first meetings, sitting on opposite ends of this very sofa, a formal chasm between them. Now they sat close enough that he could feel the faint warmth radiating from her, and a quiet joy bloomed within him at just being near such a wonderful woman. "There is news," she said, her voice quiet but soft. Astoria awoke for a few moments this morning. A surge of pure hope cut slightly through the haze of the potion. This was progress. Every step forward for Astoria was a step closer to the end of this, a step closer to freedom. He leaned forward, his own voice filled with a raw excitement he couldn't quite contain. Truly, she was conscious. A genuine, radiant smile broke through her carefully constructed composure. It transformed her face, softening her typical stoicism into something beyond breathtaking. The sight of that smile, so rare and so brilliant, hit him with the force of a tidal wave. Combined with the potion singing angelic hymns to her in his veins, it was a devastating combination, amplifying the beauty of the moment until it was almost painful to behold. Yes, I was adjusting her pillows and her eyes, they just opened. And she was looking at me, Harry, really seeing me. The first thing she said was that my hair looked different, and then she asked if she missed breakfast. She laughed, a sound of pure joy. He leaned forward, his own voice filled with an excitement he couldn't contain. "That's amazing, Daphne, truly incredible, and I'm so happy for you." He watched as her shoulders straightened and her face lost its softness, and her expression grew serious, and the brilliant smile unfortunately fading. He felt hollowed by the loss of that beautiful smile. "The progress is undeniable, Harry," she said, using his first name in a way that felt both intimate and deliberate. "But my diagnostic charms have revealed a troubling pattern. Her magical core strengthens, which continues for several hours after you leave, but then the positive effects begin to diminish. By the next morning after her core has stabilized, she has often regressed, undoing a significant part of the progress. We are taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back. It's not enough." She paused, her cool blue eyes locking onto his. To maintain the momentum, to give her the best possible chance at a full and sustained recovery, the exposure to your magic needs to be more consistent and prolonged. She took a deep breath. I need you to start spending the nights here after these meetings. Spend the night? Here with Daphne? The thought caused his mind to splinter into 1,000 conflicting fragments of terror and desire. The sane and rational part of him, the part that loved Ginny, recoiled in horror at the sheer scale of the deception it would require. But another part, a darker and traitorous part of him that was fueled by the potion and his own burgeoning feelings, felt a jolt of pure euphoria. To be here, under the same roof, to breathe the same night air, to know she was just a few rooms away. The proximity was a terrifying and intoxicating prospect. He felt as if he were standing on the edge of a cliff, the wind a gale threatening to either push him over into the abyss or teach him how to fly. Daphne, I can't, he said, the words coming out as a strangled whisper. You know I can't. How could I possibly explain being gone all night? It's impossible. You can simply tell them you are handling estate business overseas. Business that requires your physical presence to resolve, she said, her voice calm and steady. It is a plausible extension of your current excuse. Harry shook his head, a humorless laugh escaping him. That might have worked on Ginny, for a time at least. She trusts me and she doesn't ask too many questions, but it won't work now that Hermione is back. He saw her reaction before she could fully mask it, a flicker of surprise with the shadow of apprehension in her eyes. The corner of her lip gave the smallest distasteful downturn, and he saw the delicate skin around her eyes tighten as her breath caught for a fraction of a second. The potion had been a masterful tutor, and with his own hyperfixation on her, he was a devoted student. She and Ron got back a few days ago. If I said I was going on an overseas trip, she'd want to know where I'm going, how I'm getting there, what the business is, why it can't be handled by International Owl. She'll have a dozen questions I can't answer before I've even finished my sentence. Hermione is the most inquisitive person in the whole world. She'll know something is wrong. He desperately wanted to help. The thought of Astoria, a girl he'd never met but felt he knew through Daphne's fierce love for her, slipping back into that silent darkness was unbearable. That desire, he knew, though noble in its origins, was no longer purely his own. The potion's subtle influence had been a patient hand, working for weeks to reshape the contours of his will, blurring the line between his compassion and its own magical imperative. Daphne was silent for a long moment, processing the new information. He could practically see the gears turning in her wonderfully analytical mind. She was adjusting her strategy. When she spoke again, her voice had regained its usual unshakable confidence. Then we will have to provide her with a story that is so plausible, so detailed, and so numbingly dull that she will have no reason to question it, she said, her voice calm and steady, betraying no sign of the monumental favor she was asking. She was prepared. Of course she was. You are Lord Black. You are the master of numerous properties, many of which have been abandoned for a decade, some for longer. Their wards will have fallen or decayed. It is not only plausible but entirely responsible for you to undertake a comprehensive survey and repair of your holdings. A project of that magnitude would require you to be on-site. Many of these properties are in remote locations, too far to travel to and from every day. And who would be doing these repairs? Harry asked, grasping for a flaw in her impeccable logic. I don't know the first thing about warding. You, or rather I, would hire a team of independent warders, she said smoothly, the lie already fully formed. A discreet and private firm that values their clients' privacy. They would, of course, require your presence to anchor the new wards to your magical signature. It's a perfect cover story. In a way, it's the truth. You would be seeing to the legacy of your line. She saw the conflict raging on his face, the indecision in his eyes. Her composure finally cracked, her voice losing its clinical edge and taking on a pleading note. Harry, please, she said, shifting closer to him on the sofa until their legs were touching, and he felt her warmth soak into him from the contact. She placed a hand on his knee, which, though platonic in nature, could not have possibly felt more intimate with the symphony in his veins. Her cool blue eyes were wide and desperate as they locked onto his. I know what I am asking. I know the sacrifice and risk it entails for you, but for the first time in years I have real hope. Today my sister looked at me and she spoke to me. I can't lose that. I can't let her slip away again when we are this close. She gestured around the opulent room. I would trade everything for her. Please don't make me beg. Her plea was a spear that pierced his heart. He felt trapped between two impossible choices: the catastrophic risk of destroying his life with Ginny more than he already had, and the unbearable cruelty of refusing the desperate woman before him. He thought of Ginny, lying in a hospital bed, miserable and sick. He thought of Hermione with her analytical gaze, now sharpened further by a misguided but caring suspicion that he might have an alcohol problem. She would have a watchfulness that he knew would be relentless. And finally he thought of Astoria, an innocent girl born under the guillotine of a blood curse she did nothing to deserve. I need time to think, he muttered, running a hand through his already messy hair. It's too much. Just one night, Daphne pressed, her voice a desperate whisper. To see if it makes a difference, please. A terrible but convenient idea bloomed in his mind, an opportunity born from Ginny's misfortune. Ginny's in St. Mungo's, he said, the words slipping out. She has the dragon flu. They're keeping her overnight. He looked up, meeting Daphne's intense gaze. I can stay tonight as a trial, but that's all I can promise. The relief that washed over her face was so superlative it was like watching the sun break through a storm. Thank you, she breathed, the words heavy with a gratitude that made him strangely feel even more guilty. He then realized the implication of what he'd just said. I'm sorry, he added quickly. About the dragon flu, I might be a carrier. I've probably exposed you. A flicker of concern crossed her features, but it was quickly replaced by her usual pragmatism. It's too late to worry about that now, she said. I will take the necessary precautions for Astoria. Thankfully, instead of pressing the matter of his continued overnight stays, Daphne let it rest. The rest of the evening passed in a state of casual comfort, a pleasant haze of bourbon and easy conversation as they talked much later into the night than they normally would since Harry had nowhere to be. The active singing of the potion gradually lessened until it was a mere snake curled up in Harry's mind. What was it actually like? Harry asked, swirling the amber liquid in his glass as he stared into the fire. In Slytherin, really. Daphne let out a weary sigh, her gaze distant as she too looked into the crackling fireplace. Loud and exhausting, she said finally, her voice losing its formal edge. I wanted to go to Ravenclaw, but it said my ambition to save Astoria was too great to put me anywhere else. She lifted the crystal to her lips and took a long drink of her bourbon. Slytherin was a constant pantomime of blood purity and arrogance, as if we weren't all just children trying to learn magic. Everyone was trying to prove they were more powerful or more important than the person next to them. Parkinson and her cronies were insufferable, and that idiot Malfoy was even worse, thinking he was some king holding court for all his little sycophants. Most of all, it was just tedious. She fell silent for a moment, gazing into the dance of the fire. I might as well have been houseless. I never had friends, not really. Not even acquaintances. I spent almost all of my time in the library. It was quieter and easier there. Harry was surprised by the breadth of her openness. It was a glimpse behind the curtain, a look at the lonely girl behind the icy mask. The thought of her isolated with only books for company sat poorly in his stomach. I was almost one of you, he admitted quietly. Daphne turned her head sharply, her eyebrows raised in genuine surprise. What? The Sorting Hat, he explained, a wry smile touching his lips. It wanted to put me in Slytherin. It went on for ages and ages, telling me I had a thirst to prove myself, that Slytherin would help me on the way to greatness. But I'd just met Malfoy on the train, and Hagrid, who was the one who took me school shopping by the way, had mentioned all the bad ones came from Slytherin. So I just sat there thinking, not Slytherin, not Slytherin. I begged the hat not to put me there. He shook his head. Ironic, really, because of the Parseltongue thing. Daphne stared at him, a sad and speculative look in her eyes. I wonder, she mused, her voice soft. If you had been in Slytherin, do you think we would have been friends? Yeah, Harry said without a moment's hesitation, the sincerity of the words surprising even himself. He looked at her, at the caring woman who would sacrifice everything for her sister. I think we would have, because you're a good person, Daphne. She looked away quickly, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, a stark contrast to her pale skin. She took a sharp sip of her bourbon. I don't think I am, she murmured, her voice barely audible. But he could see that his words had moved her, striking a chord deep beneath her carefully constructed armor. Harry reached for the crystal decanter, refilling his glass before taking a long, contemplative drink as he pondered his next words. He looked at her, a soft smile touching his lips. "Daphne," he began, his voice softly firm. "You can't possibly tell me that you aren't. Not after everything you've done for Astoria. I know I've never seen the two of you actually together, but it doesn't matter. I can see how much you love her." The perfect control she always maintained seemed to fray at the edges. The crystal of her glass clinked against her teeth as she took a sip as her hand trembled. "How can you say that?" she asked, her voice laced with a fragile quality. "After what I did at Hogwarts," Harry swallowed, the bourbon suddenly feeling heavy in his stomach. "You did what you had to do," he said, his voice low and firm. "You needed to get home to Astoria. If the Carrots decided you weren't good enough and they decided to teach you a lesson, if they'd held you under that curse for too long, could you still brew her potions? Could you care for her with your hands shaking so badly you couldn't hold a vial? But I enjoyed it," she whispered, the words broken and raw. "When I cast the curse, I enjoyed it. I began to look forward to it." Tears began to well in her eyes, catching the firelight like liquid diamonds as they traced paths down her pale cheeks. Harry sighed. He shifted closer on the sofa until his side was pressed against hers. He put his hand on her back and started rubbing easy, gentle circles. "It's dark magic," he said, his voice gentle. "That's what it does. It makes you enjoy the power, makes you lust after it." He paused, his gaze fixed on the dancing flames. "I know what it feels like. Voldemort used it on me, and I've used it. I tried to use it on Bellatrix after she killed Sirius. I used it on Amicus Carrow in Ravenclaw Tower." He took another drink to wash away the bitter memory. "And I enjoyed it, too. I enjoyed it a lot. It doesn't make you a bad person." Daphne was silent for a long moment, the only sound in the room the soft popping and spitting of the fire. He could feel the fine tremors that still ran through her frame where she leaned against him. He just held her, his arm a steady presence around her shoulders. "What about Gryffindor? What was it like there?" she asked, her voice so soft it was almost lost to the flames. Harry chuckled, the sound warm in the quiet room. "It was a lot of things," he said, "warm and loud." When Fred and George were still there, it was usually chaotic. They were always testing new pranks on anyone foolish enough to let their guard down. Hermione was constantly worrying about the next essay or exam, driving everyone mad. Lavender and Parvati were always gossiping about something, and Ron would destroy anyone foolish enough to challenge him to a game of wizard's chess. It was good, most of the time at least. "When wasn't it good?" Daphne asked, her voice still a murmur against his shoulder. Harry closed his eyes, savoring the warmth that seeped into him from her body before taking a long pull from his glass. "Fourth year, mostly. After my name came out of the goblet, almost everyone thought I'd cheated my way in. They ignored me for a while. It hurt, still does a little if I'm honest, but we were just kids, so I get it in retrospect." He paused, taking another sip. "Fifth year was rough, too. With Voldemort back, a lot of people called me a liar. And Umbridge, she was basically torturing me, having me write lines with a blood quill." He gave a humorless, wry grin. "If you ever think I'm lying, I can prove you wrong quite easily." He took his arm from her back and showed her his right hand, turning it over so the firelight caught the almost imperceivable, silvery scars etched into the skin. "I must not tell lies." The irony of the words burned deeper than the quill ever had. He'd been forced to engrave a promise he believed to be true, a declaration of his honesty, a mantra to combat a world that doubted him. And now, he was lying to the person he loved most in the world. He was a hypocrite, a fraud hiding behind a false integrity. Daphne took his hand into her left, her own feeling impossibly soft against his. She traced the scarred letters with the perfectly manicured nail of her right index finger. Touch was shockingly intimate, sending a pleasant tingle up his arm. He took another long sip of bourbon to steady himself, to keep his mind from inferring things it shouldn't. She then clasped his hand, cocooning it between both of hers and resting it gently in her lap. "What about before Hogwarts?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "Not good," he admitted, his voice melancholic. "I grew up with my mother's sister, a right cow, her and her husband. They hated magic and anything to do with it." He gently worked his hand free from her grasp and reached for the decanter, refilling both of their glasses. They both took a long drink. The bourbon, the comfort of the fire, and most of all, the alluring heat of the woman beside him swirled into a heady, intoxicating mix. He felt weightless, as if he were languidly floating down a river of cloying sweetness. Daphne reclaimed his hand, her fingers interlacing with his this time. Her thumb, a gentle tide, began a hushed caress across the back of his hand, a slow, calming rhythm. "They were never abusive, not in the way people think of," he said, his gaze lost in the flames, the old admissions feeling raw on his tongue. But they hated me. For the longest time, they just called me freak or boy. They did everything they could to diminish my existence or just ignore it completely. I never really figured out why they didn't just dump me at an orphanage if they hated me so much. I wish they had. Daphne's thumb never stopped its gentle caress. He felt a little emotional, the confession of his childhood vulnerabilities leaving him feeling exposed. "What about you?" Harry asked, turning to look at her properly. "Before Hogwarts," a radiant, almost wistful smile lit up her face, highlighting a beautiful glimpse of a girl he'd never known. "It was a simpler time," she said, her voice tender with the memories. "Astoria and I were inseparable. We did everything together. We'd spend whole days in the gardens, making up stories or seeing who could find the most interesting shell down by the sea. We sang songs, silly little things our mother taught us. It was so peaceful, and I miss it more than I can ever say." She paused, taking a large swallow of her drink, and when she continued, the light had gone from her voice, replaced by a somber shadow. "Then everything changed when I was 9. We were in the garden at dusk, catching glowworms. And then blood was just pouring from her nose. She started convulsing and screaming. I've never been so scared in my life. I thought she was going to die right there in my arms." She began to tremble, and Harry pulled her a little closer, his arm tightening around her. "What about your parents?" he asked gently. A sudden winter descended, freezing the fragile warmth that had begun to blossom between them. In his arms, Daphne turned to ice, her body an unyielding fortress. The warm current of emotion in her eyes was replaced by the unfeeling stillness of solid ice. "Don't," she said, her voice a soft, begging whisper that was somehow more commanding than any shout. "Please, Harry, don't ask me about them." Harry understood. He of all people knew what it was to have parts of your past that were too raw to touch, doors that must remain locked and bolted against the world. "It's okay," he said softly, his voice full of a gentle reassurance. "It's okay. You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to." A long moment of silence passed between them, filled only by the crackle of the fire. He felt the tension slowly seep out of her, her body relaxing against his once more. They simply sat, leaning against one another, his hand still held in hers, taking the occasional drink and staring into the flames. "I wish," Daphne said, her voice soft as melting ice, "that you had been in Slytherin, or that I had been in Gryffindor. I would have liked that." He looked down at her. A tender blush graced her cheeks, a delicate pink, while her eyes, soft with the bourbon's weight, held a truth unveiled. "Me too, Daph," he heard himself say. "Me too." The admission slipped out not by thought, but by instinct, as the surging of a tide might breach its flood walls and spill out into the open, its current finally too powerful for the banks of his inhibitions which had been worn thin by the bourbon and the night. It was a mutual surrender, a slow, inevitable closing of the small distance that remained. Their lips met in a kiss that was achingly soft. At first it was a chaste, hesitant question. Then the question was answered as the kiss deepened, another following, more passionate still, tinged with a desperation that was equal parts tender and ravenous. He knew he needed to stop, but the thought was a distant shore he felt he had no hope of reaching. He was a drowning man, caught in a riptide so powerful he could no longer tell which way was the surface. Every kiss was another inhalation of salt water, pulling him deeper, making him more susceptible to the intoxicating sea of passion. Again and again their lips met, each time surging with more hunger and need than the last. Finally, with a monumental effort, Harry was able to slam down the floodgates of resistance. It took every ounce of his will, a desperate summoning of every memory of Ginny, of every promise he had ever made to her and to himself. He threw them like sandbags against the raging current of his desire, building a desperate, crumbling wall against the intoxicating flood of desire. It was a Herculean labor, the effort of which left him trembling. He pulled back, his breathing ragged and his chest heaving. "We can't," he gasped. The shift was instantaneous and devastating. The resplendent passion on her face, so divinely scarce and of such a piercing, ethereal loveliness, was abruptly erased. Her composure shattered, and the depth of sorrow that bloomed in its ruin felt like a sacrilege, a cherished masterpiece defaced before his eyes, not simply making his heart ache, but a complete crushing demolition of it. Her eyes, which had been blazing with a shared hunger, were now desolate, swimming with a hurt so deep it seemed to swallow the light in the room. She pulled away from him. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice trembling, the sound barely audible over the crackle of the fire. "I shouldn't have. I took advantage of you, of the situation." Her voice hitched on the last words. "No," Harry said immediately, his own voice hoarse. "You didn't." He ran a hand through his hair, his mind a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. "But we have to stop. We can't." He didn't want to stop. Every living cell and whispered hope within him screamed for her return, for the exquisite culmination of their burgeoning intimacy. The potion's lingering spirit, once a docile adder nestled in his mental shadows, had been brutally awakened by the wake of their kisses. It shed its guise of a gentle murmur, transforming into a monstrous, bellowing basilisk. A wicked sibilance rose, a deadly, honeyed plea to grasp his desires, to cast all other truths into oblivion. This gnawing want was a consuming fire, an empty chasm in his spirit only her essence could fill. Yet he forced forth the words, each a sharp blade slicing the boundless longing, each utterance a rending of his own spirit as he wrestled the immense hunger. Daphne rose from the sofa, her movements stiff and unnatural. "Moonsey," she sighed, her voice as delicate as frost on glass. With a soft crack, a small elf with large eyes appeared at her side. It was dressed in a crisp, clean tea towel bearing the Greengrass crest. "Please show Harry to the East Wing guest chamber," Daphne said, the melody of her words, fractured and frail. She didn't look at him, and without another word, she turned and fled the room, her hurried cadence striking the hall's cold marble, a transient symphony that yielded to the deeper quiet. A deep, quivering sigh left Harry's lips, instantly consumed by the room's newfound stillness. He followed the silent elf, traversing the sprawling corridors of the stately manor. The elf led him to a large, beautifully appointed room decorated in muted shades of charcoal and cream. A large four-poster bed with a dark wood frame dominated the space, its crisp white linens turned down invitingly. A fire was already crackling in the hearth, casting a warm, gentle light over the room. The quiet stillness of the room was a cruel balm against the tempest that raged within Harry's very core as he fell onto the bed's edge. His heart, a desperate bird, hammered its frantic plea against the cage of his chest. He brought a trembling fingers to his lips where her kisses still bloomed, a spectral anointing of both his treachery and an echo of something beautiful beyond measure. A crushing tide of guilt threatened to drown his very breath. He reached for Ginny's image, her righteous anger, her tear-filled sorrow, but she was unable to anchor in the ruins of his thoughts. Only Daphne's face, etched with burning clarity, haunted him. The instant the luminescence in her eyes had died, the collapse of her joy, the desolate sadness that had extinguished passion. The truth, a splinter of glacial ice, cleaved his soul. It was not Ginny's betrayal that rent his spirit, but the wound he had inflicted upon Daphne, having ignited a vulnerable flame only to smother its nascent brilliance with the shroud of a hollow fidelity. The sun had already climbed high when Harry woke. He felt haggard, a leaden exhaustion having settled into his bones that had nothing to do with a lack of rest. His mind had plagued him for hours, every touch, every word being replayed in a tortuous loop. Even when sleep had finally taken him, it had offered no sanctuary and only further entanglement. In the clandestine theater of his dreams, he had surrendered, reaching for Daphne's ghost with the hunger that consumed him in reality. A single piece of folded parchment sat on the bedside table that he picked up and read. "Harry, I will be in my potions lab for the rest of the day. I will advise you on the progress to Astoria's recovery that your overnight stay has had on our next meeting. In the meanwhile, I will research and make the first outreach to the appropriate firms to employ their warders. If you are now against this course of action, please notify me by owl. Our next meeting will be in 4 days on November 24th. Daphne, a ragged sigh tore from Harry's throat, a sound that lacerated the silence of the room. The surgical nature of the message cut him deeply, like an unseen knife excising the final remnants of their shared intimacy. He got dressed, went to the main hall and flew back to Grimmauld Place. Later, he stood for a long time under a long, near-scalding shower, trying to let the heat melt the intrusive thoughts from his mind. But no matter how searing the water, it could not remove the indelible brand of her lips from his own. It felt like a paradoxical standard of both betrayal and rapture that he would be condemned to carry for the rest of his life. Daphne's broken visage appeared in his mind, and he slammed his fist against the tiled wall. The sharp pain that shot up his arm did nothing to make him feel better. It just hurt. He looked at his reflection in the steamed-up mirror, not recognizing the man looking back. A good boyfriend would be at the hospital. A son to Molly Weasley would be there. A brother to Ron would be there. He knew he was failing on all counts. The guilt that did stir within him was a pale shadow of what he thought he should feel. His more immediate and potent regret was for Daphne. For the memory of the instant he had pulled back from her, the way the brilliant, vulnerable light in her eyes had shattered, leaving behind a desolate sorrow. It was a wound he had personally inflicted with his own cowardice, and it haunted him with a clarity that his more distant betrayal of Ginny couldn't match. He knew his concern should be for Ginny, his girlfriend who he had unequivocally betrayed last night, but the concept of that worry felt abstract, like a duty he knew he had to perform, but had no true inclination to. The agony of hurting Daphne, however, was an inescapable, immediate truth, but he was unable to consider it. He had a character to embody, a role established by a history spanning many years with everyone. He had a part to play, a role cemented by years of shared history to everyone involved. With the irony of it all settling in his stomach, he dressed to play this part and made his way to St. Mungo's. Each step toward Ginny's room felt heavier than the last, the weight of his conflict bearing down upon him. He pushed the door open to find both Ginny and Hermione inside, their faces breaking into wide smiles at the sight of him. Ginny, propped up against a mountain of pillows, looked lively, her cheeks flushed with health rather than fever. "Where's Ron?" Harry asked, plastering a smile on his face. "Never mind Ron," Ginny said with a groan, flopping back against her pillows dramatically. "Harry, it's a catastrophe, a complete and utter professional catastrophe." "What is?" Harry asked, leaning in and letting her drama steer the conversation. "Like my career is going up in flames. Literally, if I sneeze too hard," she said miserably. "Healers are sadists. They're talking about keeping me under observation. My one shot at the starting lineup and I get sidelined by a bloody flu. Jessica is probably doing victory laps around the locker room as we speak. Ginny, you have to listen to the healers. They know what's best," Hermione chided gently before turning to Harry. "Ron's gone to help George at the shop." "How are you feeling though, Gin?" Harry asked. "Oh, I feel fine," she said with a dismissive wave, her voice bright with a brittle, frustrated energy. "Practically brand new. They've stuffed me so full of potions I think my blood is 80% pepper up. They said I can leave this evening as long as I don't have any more flammable incidents." A flicker of annoyance crossed her face. "But it doesn't matter, does it? They still won't clear me for the match." "I'm sure it'll be fine," Harry mumbled, but his heart wasn't in the words. He felt detached, like an actor reciting scripted lines in a play that had lost its meaning. Both women seemed to intuitively notice. The smiles on their faces tightened. "Are you all right, Harry?" Hermione asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "You look utterly drained." He forced a casual shrug. "Yeah, just a rough night. The dreams wouldn't leave me alone." Ginny and Hermione exchanged a look he couldn't quite decipher. "Well, Ginny was just telling me how busy you've been with all this estate business," Hermione began, her tone carefully casual. "I was thinking I could lend a hand." An icy tendril of dread formed in Harry's stomach. "I appreciate the offer, Hermione, really, but I don't think it's your area of expertise. I'm about to hire a firm to handle some warding on the older properties. It's all terribly tedious stuff. I wouldn't want to waste your time." "Harry, this stress isn't good for you," she pressed, her voice softening. "Not after everything. You need a break. And I hate the thought of you dredging up all this dark family business alone. Besides," she added, a touch of desperation in her voice, "without any studying to do or essays to write or my parents' memories to restore, I'm going a bit stir-crazy." She took a step closer. "And I'm worried about you. I know you said there was nothing to it, but the drinking, well, it's not like you. Please, Harry, just let me help. It would make me feel better." He felt the walls closing in. Any further denial would only fuel suspicion. He would have to speak to Daphne about it. "I'll think about it," he said, his voice strained. "Okay, I just don't want to talk about it right now. Please, I came here to see Ginny, not to talk about business." Hermione's expression softened into a sympathetic smile. "I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be overbearing. It's just, well, you know how I am." Harry managed a weak smile in return. He knew she couldn't help it. It was who she was. She saw a problem, and as a friend her immediate instinct was to fix it, to research it, and to organize it into submission. He loved her for it, even as her relentless concern presently felt like a net being cast over him. She was worried about a perceived drinking problem while he was actively shattering his life and lying to her face about it. "I know, Hermione," he said, his voice quiet. "It's okay." An awkward silence descended upon the small hospital room. Harry knew he should say something more, or at least a convincing deflection to restore the easy comfort they usually shared. But he couldn't muster the energy or the conviction. The effort of pretending, of performing normalcy for them, was too taxing at the moment. Ginny rushed to change the sour mood. "Gwenog came by earlier," she announced, her excitement breaking through the tension. "She said if I get cleared to fly by the healers that she wants me to go to a joint training camp in Bulgaria with the Vrats of Vultures. It's for 2 weeks, but I'll be back before Christmas." A surge of genuine relief washed over him, a relief that was utterly shameful. 2 weeks. 2 weeks in which he could pursue the Black estate work without lies, without deflection, and without the suffocating fear of discovery. The adder in his mind hissed, 2 weeks to be with Daphne. It slithered into his thoughts unbidden, and he wondered if it was controlled by the potion or by himself. The sheer brazenness of the thought made his hands feel clammy, and a new kind of panic fluttered in his chest. He needed to do something, anything, to restore some semblance of reality. He leaned in to give Ginny a hug, the gesture feeling awkward with her sitting on the bed. His voice, when he spoke, was tight with a forced, unnatural energy, a striking contrast to his earlier detached murmuring. "Bulgaria, with the Vultures. That's incredible. When would you leave?" "In 2 weeks if the healers give the final sign-off," she said, her eyes shining brightly with joy. "Gwenog says it's a massive opportunity. Their chasers are notoriously aggressive. I could learn so much from their techniques." "We should do something special before you go, then," Harry said, trying to make his voice feel more natural. "A proper send-off." Ginny's full smile faltered for a second as she looked at him. Her excitement gave way to the concern that had been lingering in her eyes. "I'd love that, Harry, but are you sure you'll be all right? 2 weeks can be a long time." "I'll be fine," he said. The words, unlike so many others he had spoken recently, were not a lie. They were the truest thing he had said all day. He would be more than fine. He would be free. A chance to breathe air that wasn't thick with deceit. The thought was so liberating it almost made him dizzy. "Don't worry about me," he continued sincerely. "This is a huge deal for you. You should be excited." A healer bustled in then, announcing it was time for a comprehensive set of tests and politely asking them to leave. Ginny was released that evening and joined Harry at Grimmauld Place. As he lay beside her in the dark, however, everything felt wrong. The easy passion they usually shared was gone, replaced by a mimed imitation on his part. A gulf had opened between them, and he knew she could feel it too. When it was over, she lay still for a long time, her back to him, before her voice, small and uncertain, broke the silence. "Harry," she whispered, "is everything all right with us? You feel like you're a million miles away." He rolled onto his side to face her, propping himself up on an elbow. He reached out, his fingers tracing the line of her shoulder. "It's not you, Gin," he said, his voice a low murmur in the darkness. "You're great. It's just the dreams are bothering me." It wasn't a lie. The dreams were a problem. The echo of Daphne was a problem. Every time he kissed Ginny, he tasted bourbon and Daphne. Every time he looked into her warm, brown eyes, he saw the cool, shattered blue of Daphne's. Every hitch in Ginny's breath was a painful reminder of the gasp Daphne had given when he had pulled away. The silence that followed was like a tribunal. He lay there, dissecting his own actions with a chilling detachment. The facts were simple. He had betrayed his girlfriend. He was continuing to betray her. This was, objectively, the behavior of a complete git. Yet the guilt he knew he should feel was largely absent, replaced by a low, persistent ache for the woman he had left behind at the manor. He knew that was the most damning evidence of all, that the true betrayal wasn't the physical act with Daphne, but it was the fact that he couldn't bring himself to regret it. He lay there, searching for the feelings he was supposed to have, the familiar warmth of love for Ginny. He prodded at his own heart, expecting at least a flicker of the old affection, but found nothing. It was just a hollow ache. He was lying next to the woman he was supposed to love and realized with a creeping horror that the man who loved her was vanishing. He did think Ginny was great. She was fiery and funny and beautiful, a life of warmth he should have craved. But the craving wasn't there. Every familiar comfort of her presence now only served to highlight the strange, new emptiness inside him. The following days were all the same. He was haunted by night, or blessed, depending on the perspective. He would wake with the phantom scent of rain and white flowers in his nostrils, a fragrance so real it made the mundane smells of the waking world a crude, an unwelcome intrusion. The dreams were the only time he felt truly alive, his senses sharp and engaged. Ironically, his waking hours became the lie, an emotionally gray and tedious performance where colors seemed muted. He would find himself staring at Ginny's vibrant red hair and seeing only a faded vision of the pale gold he saw in his sleep. Each morning, he woke more fatigued than the last, the physical exhaustion of a body that had spent the night in a state of passionate tension. He went out with Ron and Hermione one night to a Muggle pub. It had been Ron's idea, much to Hermione's immense consternation, since she was convinced he was developing a drinking problem. Ron had waved her worries away, claiming he was tired of being mothered by Molly after months away in Australia. It was meant to be a fun and relaxing night, but after the 7th time Hermione shot him a pointed look over the rim of her own glass as he took a drink, mentally wishing that he had ordered a bourbon, Ron finally snapped. "Hermione, will you lay off him?" Ron said, his voice a low grumble. "Blimey, I didn't drag us out just to swap my mum's fussing for yours. It's Harry. If he says he's fine, he's fine. He's the strongest bloke we know." Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but Ron cut her off. "Just leave it, yeah." Harry felt a surge of gratitude for his friend's loyalty, even if he knew that Ron was wrong. He wasn't strong, not anymore. The tense silence that followed Ron's outburst was eventually broken by Hermione, who, in an attempt to find safer ground, changed the subject. "I saw Neville the other day," she said, her voice lighter. "He and Hannah are doing wonderfully. He's already been offered a junior apprenticeship with Professor Sprout for next year." She smiled, but it quickly faded. "I also went to see Lavender." The name hung in the air for a moment. "She's recovering," Hermione continued, her voice dropping. "But the nerve damage is permanent, from Greyback and from everything else that year." She sighed and looked down at her hands. "It's awful. Her hands shake so badly, she can barely hold a teacup without spilling it all over herself. She just kept apologizing for it. She said it's the lingering effects of all the curses she endured, specifically from students like Daphne Greengrass." Hermione looked up, her eyes flashing with a familiar, righteous fire. "It's not fair. Shacklebolt was too lenient. Exempting all the students. Those that used unforgivables excessively should have been punished." Hermione's words landed, and for a moment, the noisy pub fell away. The clinking glasses and Ron's grumbling faded into a white noise as Harry was pulled back into the firelight of Greengrass Manor. He was on the sofa again, the warmth of Daphne's body a solid, trembling presence against his side. He could feel the fine tremors that ran through her frame as she confessed, the memory of her voice, brokenly whispering, "But I enjoyed it." He remembered the weight of his hand on her back, the way she'd leaned into his touch, the way her tears caught the firelight like small crystals. He had held her in that moment of gutting vulnerability, had seen the brutal calculus of a sacrifice that existed in a realm of hard choices, a place far beyond the neat, ordered pages of any book Hermione had ever studied. The memory shattered, and the pub came rushing back in. A hot, protective rage surged through him, so potent it was almost blinding, and it took his breath away. It wasn't a defense of some abstract idea of fairness. It was a defense of that woman, the one who had cried against his shoulder, the one whose brokenness he had been trusted to witness. Hermione, with her neat lines of right and wrong, was desecrating something sacred, passing judgment on a reality she hadn't even earned the right to see. The injustice of it furiously coiled in his gut, preparing to spring forth with venomous fangs. The words, a hot and instinctive defense of her, formed on his tongue, and he had to physically bite them back, the pressure of his teeth against his tongue a grounding pain that kept the retort from spilling out. He managed to force it down, but only just. He took a slow, measured breath, then another, the cool November air seeping from the closed window doing frustratingly little to calm the inferno of his anger. The first scathing response that had leapt to his lips still resonated in his thoughts, a bitter cascade of accusations and untamed fury, but he knew saying it would lead to a point of no return. But to say nothing was impossible. The powerful, surging current deep within him, this primal and fiercely protective instinct, felt like a physical impetus demanding immediate action. It was a cresting wave that could not be fully contained. He absolutely had to speak. He had to say something, but it had to be tempered, reshaped from a blade into a shield. "We all did things we didn't want to do, Hermione," he said, his voice low and tight. "Do you think Snape enjoyed killing Dumbledore? Should I be in Azkaban for using the Cruciatus curse on Amicus Caro?" He drank the rest of his pint in one long swallow, the bitter taste doing nothing to quench the fire in his throat. "That is not the same, and you know it." Hermione shot back, her voice indignant. You used it in the heat of battle against a Death Eater who had just spat in McGonagall's face. It was a moment of rage directed at an enemy. Lavender said Greengrass was using the curse on firsties, Harry, on children. There isn't a moral comparison. One is an act of war, the other is just cruelty. I think Shacklebolt made the right call, Harry said, his voice low but firm. The world isn't that simple, Hermione. People did what they had to do to survive. Especially those trapped in Hogwarts with the Carrows breathing down their necks. We were out there, in a tent, fighting a different kind of war. We weren't there. We don't get to stand here now and judge them for what they had to do to get by. Don't tell me we don't get to judge, Harry, Hermione retorted, her voice shaking with a passionate certainty. We know exactly what it was like for some of them. Look at Neville. Look at Ginny. They were there, they were leading a resistance. The Carrows tortured Neville for it repeatedly, and did he turn around and practice curses on younger students to get them off his back? No, he took the punishment. He resisted. He and the others proved that you could be trapped in that castle and still choose to be decent. They chose to suffer rather than make others suffer. That was the choice, and people like Greengrass made the wrong one. Ron let out a strange mix of a sigh and laugh that held no humor. Blimey, you two are a barrel of fun tonight, aren't you? He gave them a wide, strained grin, trying to jolly them out of the tense silence. When neither of them cracked a smile, his grin faltered. Right, that's it, he declared, slamming his own empty glass down on the table with a thud. New rule, no more war talk, or who cursed who, or anything else that makes Hermione look like she's about to start assigning homework on the subject. He stood up, clapping Harry on the shoulder. Time for a tactical retreat to the bar. We're having a laugh, remember? Come on, mate, my shout. He began pulling Harry toward the bar, missing the look of hurt on Hermione's face as they left her sitting alone. As they waited for the bartender, Ron leaned in, his voice low. Sorry about that, he muttered, not looking at Harry. I love her to bits, but Merlin, sometimes she drives me up the wall. He chanced a sideways glance at Harry and gave him a knowing grin. Reckon you feel the same about Ginny sometimes, eh? Ron quickly waved a dismissive hand. Don't tell me, though. Still my little sister, you know. It's weird enough knowing you're with her, doing that type of stuff. Rather not have the details if it's all the same to you. The grin faded, replaced by a look of earnest sincerity. Just take care of her, Harry, that's all. Harry clapped a hand on Ron's shoulder, the gesture feeling like the ultimate hypocrisy. He didn't know what to say. What could he possibly say? He felt a flicker of shame at his friend's words, but he certainly couldn't say that he had his tongue down Daphne Greengrass's throat only 2 evenings ago, and Merlin help him. He wished it had stayed there. The day after, Harry went to the Burrow, but everything felt different. The boisterous, wholesome atmosphere was still there, but it now seemed muted, like a cacophony he observed from a great distance. He knew the distance was his own creation, a wall of glass he had erected between himself and the people he loved, and they could feel the chill of it too. At one point, Mrs. Weasley tried to press a treacle tart into his hand to cheer him up, her smile faltering when he only offered a distracted, hollow thank you. George made a joke at his expense that fell utterly flat, the silence that followed the unreciprocated jest hanging awkwardly in the air. He was physically present, but his mind was elsewhere, lost in the fire-lit rooms of a seaside manor. Ron, in a well-intentioned attempt to cheer him up, tried to engage him in a game of wizard's chess. Harry wasn't entirely sure how being methodically annihilated on the board was meant to improve his mood, but it was a distinctly Ron approach to emotional support. He was thrashed soundly, barely even registering the moves as his queen was brutally decapitated by a gloating knight. Later, he was cornered by Hermione in what she insisted was not an intervention, though it had all the hallmarks of one. She came armed with a cup of tea for him and a sheaf of parchment for herself, upon which she had clearly made a list. She launched into it with a gentle but firm tone, the one she historically used to explain why he hadn't studied enough for an exam, detailing all her observations with meticulous precision. His exhaustion, his recent distance, his new and uncharacteristic interest in his estate, and of course his supposed alcohol problem were all mentioned. It's not an accusation, Harry, she finished, setting the list aside as her voice softened into a genuine plea. I'm just worried. We're all worried. Please, just talk to me. Let me help you carry whatever this is. But what could he say? Even if the magical contract didn't forbid him from speaking of the potions, he wouldn't have told her. It wasn't about the potion anymore. Daphne was his friend, her past actions during the war regardless. Hermione, who saw the world in such stark shades of good and evil, would never understand the crushing weight of having a dying sister. She would never understand why he had consented to such a mad plan. His life was eroding, the foundations of it scoured away by a relentless current. He was no longer certain if the pull of the current was the potion or the gravity of his own traitorous heart. The distinction had ceased to matter, leaving only the wreckage in its wake. But he couldn't blame Daphne. She was just trying to save her sister. It was his own fault for failing to compartmentalize, for allowing his mind to wander, for letting feelings take root in the fractured soil of his heart. It had started as a simple overlay on his consciousness, an influence so distinct it was easy to dismiss. He suspected it all came down to what the false Moody had taught them years ago about the imperious curse. It was easier to fight when the commands went against one's own inclinations. The potion had started like that. It was easy to distinguish its influence when Daphne was just a Slytherin from his past. But then he had bonded with her, and over time, she had become his friend. He had begun to appreciate her dry humor and find joy in seeing the beauty beneath the rare cracks in her icy composure. The potion's whispers had started to sound like his own. He missed her, intensely. To say he disliked how things had ended between them was a laughable understatement. He hated it. A part of him now openly wished he had made a different choice that night. That seditious part of his soul was growing stronger with every false smile he had to give. Her broken face haunted his dreams just as much as her sensual phantom. It was a horrifying dichotomy of torment, the soaring, empyrean passion he felt with her, and the abyssal guilt of having been the one to extinguish the celestial light in her eyes. The closer his next meeting with Daphne came, the more anxious he became. What would the atmosphere be? Could he control himself under the potion's influence? Could he control himself at all? He was slipping badly. And he wasn't sure he wanted to stop. In the end, he gave Hermione the only explanation he could. "It's just bad dreams," he told her, his voice weary. "The kind I used to have with Voldemort. Maybe it's over for you, but for me sometimes it feels like I'm still at war." It wasn't a lie. He was at war every night and increasingly during the day. A war against himself, a war of terrifying, ruinous questions of passion. The questions and thoughts came like relentless artillery, each one designed to shatter his defenses. What if this isn't the potion? What if this is you? But the most terrifying question of all, the one that had begun to slip past his crumbling defenses, was not whether he could win this war, but whether he even wanted to anymore. The potential ruin was absolute, yet the passion was beginning to feel like the only victory worth seizing. He had managed to extricate himself from questioning and was able to dodge Hermione for a time, but she was nothing if not persistent. She was able to ambush him again later on. "Merlin, can't she just leave me alone?" A wave of weary exasperation washed over him. He felt like a cornered animal, the burrow feeling more claustrophobic than ever. "Harry," she began, her tone gentle but firm, the one she used when she was certain she was right about something. "When's your next meeting for the estate?" "Tomorrow evening," he said, his voice flat, doing his best to keep the irritation from it. "Okay," she said with a decisive nod. "I'll be ready then." It wasn't a question or a request. It was a statement of fact, a decision she had made on his behalf. Harry finally put his foot down. "Hermione, I know you just want to help. Merlin knows I can see it's practically eating you alive not to be involved, but this is my business." "But No, Hermione," he cut her off, his voice firm but not unkind. "I appreciate it more than you know, but this is my responsibility, my burden, my duty. Sirius left it to me. I might not like what the Black family used to be, but I won't shirk my responsibilities to it. I have it handled. I'm not the same boy who had to be reminded to do his homework. You don't need to spend your time on these dusty old books, especially since these ones aren't the kind you like. If I find something I think you can help me with, then I'll let you know, I promise." Thankfully, Ginny chose that moment to burst into the room. "Enough serious talk," she declared. "It's a perfect day for a fly. I don't want my skills getting rusty before Bulgaria." Surprisingly, even Hermione agreed to get on a broom, a decision that made Ron puff up with pride. The game was a 3-versus-3 variant of Quidditch, with Harry, Ron, and George against Ginny, Angelina, and a very wobbly Hermione. Even with a generous handicap, the girls' team was trounced. It was, in truth, a 3-versus-2 match from the start. Ginny, however, became irate at the loss. It was a competitive streak that Harry usually found endearing, one that made her a brilliant chaser. but today it grated on his already frayed nerves. She didn't unfairly blame Angelina or the inexperienced Hermione for the loss. Instead, her frustration was turned inward as a harsh critique of her own performance. The aspiring professional in her was furious that she hadn't been good enough to carry the team, unable to overcome the obvious handicap. This internal fury made her snappy and short-tempered for the rest of the evening. Her fiery presence now felt overbearing, and in the burns of her bad attitude, he found himself wishing for Daphne's cool, quiet composure more than anything. The tension finally came to a head during dinner. Hermione, ever persistent, seized her moment of having him locked into one place. "So, Harry," she began, her tone deceptively light, "what do these estate meetings actually entail? Ginny has mentioned that they typically last for hours." Harry gave a vague but plausible account of his largely fabricated duties. "It's mostly balancing ledgers, reviewing old tenancy agreements, mediating property disputes, those sorts of things. All terribly dull stuff, honestly." He tried for a dismissive wave of his hand. "Though the next meeting should be more interesting. We're finally reviewing firms to handle the warding on some of the older properties." Hermione's eyes lit up with a curiosity that made Harry feel uncomfortable. "Warding. That's fascinating. And why do they always meet with you in the evenings?" she asked, the questions coming in a rapid, direct volley. "What sort of solicitor works at that hour?" It was the question he had long expected, so he was prepared. "This is the hour they choose, Hermione. I'm not using an established firm, but a private individual. They've requested anonymity, and I intend to respect that. The Black family name isn't exactly one people are eager to associate with, and with my own popularity, they'd rather keep things quiet." Arthur, seated at the head of the table, chimed in. "You know, Harry, there have been some rumblings at the ministry. The Land Registration Committee has been in a bit of a tizzy over some unexpected movements on old Potter and Black properties." Bolstered by Arthur's unwitting corroboration, he added, "In fact, with the warding, I've been advised I'll probably have to have some overnight stays at some of the properties where the wards have fallen into decay. Apparently, the old Black family magic is so intertwined with the foundations that the new wards need a direct bloodline anchor for a sustained period to properly take hold. It's a whole complicated process." "Overnight?" Ginny loudly exclaimed, her fork clattering against her plate. "That's ridiculous, Harry. You're already running yourself ragged. You can't be spending nights out in some dusty old houses on top of everything else. You need to rest." He couldn't hold it in anymore. "When you say you have to go away for 2 weeks for your career, Ginny, I congratulate you," he said, his voice low and shaking with suppressed anger. "I want to give you a big send-off. But when I finally try to take up my responsibilities, to sort out decades of neglect, all you have are harsh words for me." Ginny recoiled as if he had slapped her. The residual irritation on her face from the Quidditch loss dissolved, replaced by a wounded and shocked expression. Her mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. He had never spoken to her with such cold fury before. "That is enough," Molly declared with an authority of tone that only a seasoned mother could command. "There will be no raised voices at this table. Ginny, you should understand that Harry is doing the right thing, and he's right to be doing so. I know you are upset because you lost a silly game of Quidditch, but so help me, if you want to act the way you did when you were a girl, you will have the same punishment. And do not think you can go running off to Grimmauld Place, young lady." Molly's words, meant to defend him, only pained him instead. He wasn't doing the right thing, at least not by Ginny. He wasn't sure he knew what the right thing was anymore. If Molly knew the truth, if she knew about the kisses he'd shared with Daphne, about the lies he'd told to her daughter, she would never look at him the same way again. The thought didn't bring guilt, not in the way it should have. Instead, a fatigued sadness washed over him. He knew the transgressions he had already committed were great enough that this woman, who had taken him in as a son, would never be able to forgive him. The warmth in her eyes would turn cold. And that loss felt more real than any sense of wrongdoing. After Molly's decree, a forced peace settled over the dinner table. Hermione stopped her grilling, and Ginny, suitably scolded, stayed quiet for the rest of the evening, still fuming, but silently. It was George and Ron who saved the night, restoring a semblance of ease to the strained atmosphere. George launched into a vivid description of his latest product idea, a mummy's Egyptian toffee that would cause the chewer to assume some mummification effects. Harry couldn't imagine it selling well, but then, what did he know about joke novelties? Upon his eventual flu return to Grimmauld Place, Ginny remained behind. He was, in truth, thankful for her absence. He was too exhausted to even summon the energy to feel guilt about his relief. He collapsed gratefully onto his bed to fall into a sleep, even though he knew slumber would offer no escape. He had the house to himself the next day, a peaceful solitude free from any social demands, but the hours leading up to his meeting with Daphne were torturous, and he spent them packing the dusty rooms like a caged animal. On the mantelpiece in the drawing room sat a framed photo he'd forgotten was there. It was of him and Ginny, taken just after she had been signed as a reserved player for the Harpies. She was windswept and laughing, his arms slung around her shoulders, her head resting against his. They looked happy. It was an uncomplicated time. He picked it up, his thumb tracing the laughing face of the woman he was supposed to love. He looked at the man in the photo, at his easy, genuine smile, and felt a sense of alienation, as if he were looking at a stranger. That man was gone. The war hadn't killed him, but something else had. Or maybe this new man he was becoming had been there all along, buried under the weight of expectation. He set the photo down, face first, on the mantelpiece. He couldn't go back to being that man. To keep pretending would be a cruelty to Ginny and a lie to himself. It had to be over. When he stepped through the flames, Daphne was already there, standing by the mantelpiece. She was a statue carved from flawless glacial ice, chilling in her beauty and impossibly frosty in her demeanor. Her entire being was as expressionless as a frozen lake, her emotions locked away deep beneath the surface. The sight of her, so cold and distant, broke something inside him. She greeted him with a curt nod, the gesture as cold as a winter morning. The only sound in the vast hall was the swishing of her robes as she swiftly turned and led him towards the sitting room before he even had the presence of mind to form a greeting. He followed her, desperately trying to assemble the right words. "Daphne, I'm sorry." No, too simple. "Daphne, we need to talk about the other night." Too clinical. "I was a coward." True, but a terrible beginning. His mind raced, constructing and demolishing overture after overture. Each failed internal rehearsal made his throat tighten further with further anxiety. He felt as though a frozen sea now lay between them, and he was worried he was incapable of trekking to the other side. When they arrived, he hesitated before moving toward his regular sofa, but his heart ached as Daphne settled on the sofa opposite of his rather than joining him. She sat upon it with the grace and glacial distance of a winter queen. She poured the bourbon, added the potion with her usual meticulous and silent precision, and slid the glass across the table toward him. Then, she retrieved the dreaded clipboard. It was the instrument of their clinical beginnings, the symbol of his role as a medical subject. It was a shield she was raising, a declaration that the intimacy they had shared was to be ignored, erased, and replaced with the cold, sterile formality of their arrangement. The glass felt heavy in his hand when he picked it up. He desperately wanted to drink it, to let its warmth fortify him and to alleviate the gnawing thirst in his soul, but he couldn't. Not yet. To drink it would be to accept the terms she was laying out with that clipboard, and an apology given under the influence of the potion would be a lie, and she deserved more than that. He set the glass back down on the table. Daphne raised a single, immaculate eyebrow in response. Ignoring the silent question, Harry stood up and moved to the sofa, sitting beside her. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice quiet but clear in the silent room. "I didn't mean to hurt you the other night. I should have done things differently." "I should have held you," his mind screamed. "I should have kept kissing you. I shouldn't have pushed you away." "I didn't want to hurt you," he continued, forcing the words past the lump in his throat. "And I should have come to see you the next day. I'm sorry. I don't want this awkward distance between us. You are." He swallowed, the word friend feeling like a betrayal on his tongue. It wasn't enough. "You're important to me," he finished, the admission hanging in the air between them. "I don't want this to be just business or that clinical formality we had at the beginning." He saw the subtle shift. Her glacial ice did not melt, but it softened. The hard lines of her posture relaxed by a fraction, the tightness around her mouth eased. She was still wrapped in her frosty composure, but a sliver of warmth had been allowed to touch the surface. Encouraged, he pressed on. "If you want to yell at me or scream at me or slap me, you can. I'll accept it. I was a git and I'm sorry." Daphne's eyes, which had been fixed on the fire, slowly moved to meet his. Her expression was analytical, her gaze dissecting him. "What exactly are you sorry for, Harry?" she asked, her voice devoid of heat, yet dangerously precise. "Kissing me or for stopping." The poignant question slipped through all of his guards. There was no potion to hide behind, no magical compulsion to blame. It was just him and the truth. He thought of the photograph on the mantelpiece at Grimmauld Place, of the smiling, uncomplicated man he no longer was. He thought of Ginny, a good person who deserved that man, not the fractured, complicated one sitting here now. Then he looked at Daphne, who had never asked him to be simple or uncomplicated. She had only ever asked for his help and in her own guarded way offered him an unguarded space to simply be himself. The lie wasn't the kiss. The lie was the photograph. He met her gaze, the truth a terrifying, liberating weight on his tongue. "For stopping," he said, his voice barely a whisper. A flicker of something unguarded crossed her face, the first fissure in the icy composure she wore like armor. Her mouth opened as say something, but she seemed to forget the words. Her breath hitched, a tiny, betraying sound in the quiet room. For a long moment, she seemed incapable of speech, her lips parted as if she had forgotten what she was going to say. He saw the shock, the disbelief, and something else, something fragile and hopeful that mirrored the feelings in his own chest. His confession hung in the air, leaving him feeling utterly exposed. A wave of panic began washing over him as the silence stretched. He had said the words, but now he had to face the consequences, and he wasn't sure he was strong enough. Hermione's worried face flashed in his mind, and a self-deprecating thought struck him. Maybe she was right. He needed a drink. He needed it badly. He leaned forward and took her glass of bourbon from the table, leaving his own untouched. He drank it in one long, searing swallow, the familiar fire a welcome brace against the raging waves of turmoil inside of him. He set the empty glass down and immediately refilled it from the decanter, his movements steady as he passed it back to her, offering her the same liquid fortitude. Daphne watched him, her eyes never leaving his face. She took the refilled glass from his hand and mirrored his actions, draining it without a moment's hesitation. "And what does that mean?" she questioned softly, her voice barely audible. "For the future." Harry looked at her, at the woman who had become the center of his chaotic world. Her question hung in the air, demanding an answer he hadn't allowed himself to fully form. The guilt, the lies, the constant performance, it was a life that was becoming unbearable. He felt like a drowning man, and her question was a vision of the surface. It wasn't a decision, not yet, but the first spoken acknowledgement of a truth. He swallowed, the weight of the unspoken pressing down on him. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice rough with an honesty that felt both brutal and cleansing. "I don't know what the future looks like. I just know that I like you, and I want to be with you if you'll have me." Daphne looked away, her gaze once more finding the fire. "You hurt me that night." "I'm sorry," he said, the words feeling utterly inadequate. He reached for her hand, his fingers gently closing around hers. "I am more sorry than I have ever been for anything in my life. I was a coward. I was trying to do the right thing, and I did the most wrong thing possible." She didn't pull her hand away. "What do you want, Daphne?" he asked, his voice low. He swallowed. "If you don't want this, I'll accept it." "I won't blame you." She was silent for a long moment, her voice a low murmur of grim certainty when she finally spoke. "They will say I ensnared you. Your friends will say I used a love potion, and the world will believe them because I am the kind of person who would do that. The cruel Slytherin girl who practiced unforgivables on first years." Her voice trembled slightly, another fissure in her composure. "One day, Harry, you might even believe them too." "Sod the world then," he said, his grip on her hand tightening instinctively at the vulnerability in her voice. "I accept you, Daphne. That's the only thing that matters, and that's not going to change. But it's more complicated than that, Harry," she said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "The feelings the potion engenders, they can become a crutch, a magical addiction. I believe you feel what you say you feel right now. But how will you know in a month or a year? How will you ever be sure that it is truly you who wants me and not just the magic?" She looked at him, her expression filled with a profound sadness. "One day that doubt might poison everything, and I don't want to become your greatest regret." "It won't poison anything," he said fiercely, "because I know what's real." "Your friends will try to tear me away from you," she countered, her voice laced with a bitterness. "Granger in particular, I can already picture it. She has likely already decided who I am. She will only see the girl from the stories, the Carrows' favored Slytherin. She will use my past as a weapon against us, every mistake I ever made as proof that I am unworthy of you. They will try to save you, Harry, from me and from the taint of my name and the darkness she is probably certain still lives in me." "They won't succeed," he said determinedly, lifting her hand and pressing a kiss to her knuckles. "This is my choice, not theirs to approve or deny. I've spent my entire life doing what other people expected of me, fighting the battles they told me to fight. This is for me. The Prophet will launch a smear campaign against us, she pressed on. I can already see the headlines. Potter's poisonous paramour. Can you handle becoming a pariah again? Your face will be on the front page with me. You'll be portrayed as the fool, the victim, or both. It doesn't matter to me, he said, his conviction unwavering. We can build our own world. A world with just the two of us, she asked, a note of deep, aching loneliness in her voice that cut at him. That would be a lonely way to live. She let out a small breath. Our world would be this manner, Harry. It would be quiet evenings and walks by the sea. Are you truly prepared for that? He heard the challenge in her voice. She was asking if he could truly abandon the life he knew. He thought of the chaos, the expectations, the weight of being who he was out there. And then he thought of the simple peace he felt in this room and in being with her. Astoria, too, he said softly. A smile, the first he had seen all night, graced her lips. She picked up her glass, swirled the amber liquid, and took a long, deliberate drink. Then she passed the glass to him. He drank the remainder in the glass, enjoying the burn of the alcohol settling in his stomach, then refilled it and handed the glass back to her. We can build our own world, he repeated, his voice gaining confidence. Or we can leave, we could go somewhere else, somewhere we both don't have the shadows of our past hanging over us. He leaned back heavily into the sofa. I want to, she whispered, her gaze dropping to the glass in her hands. But I'm scared. She took a sip, the bourbon seeming to give her strength. What if you change your mind? What if you decide these feelings are just a result of the potions and they aren't true? I don't want you to hate me because you think I destroyed your life. Daphne's hand was trembling, the glass trembling in her hand, causing the amber liquid within to shiver. He gently took it from her and set it on the table beside his own untouched, potion-laced drink. He turned to face her more fully on the sofa, taking his hand from hers to cup her cheek, his thumb stroking the soft skin just below her eye. He looked into her eyes and saw the fear swirling in their teary blue depths. Daphne, look at me, he said, his voice low and steady. It's not just the potions anymore, it's you. I want you. He saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes and pressed on. Maybe it started like that. Maybe the potion took an ember and fanned it into a flame, but it doesn't matter. The fire is mine now. He leaned in and kissed her. It was a searching kiss. He felt her melt into it, a shudder running through her frame as she let go of the tension she had been holding. He broke the kiss but did not pull away, resting his forehead against hers, their breath mingling in the small space between them. It's you, he whispered against her lips. I want you. I don't care about the world or what they think. I have never been so sure of anything in my life. He pulled back just enough to look into her eyes again. Will you have me? A brilliant, watery smile broke across her face. For him, it was a sunrise after a long, dark night. She took his hand, her fingers lacing through his. Yes, she breathed and kissed him, shared a series of these tender kisses, each one a silent vow, a gentle exploration that did not build a demanding heat, but instead wove a tapestry of quiet intimacy between them. The frozen sea between them had melted, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Harry felt a sense of peace wash over him. Daphne broke the kiss, her face flushed, her smile still in place. Her eyes were still teary, but now there was a light in their blue depths, like sunbeams piercing the deep, still waters of the ocean. We should talk logistics, she said, her voice a little unsteady, the pragmatist in her reasserting itself. How do we move forward from this? Fueled by the emotion of the moment, a simple and reckless hope rose in him. Couldn't we just tell them? Harry asked. He shifted on the sofa to face her fully, taking both of her hands in his as if to anchor himself. I could break up with Ginny, and then we could just be together. I don't want to hide you, Daphne. I don't want to sneak around anymore. Isn't that something you would want? A smile touched her lips, and she gave his hands a gentle squeeze before pulling one of hers free to pick up her bourbon. Oh, Harry, she said softly, her voice a mix of affection and weary realism. Do you have any idea what would happen if you did that? You, the savior of Wizarding Britain, breaking up with your school's sweetheart, the beloved Weasley girl, a week after her brother and your best friend returns. And then, days later, you are suddenly seen with me. She took a slow sip. There is nothing to be gained from that and everything to lose. I don't care what I lose, he countered, his focus entirely on her, on the way the firelight caught the crystalline blue of her eyes. I don't care what the prophet says or what anyone thinks. This is what's real. But I care, she said, her voice firm. What you call real will be buried under an avalanche of speculation and scandal. I will be painted as the homewrecker, the Slytherin seductress who lured you away. And that narrative will be so much easier for people to believe than the complicated truth. They'll say I manipulated you, that I must have used a potion on you. The irony in her voice was thick at the mention of love potions. It will be a media circus, and we will be the main attraction. They won't leave us alone. They will pick apart every moment, every glance, every memory of me at Hogwarts, and they will twist it all into a weapon to use against me, against us. Is that the world you want to build? One that begins under a blanket of public hatred? He watched the way her brow furrowed slightly as she laid out the likely reality, the way her mind worked, seeing every angle and every threat. He appreciated her attention to detail, but a more immediate problem came to the forefront of his mind. You're thinking about the media, but I'm worried about Hermione, he said, leaning forward. I think she's already suspicious. She also thinks I have a drinking problem because it was noticed I always smell of bourbon after our meetings. She's convinced something is wrong, and she's trying to help with the estate business. Daphne's eyes widened slightly, taking in this new variable. She wants to be involved. Desperately, Harry confirmed. And that's the problem with your plan to wait. The moment I break up with Ginny, her suspicion is going to go into overdrive. If I suddenly stop my estate business, she'll know it was a lie. But if I continue it, she'll insist on helping me through my heartbreak. There's no way to win. She'll be a dog with a bone. And she won't let it go. Daphne was silent for a long moment, her gaze distant as she processed the new information. You're right, she finally conceded. Granger's scrutiny is more immediate and in many ways more dangerous than Rita Skeeter's. She set her glass down with a click. Then the plan must be adjusted. We cannot stop and the estate business must continue. But how? Harry asked. How do I keep her away while I'm supposed to be nursing a broken heart? This is how, Daphne began, her voice gaining confidence as she spoke. The breakup cannot be clean and simple. It must be about you. Something internal, something unfixable that she and by extension Granger can sympathize with but not solve. The war broke something in you. You're not the man she fell in love with anymore. You need space, time. You can't be the person she needs you to be. She looked at him, her expression a mixture of clinical strategy and a surprising empathy. It's a cruel thing to do to her, to make them believe you are broken in that way. But it's a plausible lie, and it will protect us. Your friends will rally around you, and their focus will be on your healing, not on your business. He hated it. He hated the idea of using his own trauma as a weapon against Ginny, a woman who had stood by him through so much and had participated in so much of his healing. But as he looked at Daphne, at the beautiful and complicated woman who had seen him more clearly in a few weeks than anyone had in years, he knew she was right. It was the only logical path. I still wish we could just tell the world to sod off, he admitted, his voice rough. But you're right, this is smarter. He reached out, his fingers tracing the rim of her bourbon glass. We'll do it your way, Daphne smiled. Good, she said softly. Then we have a plan. He thought about her question, but then his gaze fell on the shimmering glass of bourbon on the table, the one with the potion still swirling within it. He picked it up, the magic within it seeming to pulse against his fingertips. Should I still drink this? He asked, a wry smile playing on his lips. He felt as though it was subtly calling to him. I would like it if you did, she said, her voice regaining some of its usual composure, but there was a warmth to its depth. However, I will understand if you do not wish to, but it will amplify any feelings you have, which can only be a net positive for Astoria. Harry smiled at her and drank it. The magic of the potion didn't settle in his stomach as a mere warmth this time. Instead, it was like a miniature sun that reached through his veins with its burning tendrils. The stiffness that had developed in his shoulders from the anxiety and fear of the confessions melted away. The peace he felt deepened into a pure, blissful serenity, like the quiet, sunlit depths of a calm sea. Daphne smiled at him, and while he knew she was already incredibly beautiful, with that smile, she became a veritable goddess. She withdrew the small potion vial from within her robes and handed it to him. He gave her a questioning look. What do you want me to do with this? Put it in my drink, she said simply. 2 drops. He did as she asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why, though? The potion is unkeyed, she explained as she took the glass. After a person drinks it, the first person they encounter for a significant duration of time will be chosen as the recipient. She swirled the newly enchanted bourbon and drank the entire thing, refilling the glass afterwards. As for why, she continued, her voice soft, a hint of the vulnerability from before returning to her eyes. A blush rose high onto her cheeks. Because it feels right. And because what you said that you want to be with me. It's true for me too, Harry. Words couldn't adequately describe how her confession made him feel. The potions had been composing a symphony within him for weeks, a powerful and sometimes overwhelming solo that at times he struggled to understand. But her words were the beginning of the final movement. A second instrument joined his with a soaring harmony that lifted the entire composition. The solo became a duet, and the music rose to a triumphant, glorious new height, a shared crescendo that promised not an ending, but a new and extraordinary beginning. Her gaze steadied. This is a partnership now, not an arrangement. You chose me, knowing all my flaws, and you're willing to be under the influence of this magic for my sake. It's only fair that I'm willing to face it with you. I refuse to have you be the only one bound by it while I observe from the side. And I don't want there to be any doubts in the future. Her expression hardened with a fierce resolve. This is my declaration of faith in you, an act of faith that we are equals in this, starting now. You didn't have to, he said, his voice thick with emotion. His words felt impossibly small, like a pebble thrown into the vast ocean of what she had just done. She was choosing to meet him on the same magically influenced waters he had been navigating for weeks. He felt the weight of that precious trust settle in his soul. It was her answer to every doubt, every fear she had voiced. She was not just accepting his fire, she was stepping into it with him. But I wanted to, she replied. Daphne leaned against him, a simple movement that felt like the world settling on its axis. He could feel every perfect curve of her body through the fine silk of her robes. He put his drink into his offhand and wrapped his arm around her shoulder, pulling her closer until her head rested in the hollow of his neck. He could feel the soft tickle of her hair against his skin, the gentle rhythm of her breathing, the calming beat of her heart. He took a sip, the bourbon tasting sweeter than ever before. When will you end things with the Weasley girl? She asked, her voice a soft murmur against his chest. Harry drank again. Tomorrow, I think. He felt a pang at the statement, a ghost of the loyalty he had once felt, but it was quickly subsumed by the overwhelming rightness of the moment. Still, Ginny was the ultimate victim in this, having done nothing to deserve the hand she had been dealt. But even that thought could not stir any true guilt in him. The pang melted into the pool of joy at having this wonderful, complicated woman return his affections. I want to say that I'm sorry, she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. But I cannot, I'm happy. I'm happy too, he admitted. I should probably feel guilty, but I don't. It's just here with you. I don't know when it started, but at some point this is where I started feeling at home, where I could be myself. Out there, everyone wants to put me in a certain box of how they think Harry Potter should act. Here, it's just me and you. He shifted his head and inhaled the scent of her hair, letting it wash over him before placing a soft kiss on the top of her head. Just be careful if you don't want to destroy your friendships, she said. I know that your friends will never accept me, but I don't want you to lose them. Harry hummed and drank, looking into the fire. Her words about addiction and a magical crutch echoed in a distant corner of his mind, but they were no longer a warning. They felt like a diagnosis of a condition he was happy to accept. The bourbon was a familiar comfort, perhaps one he had begun to enjoy too much. But the potion, supercharged now by her shared faith, was something else entirely. It was a cure. It scoured away all of his worries, leaving behind a placid, shimmering calm like he had never thought possible. This peerless serenity with her tucked against his side was what he had been missing his entire life. If this was a dependency, then he would gladly be dependent. He took another slow drink, consciously surrendering to the feeling, to the woman, to the beautiful, ruinous piece of it all. Daphne reached up and took the hand that was hanging over her shoulder, intertwining her fingers with his. She turned her head up towards him and kissed him on the jaw. Her kiss was like a rod of blissful fire pressed against his skin. The sensation was so potent it sent a searing heat that radiated from his jaw and down his spine. A wave of goosebumps erupted across his arms in its wake, a contradictory shiver as his body tried to process the sheer pleasure of the touch. Her kiss on his jaw was the final push. He couldn't resist anymore. He didn't want to resist anymore. He had never wanted anything so badly in his entire life as he wanted her right then. He looked down at her and saw that she was transformed. The bourbon and the potion had softened the regal and icy posture she normally maintained, so she was entirely relaxed against him. A warm flush was high on her cheekbones, visible in the firelight. Her own desires, now confessed and reciprocated, had completely stripped away her composure, leaving her expression completely unguarded. Her lips looked invitingly soft and were slightly parted, but it was her eyes that held him captive. Now under the influence of the potion, just as his were, any residual frost had melted in them. They were luminous ocean blue, shining with a potent combination of raw emotion and a magical intensity that was focused entirely and adoringly on him. He leaned down and kissed her. Another kiss followed, deeper this time, an unhurried exploration that spoke of suppressed longing finally given voice. There was no desperation in it, only a release being given. He felt her sigh against his lips, a soft surrender that he answered with a gentle pressure, pulling her closer. It was a conversation without words, each movement a shared sentence of acceptance and want. The bourbon and the magic swirled into a heady mix, but the clearest intoxication was the undeniable rightness of her mouth on his. He couldn't say when their glasses left their hands, or when the kiss that started on the sofa found its way to the rug before the fire. He couldn't say when Daphne straddled him, her body a perfect, living echo of his dreams, stoking the flames of that fantasy into an incomprehensibly raging inferno. He couldn't say when their clothes were discarded, or when his lips found the soft skin of her neck, her breasts, and her thighs. But he could say, with a clarity that cut through the haze of passion, that he would never forget the sharp intake of her breath, the fleeting pain in her eyes, and the single crimson stain on the pale rug that marked a threshold crossed forever. In the final moments of their intimate embrace, with her legs wrapped around his waist, he knew only one thing with absolute certainty. Nothing had ever felt so right. It was as if he had been pulled so deep by the current that he had broken through the very seabed of his own world. Entirely, emerging on the other side not into air, but into a new, quiet sea where the only light was the firelight dancing on her skin, the only sound was the soft whisper of her breathing, and the only reality was her. An unyielding current of tranquility flowed through him, so potent that the tendrils of guilt and shame found no purchase, slipping away like water from stone. Intellectually, he understood that tonight he had shattered the foundations of his once comparatively uncomplicated and wholesome existence by crossing a moral event horizon. A moral boundary, both so anathema and so abhorrent that his former self would have labeled it disgusting. But that sin felt like a mere drop against the deluge of his current reality. The world outside the warm, dancing firelight simply ceased to be, its rules and judgments vanishing with the shadows that clung to the corners of the room. The nascent flames danced in the fireplace, and Harry, drawn by an irresistible tide, leaned into Daphne again, their converging passion igniting the space between them. Harry woke slowly and peacefully, to the unfamiliar quiet of a house that was not his own. A dull ache pulsed behind his eyes, a sign of too much bourbon. The air in the room was cold, carrying the faint, clean scent of sea salt and the smell of ashes from a dead fire. It was a distinct contrast to the living, breathing warmth pressed against the length of his body. He blinked, his vision swimming as it tried to adjust to the light filtering through the tall windows. The sitting room was painted in shades of silver and morning shadows. He was on the thick woolen rug before the hearth, tangled in an embrace with Daphne that felt both otherworldly and innate. Her head was nestled in the hollow of his shoulder, her soft, even breaths warming his skin with each exhalation. Her blonde hair, flowing freely, was a silken spill across his chest and arm, the fine strands catching the weak light. A heavy woolen blanket was draped over them. A small, considerate mystery he had no energy or desire to solve. He simply accepted it, another piece of this new, inexplicable reality. He lay perfectly still, drinking in the sight of her in repose. The icy mask she typically wore was gone, replaced by a soft relaxation that made his chest ache. As the evening replayed in his mind, he began to gently and absently trace the curve of her side, his fingertips mapping her graceful curves and impossibly soft skin. It was a possessive gesture, an attempt to confirm that she and the night they had shared were real. He waited for the guilt to strike, for having cheated on Ginny before he had ended things with her. It was there, a faint signal from the lighthouse of a distant shore, but it was muted, as if happening to someone else in a different life. It wasn't the nest of writhing snakes that had taken root in his stomach over the past weeks, the constant, increasingly sickening unease that accompanied every lie to Ginny. This was something else entirely. It was a clean ache. It felt as though a piece of him had been neatly removed during the night, and while he was intellectually aware of the hollow space it left behind, he found he could not truly mourn its loss. Instead, there was almost a relief found in its absence. He knew he should feel ashamed of his infidelity. He could see Ginny, with her bright, trusting smile and easy laughter, and vividly the way her heart would crumble if she learned the truth. It wasn't just Ginny either. He imagined the scene at the burrow with discomfort, Molly's look of maternal disappointment mixed with disbelief before it would shift into a righteous fury. He saw Ron's face reddening with a bubbling rage, and the likely catastrophic severing of a brotherhood forged through both adolescence and war. Hermione's initial confusion before launching into a frustrated autopsy of his moral and ethical failures, before undoubtedly concluding that Daphne was the disease. In effect, he had taken a torch to the foundations of the only family he had ever truly known. And yet, the brand of last night on his skin felt less like a mark of guilt and more like a mark of allegiance. It had rewritten him. The shame he expected was drowned out by a clarity of peace of mind. In the early morning, with Daphne against him, it didn't really matter. He could never go back to being the person he was only a few weeks ago, and he could never let Ginny touch him again, not because of what he had done to her, but because of what he had become for Daphne. To accept Ginny's touch now would feel like a profanity against the new faith he had found in another woman's arms. The infidelity was not merely an act, but an apostasy from his old life and a conversion to something wonderful. To let Ginny touch him now would be blasphemy against that sacrament. These logical conclusions, which should have been a torment, brought him no distress. A strange peace had settled over him, one he hadn't felt in a long time. The comforting weight of Daphne's body against his, the soft, steady rhythm of her breathing, felt so fundamentally right that it cast his entire past into an unfavorable light. It was as if he had been living his life incorrectly, playing a part that was never truly his. The hero, the savior, the good man who would settle down with the perfect girl and live a simple life. It had all been a costume. Here, tangled in the arms of a woman who he should have guarded himself against, he felt a sense of proper alignment. The unburdening was so much more overwhelming than any notions of betrayal. His tracing fingers caused a subtle shift in the woman beside him. Daphne stirred, a soft murmur escaping her lips as she burrowed deeper into the warmth of his side. Soon, her eyelashes fluttered against his skin, a delicate, tickling sensation that sent a pleasant shiver through him. Her eyes opened. The cool, clear blue he knew so well was hazy with sleep, unfocused for a moment before locking onto his own. He wasn't sure what to say. What could be said? What words could possibly follow the unspoken language of the night they had shared? A terror began to seize him, reminiscent in some ways to the fear he experienced from that final walk into the forbidden forest. What if this was a mistake to her? A momentary lapse in judgment born of bourbon and emotional exhaustion? What if she wanted to retreat behind her walls, to return to the awful clinical formality of their first meetings? He knew, with a certainty as undeniable as his own magic, that having now truly been with her, having held her and made love to her, that such a retreat would be an exquisitely painful form of torture. The thought of sitting across from her again, of drinking the potion and feeling that familiar, potent pull while being unable to touch her, was a possibility so awful it made him feel lightheaded. It would be as if he were Icarus after the fall, having once touched the incandescent heart of the sun. He would be cast back to earth, forever craving the sky. It was Daphne who broke the silence, her voice pulling him back from the edge of his spiraling panic. A shy, uncertain smile touched her lips, a look that was foreign on her usually composed features, but nonetheless a smile that was breathtaking. "Hi," she whispered, the word barely a breath. A wry grin pulled at his own mouth, a mixture of relief and disbelief. "Hi," he echoed, his voice a low murmur. He reached up, his hand cupping her cheek, his thumb stroking the soft skin, then he leaned in and kissed her, and it was met with a pressure from her lips as she invitingly kissed back. She pressed herself against him as much as he pulled her, a seamless joining of their bodies under the blanket. He could feel the soft swell of her breasts against his chest, the gentle curve of her hip fitting perfectly against his own. The contact began to make something insatiable stir deep within him. The kiss deepened, becoming hungrier, but just as the need began to build, she broke away, her breathing ragged. Her cheeks were flushed, a sight that only made the need inside him stronger and ache more deeply. "I would like to," she said, her voice breathy, a deep blush staining her cheeks. "But after last night I'm quite sore, I'm afraid." She looked away for a second, embarrassment in her eyes. "And Astoria's potions require precise timing. I need to check on them and on her." She looked back at him, her expression softening. "I'll send Moonsey to collect you for breakfast. Is that all right?" He was hot and bothered, but the euphoria of the morning kisses was a powerful enough balm that made it feel as though he was floating. He nodded, a contented smile spreading across his face. Daphne disentangled herself from the blanket and rose with a fluid grace. Harry drank in the sight of her nude form before she pulled on the dark robe she had discarded the night before, the silk whispering against her skin. She turned, gave him one last, small smile that made his heart ache in the best possible way, and then she left. He lay back on the rug for a few moments, eyes closed, savoring the rough, scratchy wool against his bare skin and the lingering scent of her perfume that seemed to hang in the air around him. Unfortunately, his head throbbed, a dull reminder of the copious bourbon. He needed a shower and a hangover potion. Pushing himself to his feet, he gathered his scattered clothes and dressed languidly. "Creature!" he called out. A sharp crack, seemingly much louder than usual, announced Creature's appearance in the room. The elf's huge eyes took in the scene in an instant. The rumpled blanket on the floor, Harry, disheveled and wearing yesterday's clothes, and the dark crimson and unmistakable stain on the pale rug. Before Harry could speak, the elf's expression transformed into one of rapturous, almost religious ecstasy. "Oh, Master," he rasped, his voice bursting with a joy Harry had never heard from him before. Creature fell to his knees, his gnarled hands clasped together as if in prayer. Creature is so happy, so proud. The Master has finally seen reason. He has cast aside the blood-traitor whelp and taken a proper lady to bed. A true pure-blooded lady. The noble House of Black will be strong again. My late mistress would be so proud. The elf's fawning praise was the last thing Harry's throbbing head needed. He stared at him, exasperated. "Creature," he said, his voice strained as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Just a hangover potion, please. At once, Master, for the worthy lord of the House of Black." Creature prostrated himself on the floor and vanished with a pop, only to reappear a moment later with a small vial. As Harry downed the potion, the elf's eyes gleamed with a fanatical light. "Creature hopes the new mistress will be teaching the Master the proper ways. The blood traitors and the mudbloods, they need the whip, they do. Shall Creature fetch the magical parchment? A marriage contract must be drafted to secure the line." Creature's words, meant to be a fawning suggestion, instead created a vision in Harry's mind so potent he forgot to breathe for a moment. He saw her, not in the darker silks she favored, but in robes of pristine, liquid white. The fabric seemed spun from moonlight, seeming to generate its own gentle light, cascading from her shoulders and pooling at her feet. Her blonde hair flowed freely over her shoulders, woven with the small, white flowers he now associated with her scent. She was like an angel of impossible grace, a celestial being of light and purity. The vision was so pure that it felt like a sacred text, revealing a truth of divinity he wasn't worthy to read. Deep within him, the lingering residue of the potion stirred in response. It felt like tendrils of liquid starlight, unfurling in his veins, swaying in a silent, ecstatic joy at the sight of her. But this magical euphoria only made the experience more hauntingly vivid. He saw himself standing beside her at the altar, and the contrast was a physical pain. Her face was serene and beatific, holding a grace he couldn't comprehend. He, in turn, felt only the familiar weight of his own mortality. The thought of binding her to him with a contract felt like asking a celestial body to anchor itself to a common stone, dragging it down from the heavens. The elf's feverish monologue drug Harry from his thoughts. His throat felt very dry. Her bloodline is a clean and unbroken river, stretching back through the centuries. No mud to soil it, no filth to tarnish the name. The Greengrasses are an old and noble line, worthy of being joined with the House of Black. Creature will polish the silver. Creature will air out the finest robes. Creature will prepare the house. Oh, what a glorious day. "Okay, Creature, that's enough," he said, his voice rough, cutting the elf off. "I'm going to take a shower. Please have some fresh clothes ready for me when I get out." He then turned, calling a different name into the air. "Moonsey," a much softer pop announced her. Moonsey was smaller than Creature, with watery brown eyes and ears that drooped at the sides of her head. Unlike Creature's ecstatic display, Moonsey appeared acutely embarrassed. Her gaze darted everywhere but at him, pointedly avoiding the rumpled blanket and the crimson stain on the rug. She twisted the hem of her clean tea towel nervously in her hands. "Why, yes, sir," she stammered, her voice a high-pitched squeak. "Moonsey, could you please take me to a guest room with a shower?" Harry smiled at the elf. The elf stuttered an affirmative and led him through the manor to a guest suite. Harry stepped into the shower and turned the handle until the water was nearly scalding. He let the hot water relax the muscles that had tightened from a night on the floor, but he felt good. He felt relaxed. For weeks, he had been adrift in the whirlpool of emotions the potions had fostered in him, constantly fighting against the current. The simple act of giving in, of allowing it to take him where it would, felt like a surrender that was also a victory. He had been the one making the turbulent waves, and now that he had stopped fighting, the sea had stilled. There was no question of how to end it with Ginny. The plan was already set, a cold piece of strategy formulated by Daphne's sharp mind. He would not offer the truth. A brutal confession would only needlessly shatter her heart and invite questions he didn't want to answer. Instead, he would offer the kinder poison Daphne had prescribed, one final, comprehensive lie. It would be about him and how he was broken. It wouldn't be her fault. Ginny was the ultimate victim in this, an unavoidable casualty of the path he had chosen. He felt a pang at the thought, but it no longer had the power to change his course. A consistent tide of the potions from the past weeks had swept him far from that shore, reshaping his soul until this calculated act felt less like a choice of consequence and more like an inevitability. Harry exited the shower and got dressed in the clothes Creature had, thankfully silently, left on the bed. The new joy he felt with Daphne was still there, but a heaviness now accompanied his thoughts, a sense of finality for his upcoming actions. He knew what he had to do. Moonsey popped into the suite. "Breakfast is being ready, sir," she squeaked, and led him to an informal dining room, a world away from the cavernous formal dining room he had seen when Daphne had given him a tour during his first visit to the manor. Daphne was seated at the table, but she rose as he entered. She was a bubble of pure joy, her face alight in a way he had never seen. It was impossible not to smile back at her. She closed the distance between them and clamped him in a powerful hug. "The diagnostic charms this morning," she said, her voice muffled against his shoulder, but he could physically feel the joy in her words. "Astoria's baseline has improved more in the last 12 hours than it has in all our sessions combined. Thank you, Harry. You're saving my sister." He held her tight. "You're the one saving her, Daph. I'm just helping." He leaned back and gave her a soft kiss. His stomach chose that moment to rumble loudly, breaking the intensity of the moment as they sat at the table. 2 plates appeared before them with a soft pop. It was meant to be a full English breakfast, but it was a disaster. The eggs were a grayish mass, the bacon was a charred ruin, and the sausages were tragically undercooked. The less said about the toast, the better. Harry could see a flush of embarrassment creeping up Daphne's neck. "Moonsey is a new elf," she said quietly. "She is still learning her duties. Cooking is not yet one of her strengths." Harry poked at the sad pile on his plate, then glanced at Daphne's identical meal. He chuckled. "Don't eat that," he said, a grin spreading across his face. "I'll make us something." She looked at him, surprised. "You can cook." He was equally surprised by her question. "Of course, can you not?" A wistful smile touched her lips. "I never had the need nor inclination to learn. I've always thought that it's a bit like potions, all precise measurements and timings. You're welcome to come with me," he offered. "I can show you some of the basics if you'd like." Her eyes lit up. "I would like that." Together, they left the sad breakfast behind and walked towards the kitchens. Daphne led him down some stairs into a stone-flagged corridor under the heart of the manor. The kitchen was a monolithic room that felt like a step back in time. A colossal black iron range, big enough to roast a whole hog, dominated one wall, its surface covered in a complex array of hot plates, ovens, and warming drawers. It looked more like a steam engine than a cooker. Copper pots and pans of every conceivable size hung from a rack on the vaulted ceiling, gleaming from a magical light that lit the room. In the center of the room, there was a massive wooden table, its surface worn from centuries of use. There was no refrigerator, only a large walk-in pantry with a heavy oak door that Harry suspected was magically chilled. He saw a hand-cranked meat grinder clamped to the side of a counter, and a set of brass scales that looked like they belonged in an apothecary. It was the kitchen of a house that had never needed to acknowledge the existence of the Muggle world, let alone its inventions. "This kitchen is like a step backwards in time," he said, shaking his head in mild disbelief. Harry found the pantry well-stocked and began pulling out ingredients. He handed Daphne a bowl and some eggs. "Right, first lesson," he said, taking an egg himself. "How to crack an egg without getting shell in it." He demonstrated with a sharp tap on the side of the bowl and a quick separation with his thumbs. He watched as she copied him, her movements precise and nimble. She surprisingly managed it perfectly on the first try. "Now you whisk," he said, handing her a balloon-shaped wire contraption he'd found in a drawer. "Just keep mixing them until they're all one color." He moved to the monstrous range, managing to light one of the gas burners with a quick, whispered incendio. He laid strips of bacon in a heavy cast-iron skillet, the bacon shortly beginning to sizzle. "The trick is to listen," he said over his shoulder as Daphne came to stand beside him, watching intently. "You can hear when it's getting crispy and needs to be turned." He showed her how to flip the bacon with a fork, then moved on to the eggs, pouring the whisked mixture into another pan. "Low heat for eggs," he instructed, "and you have to keep them moving, otherwise they go rubbery." He gently stirred the eggs with a wooden spoon. The simple domesticity of the scene was enjoyable and relaxing. He thought back to their first meetings, the formality of the Gringotts chamber, and the clinical atmosphere of their first meetings, and the distance that had been between them then. Now, here they were, standing side by side in the warmth of a kitchen, the air filled with the smell of cooking food. The atmosphere was peaceful and easy as they ate sitting next to each other at the massive wooden table. A genuine smile played on Daphne's lips. "I don't think I've had a breakfast that good since I was at Hogwarts," Harry grinned. "You'll have to get used to it if you want me to start staying over. I can't let you eat whatever that was, no offense to Moonsey." He took a sip of tea. "You can always summon Creature if I'm not here for other meals. He'd be more than happy to help you. Fanatically happy, in fact." A comfortable silence settled between them. Beside him, her leg brushed against his. She gave him a smile that warmed him more than the tea. She took his hand, her fingers lacing with his. Her expression grew serious. "I want to," she began, then paused, swallowing. She looked down at their joined hands. "I'm sorry that you have to do this, and I'm sorry for my part in putting you in this position." She took a breath, and when she looked up, her eyes were filled with an unapologetic resolve. "But I can't say that I regret it, not this." Her voice dropped to a whisper, laced with a resignation. "The world already sees me as a torturer. I suppose homewrecker is just another title to add to the list." The thought of anyone seeing her that way, of reducing this brilliant, beautiful, and complicated woman to those two ugly words, made a protective anger stir in his chest. He squeezed her hand. "Don't call yourself that," he said. "This isn't just you, and I can't pretend this isn't something I wanted, too." Last night was proof of that. He pulled her into a half hug, his arm a solid weight around her shoulders. "We can only look forward now." He felt her relax against him, and when he leaned back to look at her, the resignation on her face was gone. He saw her lips were twisted into a deep smile, and there was something in the abyssal blue depths of her eyes, something cold and sharp before her face took on a warmth again and she gave him a peck on the lips. They stayed like that for a moment, embraced in the half-hug, the strange quality he had seen in her eyes unsettling him. Eventually, Daphne broke the embrace, though she didn't pull back far. "What are your plans for the day?" she asked, her voice soft but with a new underlying note of purpose. The warmth of the kitchen seemed to recede. "I need to go to the burrow," he said, his own voice sounding distant. "See if Ginny's there." He paused, the next words making him feel intensely uncomfortable. "And then I need to end it." As he spoke the intention aloud, the small, clean ache of guilt he'd woken with returned, but it was no longer distant. It was a cold presence that washed over him, spreading inexorably from his core through his veins until a deep numbness settled in his limbs. It was a cruel inverse of the potion's magic, a creeping frost that leached the warmth from his newfound happiness. Daphne's hand tightened on his, her thumb beginning to trace slow, soothing circles on his skin. Her presence was steady, grounding, and was more comforting than any words could be. "If you have time," she began, her voice gentle, "would you read to Astoria? I've read Muggle research, and it suggests that reading to those in her condition can be beneficial." Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You read Muggle research?" A challenging arch of her own eyebrow met his. "Is that so surprising?" "Well, yes, actually," he admitted, feeling a bit clumsy. "Considering, the whole pureblood world." "And you told me you've never really been in the Muggle one." A shadow swam in the depths of her eyes again. "I would do anything for Astoria. When every magical avenue failed to halt the curse, I began looking elsewhere," she explained. It's quite astounding the progress they've made in medicine without magic. Their dedication to understanding the physical body is incredible. She rose, and he stood with her. I have to attend to her potions now. They're at a critical stage. But if you could spare the time to read to her, I would be grateful. Of course, I'd be happy to, he said. A bright smile broke across her face, and the sight of it chased away the frost that had invaded him. Thank you, Harry, she whispered, her voice thick with an emotion that went beyond gratitude. You're saving her. I know that she wouldn't have made it another year. He pulled her into his arms. We'll have to agree to disagree on who's doing the saving here, he said, before leaning down to give her a tender kiss. Later, he chose a copy of Gornuk the Greedy and the Gilded Cavern from the library and made his way to Astoria's room. The room was just as he remembered it. He approached the bed. He had seen Astoria a few times since that first visit, and each time she looked a fraction better. Now, the girl who had seemed to be hovering on the edge of death was gone. She breathed deeply and evenly, with no sign of the wet, rattling sound that had so disturbed him before. The blotchy purple patches on her skin had faded to a creamy white. She looked as if she were only sleeping, though she was still painfully thin, like a fragile doll resting amongst the pristine white sheets. He settled into a worn armchair beside the bed and began to read. The story, which was about a goblin king's quest for a mythical treasure, was a welcome distraction. The chill had crept back into him, its guilty weight settling uncomfortably in his stomach as anxious thoughts crept into his mind about what he needed to do. He was in a passage about the Goblin King, navigating an underground river on a boat made of enchanted mushrooms, when a soft sigh came from the bed. He looked up, and Astoria's eyes were open, but hazy and unfocused. She was watching him with an intensely drowsy and confused expression. Goblins, she murmured, her voice a faint, sleepy rasp. So boring. A surprised laugh escaped Harry. Sorry, he said, a wide grin spreading across his face. I'll find a more interesting book. She gave him a weak, fluttering smile, as if the strain of the expression was too great for her body to maintain. Tired, she said, her eyes already beginning to drift shut. Birds. The word was barely a whisper before she slipped back into the depths of sleep, leaving Harry sitting in the still room, his heart suddenly much lighter than it had been before. After leaving her room, he found a piece of parchment on a writing desk in the hall and scribbled a quick note to Daphne, describing what had happened. He summoned Moonsey, who took the note with a nervous bow, and then he stepped into the fireplace and flew back to Grimmauld Place. The house was a coffin of silence. Every room seemed to hold a memory of Ginny, a memory of her laughter or a ghost of her presence. The kitchen, where they'd shared a breakfast that felt like a lifetime ago. The library where she'd curled up against him on the sofa, the study where he had looked her in the eye and lied about another woman's arms around him. The atmosphere, once a familiar gloom of the house, was now suffocating. The weight of his decision began to settle on his shoulders like a burial shroud. The guilt was transforming into a heavy iron ball in his stomach, and a pressure began to build in the back of his throat, but it was overshadowed by a grim determination. He had to do this. It wasn't fair to keep her tethered to a man who no longer existed. That Harry Potter was gone, weathered away by a tide of lies, magic, and his own feelings that he had foolishly believed he could control. He went upstairs to his bedroom and opened the sock drawer. Tucked in the back, beneath a pair of lumpy woolen socks Mrs. Weasley had knitted him, was the small velvet box. He opened it. The platinum ring with its small diamond winked up at him, a symbol of a future that was no longer possible. It was a ring for Ginny, honest, simple, and bright. He stared at it, trying to remember the man who had bought it. The Harry of that time had been so certain, so sure of the simple, happy path that lay before him. He had been a stranger then, naive and uncomplicated. Looking at the ring now felt like examining an artifact from another man's life. As he looked at it, another image involuntarily surfaced in his mind, Daphne's hand, pale and elegant. This ring would look wrong on her. She would need something else entirely, something that held the tranquil mystery of a moonlit, fathomless ocean. The comparison was a final confirmation of a truth he already knew. The future this simple ring represented was not just impossible, it was also unwanted. Creature, he said, his voice quiet. The elf appeared with a crack and a low bow. Harry held out the box. Get rid of this, he said, his voice hollow. I don't care how, sell it, bury it, throw it in the sea. I don't want to see it again. Creature's bulbous eyes widened as he took the box. He opened it, looked at the ring, and then a gleeful, triumphant smile spread across his wrinkled face. He knew exactly what this meant. "At once, master," he rasped, his voice filled with malicious joy. "Creature is so pleased the master is finally ridding himself of the blood traitor, so pleased." The elf's eyes shone with a fanatical light. "Is the master going to marry the distinguished Miss Greengrass now?" "Enough, creature," Harry said, though his voice was weak. "But master," the elf pressed, his voice a conspiratorial hiss. "A true lady for the House of Black at last. Not like the noisy, traitorous Phil." "I said enough," Harry cut in, beginning to feel tired. Not long after, Harry apparated to the ward line of the borough and walked towards the crooked house. He felt like an arsonist approaching what had been his first real home, knowing that his actions today would likely burn it to the ground. He stood at the door for a long moment, his hand trembling. He could hear them inside. He had selfishly hoped that Ron and Hermione wouldn't be here. It would have been easier that way. He would have preferred to steal in, murder her heart, and then disappear like a thief in the night. With a shuddering breath and a swallow that felt like swallowing shards of glass, he raised his fist and knocked. The door opened a short moment later. Hermione's face lit up with a brilliant smile. "Harry, we were just talking about you." She pulled him into a fierce and classically Hermione hug. He returned it weakly, unable to summon the strength to his leaden arms for anything more. "Hey, Hermione," he said, his voice sounding distant. "Is Ginny here?" He already knew the answer, but for some reason he felt the need to say something, so he asked anyways. Her smile faded, her brow furrowing as she examined his face. "Yes, she's here, but what's wrong?" His heart constricted. He began, but swallowed after the words failed him. "I can't talk about it right now, please. I just need to see Ginny. Can you send her out? I need to speak with her alone." He felt like a coward, unable to even step across the threshold into the house. It felt wrong, like it would be a betrayal considering what he was about to do. And he needed privacy, a commodity that had never existed within the walls of the borough. Hermione's eyes gained a unique look of worried concern that was exclusive to only her. "Harry, you know you can tell me anything, don't you?" "I know," he said, the words feeling like a lie. "Just not this, not right now. Please just get Ginny." She gave him a searching look, then nodded and disappeared back inside. Harry stepped back from the house, walking a short distance from the house. He drew his wand and cast a series of privacy charms, and as an afterthought, he also cast an air-freshening charm on himself, erasing any chance of Daphne's perfume lingering on him. Ginny emerged from the house, a bright smile on her face, though he thought he could see a faint shadow of uncertainty in her eyes. But it was impossible to say in his current state. His heart was pounding painfully in his throat, and his hands were slick with a nervous sweat. He shoved them deep into his pockets, clenching them into fists to still their trembling. "Harry, you silly git, why didn't you just come in?" she called out as she approached. "I promise I won't set you on fire with a sneeze." Her tone was still slightly nasally, but she looked fine. He knew that wouldn't last. "Harry," she asked as she drew closer, her smile faltering, her voice suddenly small and confused. "What's wrong? You look like you've just come back from an execution." He was, in a way, performing one. He was judge, jury, and executioner, and she, the unknowing prisoner, was about to hear a verdict for a crime she didn't commit. He held all the evidence and secret testimony in his mind, and was about to pass a final, irrevocable sentence without a trial or the possibility of appeal. The part of him that still recognized honor knew this was not justice, but a coward's summary execution. He couldn't meet her eyes. He stared at a point just over her shoulder, at the crooked line of the burrow's roof against the dim gray sky. "Ginny, we need to talk." The words, so cliché, so final, hung in the air between them. He saw the color drain from her face, leaving the spray of freckles across her nose and cheeks stark against the sudden pallor of her skin. Her smile, which was already faltering, fell flat, but still the meaning of the words was too monstrous for her to grasp, and she let out a short, nervous laugh. "Okay," she said, her voice strained as she tried to keep her tone light. "You're being so serious. Did something happen with the estate? I know you've been so stressed about it all lately." "I'm worried you're working too hard." She reached out to touch his arm to offer comfort to fix whatever was wrong. He pulled away from her touch instinctually. It was a small movement, but it was enough. The hurt flashed in her eyes. "It's not the estate," he said, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. He had to be cold. It was the only way to get through this. "It's us. I can't do this anymore." She stared at him, her head tilted, as mind clearly tried to fit the words into a different, safer context. "Can't do what?" she asked, her voice small. What are you talking about? Us, he repeated, finally forcing himself to look at her to let her see the deadness in his eyes. I'm breaking up with you. The denial came swiftly, a shield against the unbearable words. No, she said, shaking her head, a confused smile plastering on her face like a cracked mask. No, you're just tired, stressed from all that estate nonsense. We're happy, Harry. Just last month we were perfect. You're not thinking clearly. She took a step towards him, her hands outstretched in a pleading gesture. Let's just go inside. We'll have some tea, and you can tell me what's really bothering you, and we'll figure it out together. We always do. The sight of her desperate, loving rationalization, of her immediate assumption that this was a problem they could solve as a team, was 1,000 times more painful than anger would have been. It was a testament to the trust he was in the process of destroying. Ginny, listen to me, he said, his voice harder now, needing to be cruel to be kind, or at least to be final. He took a step back, the small movement a physical manifestation of the severing he was performing between them. This isn't about stress. It's over, I'm sorry. The word, brutal and absolute, finally broke through. Her hands fell to her sides and her fragile smile died completely, her face seeming to collapse in on itself. A horrified mixture of disbelief and dawning desperation swam in her eyes. Over, she whispered, the word a puff of air that misted in the cold November afternoon. No, it's not, it can't be. Her voice started to rise, cracking with a rising panic. Why, what did I do? Was it the Quidditch match? I know I was a git, but I apologized. We were fine after that, we were happy, you were happy. Her eyes searched his, begging for an answer, any answer she could fight. What happened? Just tell me what's wrong and we can fix it. I promise, whatever it is, Harry, we can fix it. You didn't do anything, he said, the words hollow and dead in the air. It's me, I've changed, I'm not the person you think I am, I'm not the person you deserve. Maybe something in the war broke me. I don't know. He paused, the words catching in his throat. I'm sorry, I just cannot do this anymore. That was the breaking point. Her desperation shattered and the shards reformed as a fiery, focused rage. Her eyes narrowed. Don't you dare, she hissed, her voice low and trembling with a new emotion. Don't you dare give me that noble, self-sacrificing rubbish. You've changed. You're not the man I deserve. What does that even mean? That's not an explanation, Harry. It's an excuse. It's an excuse. It's the truth, he said weakly, the lie tasting like a serpent's venom. No, it's not, she shot back, taking a step towards him, her eyes flashing with a righteous fire. The truth is you've been lying to me for weeks. The late nights, the estate business. The way you flinch sometimes when I touch you. I knew something was wrong. I knew it, and I convinced myself I was imagining things. I gave you space. I trusted you. I even defended you to Hermione. I told her she was being paranoid, that you were just stressed. I made myself a fool for you. He had nothing to say to that, no defense against the accuracy of her words. He could only stand there, a frozen statue of guilt. Her voice continued to lash out like a whip of angry contempt. And the war, don't you dare use the war as your shield. We all went through it. My brother died. I fought in the battle. Do you see me turning into a liar? This is you making a choice and you don't have the spine to own it. He saw the fiery rage in her eyes condense until it was molten by a dawning clarity. She went perfectly still, no longer even trembling. That night, she said, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that was more terrifying than her shouting. The one when you came back and smelled of perfume, it was a lie, wasn't it? You weren't in a crowded lift, you were with someone. The accusation settled on his shoulders like a burning brand. You're cheating, aren't you? You smelled of her. He was caught and something inside of him crumpled at the knowledge. The carefully constructed web of deception, spun over weeks, had dissolved in the heat of her rage, leaving him exposed and silent. A tide of guilt and shame, cold and heavy, washed through his being. A deep sadness clawed at his chest, an ache for the girl he was breaking, and for the simple, clean lines of his life he had just irrevocably lit aflame. Her gaze was glowing with an accusatory fire. Who is she? He met her fiendfare-like gaze, and the silence that followed was his answer. It was a vacuum, pulling all the warmth and history from the air between them. He couldn't give her Daphne's name. That felt like an unforgivable betrayal of a different kind. But he couldn't conjure another lie. The well of deceit had finally run dry. He saw that terrible truth land upon her, and the pain it caused was volcanic. A sound tore from her throat, a choked, agonizing hiss like steam escaping a fissure. Her face, which had been a mask of rage, seemed to melt into pure, molten anguish. Who is she? Ginny shouted, her voice cracking under the strain of her fury. Who is she? I deserve a name. Tell me her name, you coward. The word coward struck him because it was true. He had made his choice, and now he was running from the fallout. "I'm sorry," he finally managed, the words feeling like a final betrayal because he knew he had no right to say them. He took a step back. "I'm going to go." And before she could say another word, before the tears he saw welling in her eyes could fall, he turned on his heel and disapparated, leaving her alone in the shimmering silence of his privacy charms. Harry returned to Grimmauld Place for a time, seeking a solitude he thought he needed. But the quiet he found there was not the restorative peace he craved. It was a dead, suffocating silence, the kind that presses in on the ears and magnifies the frantic noise of one's own thoughts. The house, which had always felt empty, now felt actively hostile. He sank onto the sofa in the drawing room, his eyes falling on a framed photograph on the mantelpiece. It was a photo of the Gryffindor common room after winning the House Quidditch Cup. Ron's arm was thrown around his shoulders. Hermione's hair was a wild mess around her smiling face. He looked at the boy in the picture, the Harry who belonged so easily in that embrace, and felt he didn't know him anymore. That boy had no secrets like the ones he now carried, no betrayals, and no lies coiled like serpents in his gut. The silence pressed in again, and he found himself straining to hear a different sound, the distant breaking of waves against a cliff. The echo of it was like a physical pull, a promise of a different kind of silence, one that was alive and breathing. Grimmauld Place felt like a tomb in comparison. He couldn't stay. He needed the sea. He needed the warmth. He needed her. He walked to the hearth, took a pinch of Floo powder, and called out for Greengrass Manor. The Floo spat him out into the welcoming hall, and he summoned Moonsey. "Could you please tell Daphne I'm in the sitting room?" he asked, his voice sounding rough. "If she's available." The elf nodded and vanished. Harry walked into the familiar room. The fire was unlit, the space cool and filled with the pale, watery light of the late afternoon. He went to the tall windows, looking out at the sea. It was a calm, slate-gray expanse, the waves rolling in with a hypnotic rhythm. He wondered what it would be like to swim in that water, if it would be too cold even in the height of summer. He'd never had a proper trip to the beach, never felt the sand between his toes or the shock of a cold wave. He pictured two small girls with blonde and dark hair, their laughter carried on the wind as they dared each other to run into the surf, and a pang of something he couldn't name went through him. He heard the soft rustle of robes and turned. Daphne stood in the doorway, a gentle smile on her lips. He searched her eyes, but he saw no gloating, nor triumph in their depths, only an understanding that seemed to see the hollow space inside him. She came to him, her movements graceful, crossing the space between them until she stood beside him at the window. Without a word, she leaned against him, resting her head on his shoulder, and he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. Her presence was a soothing balm against the phantom heat of the bridges he had just burned. They stood there together for a long time, the only sounds the distant wash of the waves and the rhythm of their breathing. He felt the stillness was a gentle current flowing between them, rather than a barrier. After a time, she gave his arm a squeeze. "Come," she murmured, and led him from the window towards the sofa. He sank onto the sofa beside her, the soft cushions offering no comfort to the hard knot that had settled into his gut. He didn't think it needed to be verbalized. He was sure she could read the cratered landscape the afternoon had left inside him, but he felt he owed her the words anyway. "I did it," he said, his voice a low rasp. "It's over." A bitter finality settled over him. He had gone there to perform a clean severing, but the act had been harder and messier than he anticipated. Ginny's words still raged in his ears, and a cold worry set in for how Ron and Hermione would react. Would they believe Ginny's truth? Had he just destroyed everything? Had he, in a single afternoon, managed to orphan himself all over again? Daphne took his hand, her cool fingers lacing with his, her thumb rubbing gentle circles on his skin. "You tore a piece of your world down today," she said, her voice barely rising above the sound of the sea. "It must have been a hard thing to do." She gave his hand a gentle squeeze. "If you want to talk about it, I'm here." He gave her hand a weak squeeze. The words felt lodged in his throat, but the patient quiet she held for him was an invitation he didn't want to refuse. The unspoken events of the afternoon felt like a ghost in the room, and he felt he would banish it by giving it a voice. With her, he felt he could simply present the facts, however damning, and be heard. "It was rough, worse than I expected." He let out a humorless breath, his gaze fixed on their joined hands. It all happened so fast. One minute she was confused, not understanding, and the next, she was just furious. It was like the rage focused everything for her. I think she must have already been suspicious. That anger just let her voice what she was already thinking, maybe. I don't know, it turned into accusations, that I was cheating, that she knew there was someone else. He paused, his thumb rubbing over her knuckles. Looking back, I know she must have already been suspicious. I've been distant, lying about where I've been. I gave her all the pieces. That anger just let her put them all together. And the picture she made was cheating, that I had found someone else. She didn't just ask Daphne. She stated it as if it were a fact she had just realized was true all along. He saw and felt her fingers tighten slightly on his, but her expression remained calm, patient. Why? She asked. What made her suspicious? He finally looked up, meeting her steady gaze. Mostly I think it was the perfume, he said. The night you first hugged me. When I got back to Grimmauld Place, Ginny could smell it on me. I made up a clumsy lie about being squeezed in a lift at the ministry with someone. It was a poor lie and she knew it. He shook his head, the memory making him feel weary. I think that's where the seed was planted. It's all she needed. He saw the calculation in her eyes. She was already moving past the mistake and onto its consequences. An unfortunate complication, she said, her voice having already taken on a strategic edge, but a manageable one. It simply means our own narrative must be more robust. He took a slow breath. I tried telling her the story we planned about being broken from the war. He shook his head, a tired movement. She didn't accept it. She looked right through me. He paused, his gaze distant. Then she started shouting. Said she knew I'd been lying for weeks, that I was cheating. She wanted a name, kept demanding your name. I couldn't say anything else, so I just turned and disapparated. Her thumb paused its gentle circles. So she has a narrative now, she said finally, her voice even and devoid of any judgment. A simple but believable one, yet with only a single piece of tangible evidence to anchor it. She turned her head slightly to meet his eyes, her expression focused as she zeroed in on the most crucial detail. She accused you, Daphne stated, but did you confirm anything? Harry shook his head, looking back to their hands. No, I didn't say a word, I just left. Then it's conjecture, she said, her voice laced with a cool certainty that he found calming to hear. An accusation born of hurt and anger, but with no proof. Harry, you have a history of the world not believing you when you tell the truth. He looked up at her, and she met his gaze with a smile. You leaving abruptly is not an admission of guilt. It can be the reaction of a man who has been pushed too far, who is tired of having his character questioned. To anyone with a sense of perspective, it can look like exhaustion, not cowardice. He stared at her, marveling at how she could take his moment of greatest weakness and reframe it as a defensible position. He had only seen his own weakness and failure. Maybe, he said, but it won't be that simple, not for Hermione. Daphne's expression hardened slightly. No, she agreed. It will not be simple with Granger. He winced slightly. It's strange hearing you call her that. Could you just call her Hermione? Daphne gave a small nod. Hermione, then, she conceded, the name sounding foreign but not unkind on her lips. She will not be satisfied with your silence. The Weasley girl's accusation will be an accelerant to any suspicions she has. She will likely see it as her duty to find the truth from what you've told me of her. I know, Harry said, the weariness returning. The estate business has to continue, especially now. If I stop, it confirms everything was a lie. But if I continue, she'll be watching every move I make. She'll want to help me through my issues, she'll be worried about my supposed alcoholism, and she'll be looking for you. Daphne hummed, her strategic mind clearly at work. You should continue to deny. You are heartbroken, confused. You aren't yourself. You tell them Ginny's accusation was her lashing out from a woman who was hurt, and you fled because you couldn't bear to fight anymore. It is a messy, painful story, Harry, but it is one that protects the truth. It makes her the grieving, angry ex-girlfriend, and you the traumatized man who can't handle any more conflict. It gives Hermione a puzzle to solve that has no solution. She should focus on your mental state, not your schedule or whereabouts. He hated how manipulative it sounded, but he also knew she was right. You make it sound so simple, he murmured. It is anything but simple, she corrected gently. It will be difficult, and you will have to lie to people you love, but it is the only logical path forward if we wish to keep this for ourselves a while longer. She gave his hand a firm squeeze, the strategist receding and the woman who had held him the night before returning. But that is a problem for tomorrow. You're exhausted, so lie down, she said, her voice soft but commanding. He did as she asked, stretching out on the sofa. She shifted, guiding his head into her lap. Her fingers began to thread through his hair. The knots of guilt and emotional fatigue in his mind seemed to dissolve under her touch. He felt the tension seep out of him, his body growing heavy, his thoughts drifting on the quiet sea of her touch, and he fell asleep. When he woke, the room was bathed in a warm light. A fire had been lit in the hearth while he slept, casting flickering shadows on the walls, and a single lamp on the table beside the sofa added a steady glow. A blanket had been draped over him. His head was still in her lap, and Daphne was reading a book, its pages illuminated by the lamplight. He felt as if the sleep had been a catharsis, purging the day's poison and leaving him feeling scoured clean. "How long was I out?" he asked, his voice a bit rough from sleep. She looked down from her book, a smile on her lips. "A few hours. You needed it, so I didn't want to wake you." It was nearly dinner time, and his stomach rumbled, reminding him he hadn't eaten since breakfast. "Is it okay if I get Creature to make us dinner?" he asked. "I don't want to step on Moonsie's toes, but maybe he could show her the ropes." "That's fine," she said, her fingers going back to gently stroking his hair. He called for the elf. Creature appeared with a crack, and as the elf saw Harry with his head in Daphne's lap, the elf's face took on a look of pure rapture. "Master," he rasped, his voice trembling with reverence. "Creature is so happy to see the master being looked after by a proper witch." "Creature," Daphne cut in, her voice soft but firm. "Your master is worn out. He's had a rough day. Would you be so kind as to prepare some dinner for us?" "My own elf, Moonsie, could benefit from your instruction on how a proper house is kept." Pride seemed to pour life back into Creature's wizened frame, straightening his spine inch by inch. "At once, mistress," his voice filled with zealotry. "Creature will serve the true lady of the House of Black." The declaration hung in the air like a formal decree. The elf knife folded himself in half as a gesture of absolute fealty, and then he was gone with a crack. Daphne looked down at Harry with a smile. "Good nap." He hummed an affirmative, nestling his head more firmly into her lap. "You're deceptively comfortable for a Slytherin," he murmured, a smile in his voice. "I'm glad," she said softly. She went back to her book, and he watched her from his vantage point, his gaze tracing the elegant lines of her face in the soft lamplight. He admired the high sweep of her cheekbones, her delicate nose, and most importantly the twist to her lips as a small smile rested beautifully on her face. The light caught the pale strands of her hair, turning them to a shimmering fall of liquid white gold. Her fingers running through his hair were a calming tide, threatening to pull him back under into the peaceful current of sleep. The previous world he had known was now likely a field of ash and broken trust of his own making. But this quiet space independent of the wreckage was real. He had probably destroyed one life, but he would protect this one. He would build walls around this fragile piece and defend it from the storm he knew was coming. A short while later, Creature returned. "Dinner is served for the master and the mistress," he announced. "We shall take our meal here, Creature," Daphne said, and Harry sat up at the words. With a snap of the elf's fingers, the low table in front of the sofa was laden with plates of roasted chicken, potatoes fondant, and asparagus with a thyme-infused gravy. Harry looked at her, a thought that had been forming in the back of his mind surfacing. "I know you wanted me to start staying the nights," he began, feeling strangely nervous. "And this might be a silly question because of that, but could I just move in? I'd rather not be alone at Grimmauld Place all day." "Are you certain?" she asked, her voice was heavy with something. "I'm certain," he said, and he was, but he was also nervous. What if she didn't want him to stay, thinking it was too quick? A radiant smile dawned across her face that made her eyes shine. "Then yes, Harry, of course. I would like that very much." She took a sip of water, her composure settling as the pragmatist re-emerged from beneath the wave of emotion. "And your constant presence will be a significant boon for Astoria's recovery." He let out a breath that he hadn't realized he was holding at the words and smiled. "Thank you," he said, the words feeling small. He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture he couldn't quite suppress. "I just didn't want it to seem like it was too fast." A genuine laugh escaped her, a sound that still felt new and rare. "Harry," she said, her voice laced with an amused tenderness. "After everything that has passed between us, I think we are well beyond the point of worrying about what is too fast." "I suppose you're right," he admitted, a sheepish grin touching his lips. "It's just, well, I'm not exactly good at this." "Relationships, I mean. Ginny was the only real one I've ever had if you don't count the complete debacle with Cho Chang in 5th year, which I don't think should count." Daphne's smile softened. "Well, I would have no frame of reference for whether you are good at this or not," she said. A faint blush rose on her cheeks. "You are my first." She looked up, her gaze direct but shy. "My first everything, actually." The admission hit him with a quiet force. "Really?" he exclaimed with surprise. He felt a clumsy need to explain his shock. "It's just you're so beautiful, I just assumed. You assumed I was like Parkinson and the others, collecting boys like they were chocolate frog cards," she countered, though there was no heat in her voice. "My focus has always been Astoria. There was never room for anyone else, nor the inclination." She smiled. "Until you." He smiled back at her. It made everything that had happened between them feel even more significant, more fragile. He didn't have the words to respond, so he simply lifted her hand from his lap and pressed a soft kiss to her knuckles. They ate largely in silence, the clink of silverware and the spitting of the fire the only sound in the room. Harry, who had spent a lot of his childhood either starving or wolfing down food before it could be taken, habitually ate quickly. Daphne, in contrast, was all elegance in her table manners. He finished first and found himself watching the rhythmic break of the waves on the cliffs. "Did you spend a lot of time by the water when you were kids?" he asked, gesturing with his head toward the window. Daphne's smile softened as she followed his gaze. "Significant amounts," she said, her voice gaining a wistful quality. "Mother once gathered Astoria and I by the fire, much like this one, and told us that there was a kelpie in our cove that was terribly lonely, that it secretly wished for a friend on land. She'd say the only way to coax it out was to build a hoard of treasure for it on the flat rocks by the water. The shinier the pebbles, the more beautiful the sea glass, the prettier the shells, the more likely the kelpie was to see them and know it was a gesture of friendship. If the hoard was impressive enough, it would finally come ashore to befriend the children who had built it." Daphne continued looking wistfully into the fire. "Astoria became completely enchanted by the idea. She would drag me down to the cove every single day, rain or shine, insisting we build its hoard. We'd spend hours searching for the shiniest pebbles and prettiest bits of sea glass or shells, and she'd arrange them on a flat rock just above the tide line, always convinced that one more perfect treasure would be the one to finally coax her friend out." "Aren't kelpies supposed to be dangerous, though?" Harry asked, the question pulling from some half-forgotten defense against the dark arts lesson. "From what I remember reading, they weren't exactly friendly. The creatures are very dangerous, but of course there was no kelpie in our cove. It was just a story to make us less afraid of the deep water." Her gaze drifted towards the fire, but Harry had the feeling she was looking at something much farther away. "My grandmother told me the real legend later on," she said, her voice taking on a different timbre. She would only ever tell it on stormy nights, when the wind was howling off the sea and rattling the windows. She said the fairy tale was for children, but the truth was for a Greengrass. She turned to face him, a serene smile gracing her lips as she looked at him with her sapphire eyes. "The hoard isn't a gift," she said. "It's a lure to a binding. Grandmother said that to pull a creature from its world, from the cold, lonely depths it knows, you cannot simply command it. You must offer it pieces of your own world, a taste of comfort, a promise of warmth, a glimpse of a life so much better than the one it has." The firelight carved sharp planes into her face, making her look both beautiful and predatory. "You don't offer it a cage, however gilded. You build a sanctuary, piece by piece, right at the edge of its own chaotic world. You offer it a quiet hearth when all it knows is the storm. You offer it a moment of stillness when its own currents threaten to tear it apart. Each piece is a treasure, a small, perfect anchor of a life it doesn't yet know it's desperate for." As Harry listened to her speak, a log broke in the fire, shifting the intensity of the light so that it seemed to pull the shadows a little tighter around them. The serene smile she wore didn't falter, but its meaning shifted with the new cast of the firelight, becoming sharper. "And then, you simply wait. It's a Greengrass virtue, patience. You wait for it to take that first, tentative step out of the cold water for that first taste of warmth. You watch it take the next treasure, and the next, and with each one the lure sinks a little deeper. The sanctuary you built for it soon becomes a necessity, and then one day it looks back at its old world and no longer recognizes it as home. It can no longer imagine its life without the world you built for it." Daphne leaned forward towards him, her eyes glinting in the firelight. "Then it binds itself to you," she said, her eyes locked onto his. "It leaves its own world behind and it belongs to yours, forever." Just as Harry found himself caught in the intensity of her gaze, the spell was shattered as Daphne laughed mirthfully, and Harry let out a breath that he didn't even realize he was holding. "Astoria, bless her, only ever saw the fairy tale mother gave her," Daphne continued, amusement in her voice. "And what ended up happening with Astoria's hoard?" Harry curiously asked, Daphne shook her head, lost in the memory, her smile turning a little sad. She kept it up for almost a whole year. Then one day she stopped. I suppose she just grew out of it, but I'll never forget how fiercely she believed. As the story ended, he saw her smile weakening, and he wanted to keep the happier memories alive for both of them. He gave her what he hoped was an encouraging smile. "Tell me another one," he said. "I want to hear more." Daphne thought for a moment, the smile brightening on her face as she recalled another memory. She was 8, shortly before the blood curse struck her, and with absolute certainty she decided that she was going to learn how to fly. Father insisted she was too young, but Astoria refused to take no for an answer. She would bring it up at every single meal over the whole week, over breakfast, lunch, and dinner, until Father, worn down by her sheer force of will, finally relented. He let her use some old broom, she continued, her voice filled with amusement. It was enormous, far too big for her. It took her a few minutes just to be able to summon it off the ground into her hand, her arm outstretched, shouting "up" with all her might. But the look on her face when it finally shot into her grasp was pure giddiness. She mounted the broom, and it immediately bucked her straight into the bushes. Daphne laughed softly. She had scratches all over her arms and legs, but she was ecstatic. She insisted to everyone that she had actually flown. In reality, she couldn't have been more than a few feet off the ground, but in her mind, she had soared. The stories of Astoria wound down, leaving a slightly bittersweet atmosphere in their wake. Creature appeared with a soft pop to clear away their empty plates. The decanter of bourbon remained on the table, gleaming in the firelight. Harry's gaze lingered on it, on the amber liquid that promised a quiet end to a loud day. Daphne saw him looking. "It's been a long day for you," she stated, her voice understanding. "Very," he agreed, his voice a low murmur. She picked up an empty glass, studying how the firelight refracted through the crystal. He watched her, mesmerized. "The potion can be deceptively dangerous," she said, her tone conversational but with an edge that made him focus. "Its primary function is to create a powerful, positive association with a target, but the magic is opportunistic." She set the glass down and looked at him directly. "It weaves the entire context into the matrix of its effects to strengthen the enchantment. The taste of bourbon on your tongue, the warmth from the fire, even the scent of sea salt in the air from the windows. It might rewire your sense of comfort until this room begins to feel more like home than any other place. The craving that you're probably feeling isn't just for me. It can be for everything associated with it. That effect can be especially dangerous when it comes to things like alcohol, which have their own addictive quality." He felt a chill run through him at her words. He had always known she was perceptive, but her insight was more than just observation. She was describing his own recent mental states with an unsettlingly clinical accuracy because, he supposed, she was in essence describing the intended effects of her own work. It made him feel foolishly arrogant in retrospect. What had his own potions education been in comparison? Years of Snape's poor instruction followed by a single, belated year under Slughorn had left him with a functional but shallow understanding of the art. He had erroneously assumed he could fight the potion's influence, that his will alone would be enough. But that assumption had been made before he had started to truly like her, before her company became a comfort he sought rather than a duty he performed. Had his own feelings provided the fertile ground the potion needed to take root? Or had he, at some point, simply stopped trying to fight it at all? He didn't know what to say. "I'm not saying that to judge you, Harry. I'm saying it because I understand." She smiled warmly at him, stilling the nervous energy he felt. "And I also understand that today was not a normal day. I know it was brutal for you, and I won't pretend otherwise." She took his hand, then gave it a reassuring squeeze and reached for the decanter, pouring the rich amber liquid into the 2 crystal glasses. "Tonight can be an exception," she said, her voice firm as she slid one glass toward him. "If you want this, it's here. A way to relax after a day like today, but only tonight. We cannot make a habit of using this, or the potion, as a crutch. It would be irresponsible of me to allow it, and it wouldn't be good for you." She held the potion vial over his glass, but didn't move to add it yet. Her gaze was calm, her unblinking eyes holding a question as she looked at him. He watched her, and the tension in his shoulders finally gave way. He pictured Hermione's concerned frown. He could imagine the lecture on dependency and magical compulsions that surely would have followed. Hermione would have demanded immediate abstinence. She would have been logical but harsh. But Daphne saw the wound, acknowledged the risks of the anesthetic, and then offered him a steady hand, trusting him to choose. This felt more human. "I think," he said softly, a wide, genuine smile breaking across his face, "that I have an amazingly kind and impossibly beautiful girlfriend." Her grip on the small vial tightened for a fraction of a second, a flicker of assessment going through her eyes before it was all replaced by a soft blush and beautiful smile. "I'm glad you think so." He watched the silvery drops merge with the amber liquid, counting. 5 was the norm. The 6th droplet was a surprise, one that sent a pleasant, tingling warmth through his entire body. He watched her then add 3 drops to her own glass. He leaned forward, a grin spreading across his face. "Feeling generous tonight. That's a new record, I think. Am I being rewarded for good behavior?" Her lips twisted slowly into a deeply pleased smile. She leaned across the small space that separated them, her cool hand coming up to cup his cheek, her thumb stroking the rough stubble along his jaw. She pressed a tender kiss to his lips. "You're being rewarded because you did a very difficult thing today, Harry," she corrected, her voice a whisper against his skin. "For me, for us." Her eyes danced in the firelight, and he found himself nodding instinctively, her words feeling like an absolute truth under her touch. "And because today is significant," she continued, "in a way, it's the first official day of our life together. I felt the occasion called for something more." The way she said "our life together" made his heart feel as though it was awash in a wave of impossibly bright hope. His mind couldn't help but picture her again in the robes of pure radiant white, and the ring on her hand that held the mystery of a moonlit ocean. His mind glimpsed her in the future, caring for her children with the same protective devotion that she had for Astoria. His throat felt very dry all of a sudden. She must have seen the shift in him or something, or perhaps the feelings had also bloomed on his face, because she gave him another kiss, this one deeper than the first. "But it wouldn't be very clever of me to jump straight to your level. I'll ease my way in. A smaller indulgence for me is the smarter path for now." The careful justification was, at its heart, an act of care was so perfectly her. He felt a rush of affection for her so strong it almost hurt. He took the glass she offered and looked at the shimmer in the drink, a familiar anticipation coiling in his gut. They both drank together, and the warmth spread through him, not as a slow creep, but as a vitalizing wave, actively chasing away the cold, hollow aches of the day's events. The world outside of her began to blur at the edges, the soft lamplight seeming to halo her form as he gazed at her. His senses, which had still felt slightly deadened from the fatigue of the day, even after his nap, sharpened to a razor's edge, focused entirely on her. She leaned against him, her head resting on his shoulder, and the simple contact was electric. He felt as if the space between them was dissolving, the magic forming a bridge that connected them on a level beyond the physical, creating an impossible level of intimacy. He felt as though he could sense the alluring beat of her heart, as if it were his own. He turned his head, his lips finding hers, and he felt the soft release in her that he also felt in himself as they seemed to melt into each other. The kiss was slow at first, but the undercurrent of the day's raw emotion and the amplifying effect of the potion quickly turned it into something with an insatiable hunger. He pulled her closer, his hands tangling in her hair, and she responded in kind, her body melting against his. She broke the kiss, her breath coming in ragged gasps that he felt against his own lips, and shifted, swinging a leg over his lap, straddling him on the sofa. The world narrowed to the feel of her weight settling over him, the shimmering of her hair in the light, and the intense hunger in her gaze that he knew was reflected in his own. Her eyes, shadowed pools of sapphire lit by the lamplight, searched his. "Is this all right?" Her voice was a husky caress. "More than all right," he breathed, his voice rough with an emotion that went far beyond simple desire. His hands sliding from her luxurious hair to the delicate curve of her waist, pulling her flush against him. The heat between them was immediate and consuming. Her hands roamed over his chest and shoulders, her touch just as demanding as his own, while his own explored the shape of her through the fine silk of her robes. The hunger he had for her was an intoxicating fire that threatened to consume him completely. Just as the heat was about to crest into an inferno, she pulled back slightly, her cheeks flushed. "Not here," she said. For a moment, he was confused, but then she stood, pulling him to his feet. She led him by the hand from the sitting room, up the grand staircase, and down a corridor he had never been down before. She stopped before a simple, white-painted door and pushed it open. He had never been inside her bedroom. It was softer than the rest of the manor. The walls were a pale, creamy yellow, and the furniture was a light-toned wood. Stacks of novels and research tomes were piled on the nightstand and her writing desk. The bed was a large four-poster with a gray duvet, and a fire was already burning in the hearth. He didn't have much time to examine his surroundings. Daphne pushed the door shut with her foot and pressed him back against it, her mouth capturing his in a searing kiss. The polished wood was cool against his back, and Daphne was aflame on his front. Her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him deeper into the kiss. He met her fervor with his own. His hands loosened the fastenings of her robe, and he slid it from her shoulders, the soft material pooling in a whisper of silk at her feet. She was wearing nothing else but a pair of simple black knickers, but he didn't think that she could possibly be any more beautiful. The sight of her burned itself into his brain. The fabric against the pale canvas of her skin was a sight that his eyes found impossible to leave. His eyes devoured her form, the swell of her breasts above the dark silk of her knickers, swoop of her hips, the flat plane of her stomach, and her long, graceful legs. The potion and bourbon sang in his veins, a siren song urging him to close the distance, to touch, to claim. He lifted her into his arms, and she wrapped her legs around his waist as he carried her to the bed. They landed on the soft duvet in a tangle of limbs, the air electric between them. He worshipped her with his hands and his mouth, and she met his passion with a fierce intensity that left him breathless. As he shifted over her, her hand slid down between their bodies, her fingers wrapping around him with a possessive touch that sent a lance of pleasure straight through him. He pulled back with a grin spreading across his face as he looked down at her. "And here I was, worried you might still be sore like this morning," he said, his voice teasing. A melodic laugh escaped her, a sound that was worth more than any physical pleasure. Before he could move, she wrapped her legs tighter around his hips, trapping him. "I seem to have made a miraculous recovery," she whispered huskily, her voice sending pleasurable shivers of excitement down his spine. "You should know by now, Harry, I always get what I want." Her sapphire eyes glittered with a mixture of amusement and unadulterated desire. "And I'm not letting you go anywhere." He felt the intoxicating pull of the magic, the warmth of the bourbon urging him to give in, to let the tsunami of hunger take over. But the sound of her laugh, her words, and the playful challenge in her eyes was infinitely better. His own smile deepened. "I'm not going anywhere," he said, his voice a low murmur that was just for her. He shifted his weight, settling more fully between her legs, the movement a silent agreement. "I'm right where I want to be." A deeply pleased smile curved her lips. The amusement in her eyes shifted into something more triumphant. She lifted a hand, her perfectly manicured nails scraping lightly against the stubble on his jaw, a touch that felt like both the most intimate of touches and a brand of ownership, as the effects of the potion and his need for her made it feel as though her nails were leaving molten lines of pleasure on his skin. "Good," she purred. The sound was a possessive rumble in her throat. "Because you belong here with me now. You're mine. You're my Kelpie, Harry." Her words were a declaration, a statement of fact that landed in the center of his soul with the force of a binding oath. "Then I'm going to claim my treasure now," he said breathlessly. He lowered himself to her, a willing plunge into the world she represented. The surrender was absolute. He watched the firelight dance in the depth of her eyes, saw the reflection of his own fierce desire mirrored in those depths, and knew he was home. He went for her lips, and she answered by tilting her head, her mouth parting for him, a soft, inviting sound escaping her throat. The air grew thick and heavy, a heady mixture of her scent of white flowers and rain, the salt of their skin, and the primal, musky scent of their joining. He moved slowly at first, his body pressing into the welcoming heat of hers. He felt the hitch in her breath, the slight arch of her back as she met him, and then the world fell away. There was only the feeling of being enveloped by her, a warm, living current that poured from her into the empty spaces within him, quenching a thirst he hadn't known he was dying of. He captured her mouth again in a searing kiss, tasting the bourbon and the magic on her tongue. He was drowning in her, in the soft gasps that were just for him, in the way her hips moved against his in a perfect rhythm. Her nails, which had been resting on his shoulder blades, dug into his skin, raking sharp, exquisite lines of pleasure across his back. The sting was a fire that burned away everything but the present moment, marking him, claiming him as her own as he completely let go. He held her afterwards, their heartbeats a frantic gallop gradually slowing to a steady rhythm in the firelit quiet. His arms were wrapped around her, her body a comforting weight against his. He could feel the sweat cooling on their skin, hear the soft crackle of the logs in the hearth. He looked down at her head resting on his shoulder, the firelight and the potion turning her platinum hair into a silver halo. He felt the potion singing in his blood, no longer a craving, but a triumphant, sated chorus that had finally had its fill. There were no words left to say. There was no need for them. In the quiet warmth with her against him, his body heavy with blissful exhaustion, sleep began to pull him under. Just as he was about to drift away on those currents, he felt her shift slightly, her head lifting from his shoulder. He felt the soft pressure of her lips against his chest, as she pressed a tender kiss right over his heart. It felt like a gentle baptism, a final, cleansing touch of absolution that washed away the old world and confirmed everything he already knew. He was hers. Harry woke in the morning in Daphne's bed. She was snuggled against him, her head tucked under his chin, but he could tell from the evenness of her breathing that she was still asleep. He lay still for a long time, watching the pale morning light filter through the curtains, just holding her and enjoying the feeling of her in his arms. Eventually she began stirring and her eyelashes fluttered against his chest, and she looked up at him, her blue eyes soft with sleep. A gentle smile spread across her face. The image was beautiful and the feelings it invoked in him were beyond pleasant. He found himself hopping he'd never grown numb to the effortless way her smile could make him feel. "Hi," he whispered, his voice raspy with sleep. It was the same word from the morning on the rug, but it felt different now, settled and sure. "Hi," she murmured back, her voice sleepy. He leaned down and kissed her languidly. When they broke apart, his stomach rumbled, loudly in the still room. She laughed, a sound that was still new and wonderful to him. "Hungry? Starving," he admitted. "Fancy some breakfast?" "I'd love some," she said, untangling herself from his arms. "But I need to have a shower first." She disappeared into the en-suite bathroom, and he heard the sound of the water running. He lay in bed for a few more moments, the scent of her on the pillows, a mix of rain and white flowers washing over him. He felt a sense of rightness, a feeling that this was where he was supposed to be. He finally got up and stretched, feeling a deep relaxation in his muscles from the night before. His sight fell upon her writing desk. There was a framed photograph of 2 little girls with their mother. He picked it up. The mother was a mirror image of an older Daphne, and she had an arm around each of her daughters. Both girls, one with blonde hair and one with dark, were waving shyly at the camera, their faces alight with happiness. It looked like it had been taken on the manor grounds, the sea a hazy blue in the background. Beside it was another photo, this one of a slightly older Astoria. She was dressed in new, plain Hogwarts robes, grinning from ear to ear and proudly holding up her wand for the camera. An abrupt pecking at the window made him jump. It was a sleek, brown owl, a powerful-looking bird that Hermione had bought for long-distance post before she left for Australia. He'd known that owls would be coming. He crossed the room and opened the window, taking the scroll of parchment from the owl's leg. He didn't feel the spike of dread he would have expected. There was only a wariness as he took the letter. He knew he would have to face Hermione and Ron sooner rather than later. Hermione would be, by far, the easier of the two. He unrolled the parchment and recognized Hermione's impossibly neat handwriting. "Harry, I know that you likely want to be left alone. However, I cannot stand by while you isolate yourself. I am writing to you not to offer judgment, but friendship, which you have always offered me in turn. To be direct, what Ginny is saying is inconsistent with the person I know. It does not sound like you, and I refuse to believe the worst of you. My primary concern is not for what has happened between the two of you, but for your own well-being. As you likely suspect, Ron is enraged. He and I went to Grimmauld Place last night, and he intends to keep going back until he has answers. While I also want to understand, I need to know that you are okay more than anything else. I'm deeply worried, Harry. You have a history of shutting people out and taking on burdens alone, and I do not wish for you to do so again. So please meet with me, talk with me. Please don't do anything you might regret. It can be private, just the two of us, and I give you my word I won't cast any stones. Yours, the girl you saved from the troll." Daphne emerged, wrapped in a thick white towel, her hair damp. Residue of water kissed her shoulders and collarbone, and he found it difficult to look away from her glistening skin. Her eyes met his, and she gave him an intimate smile that faltered slightly as she saw the scroll in his hand. "Bad news?" she asked, her eyes keenly observant. "It's from Hermione," he said, holding the parchment out to her. "Here, you should read it." She came over to the bed and gracefully sat on the edge. He watched her face as she read, saw the way her brow furrowed and the soft line of her mouth hardened into flat line. When she finished, she looked up at him, her expression unreadable. "It's an effective emotional plea," she said. "The final line is a particularly strong tactic, a reminder of a shared history that excludes everyone else. She's framing this as a matter of your well-being, which makes any refusal to cooperate seem self-destructive." She handed the letter back to him. "What are you going to do?" Harry sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I'm going to have to meet her, sooner rather than later. Waiting will just make things worse and make her more suspicious." He looked at Daphne, a sense of resolve enveloping him. "But it has to be just her. If Ron is there too, it probably wouldn't be a conversation. It would just be him shouting at me." Daphne hummed with her eyes closed and traced a circle on his thigh with her sharp nail. When she opened her eyes, her gaze was thoughtful. "We'll need to be very careful, Harry," she said finally, her cool fingers taking his hand. The rest of the day passed in easy comfort. He wrote a quick reply to Hermione that he would meet with her alone tomorrow and Daphne, and he ate a breakfast that Creature had enthusiastically made for his new mistress. Afterwards, Daphne excused herself to her potions lab, and Harry went to Astoria's room. He read to her for over an hour, and though she didn't wake, he felt her presence in the room was stronger. That evening, the easy domesticity of the day began to fray. In the quiet of the sitting room with Daphne, Harry's mind was a turbulent sea, churning with the words he would have to soon say to Hermione, the lies he would have to construct. His gaze drifted, almost of its own accord, to the decanter of bourbon on the side table. He felt the siren call of it, but he knew he couldn't. Daphne's words about it being dangerous echoed in his mind. He saw her notice his gaze. She didn't say a word, but her posture shifted, a subtle stiffening that was louder than any reprimand. Something went through her eyes. Hopefully not disappointment, maybe, just a cool assessment. Instead of speaking, she rose from her chair with a fluid grace that belied the room's suddenly heavier atmosphere. She held out a hand to him. "Come," she said, her voice soft but firm. "Let's go for a walk." He took her hand, a sense of relief washing over him that she wasn't going to lecture him. She led him not towards the familiar gardens they had walked in before, but to an unassuming door he'd never noticed, half hidden behind a tapestry in the main hall. It opened into a rough-cut tunnel that led onto a steep, winding path cut into the cliff face, descending to the beach below. The air that rolled off the water to meet them was bitingly cold, thick with the scent of salt and damp stone. It was late November, and the night was unforgiving. He cast warming charms on them both, the magic and invisible cloak against the chill. Daphne smiled her thanks, and when they reached the sand line, she bent down to slip off her flats. He followed her lead, kicking off his own shoes and socks, the sudden shock of the cold, damp sand beneath his feet a jolt to his system, but pleasant. They walked arm in arm, the only sounds the rhythmic crash of the waves and the soft crunch of their footsteps. The beach was a desolate stretch of silver and black under the light of a high, cold moon. The ocean was a mass of dark waves roiling and churning, its claws of white foam scraping at the sand, and shadows clumped conspiratorially under the cliff's edge and stalked under every piece of driftwood. Daphne stopped at the water's edge, turning her face to the sea breeze. The wind whipped possessively at her hair, pulling pale strands loose, but she didn't so much as blink as a sharp bite of the wind brought tears to his own eyes. In the cutting moonlight, those loose strands of her hair seemed incandescent and to be of spun silver against the dark canvas of the sea and sky. She looked less like a person and more like a spirit of the place, elemental, beautiful, and achingly lonely. "I used to come here alone," she said, her voice nearly carried away by the wind. "Whenever the world felt like it was pressing in on me, when the manor felt more like a cage than a fortress. During the war." He asked, more than a little entranced by her beauty in the moment, and the alluring way the wind pulled and tugged at her robes, pulling them tight against her form in seductive places. "During the war. Before it," she confirmed, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "Any time I needed to remember that there was something bigger and more powerful than the expectations and the fear. The sea doesn't care about anything. There's a peace knowing that the waves have smashed against these rocks since time immemorial and will continue to do so long after I'm gone." She turned her head, her incandescent hair whipping across her face. "Is that how you feel now, Harry? Like the world is pressing in on you before you have to face her tomorrow?" He pondered the words. "I'm not afraid of Hermione," he said finally, the words feeling only like half a truth. "I just don't like the lying. It feels wrong to lie to her." "It is dishonest," she said, her tone soothing. But is it wrong? Sometimes the most honest thing you can do for one person is to lie to another. He looked from her face, so pale and beautiful in the cast of the moonlight, to the hungry, restless surge of the waves, constantly grasping for the shore. What do you mean? He asked, turning to her, his voice low against the tide breaking against the bank. When you say that sometimes lying to one person is being honest to another, I don't understand. Daphne's gaze softened. I know you hate this, Harry. I know lying to her feels like a betrayal, and it is, but in doing so you're protecting me. She let out a breath that misted in the air. And I'm terrified of what will happen when you stop. Terrified of what? Of what they'll say. No, she whispered, shaking her head, the moonlight catching in the silver strands of her hair. I'm not afraid of their words. I'm afraid that they might be right. She smiled at him, but it was a heartrendingly sad smile. I know I don't deserve someone like you, Harry. Someone so good. He didn't think he was good anymore. He was a liar, a cheat, and a man actively constructing a web of deceit to hide his choices from his best friend. But he saw the vulnerability in her eyes, the fragility she kept hidden beneath layers of ice and steel, and he knew this wasn't the moment for his own self-loathing. He stepped forward, closing the space between them, and wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her flush against him. The wind howled across the desolate beach, but with the warming charm cocooning them, the chill was barely a graze on their skin. What if it's true, Harry? She whispered, her voice a fragile thread against the expanse of the night. What if I'm really everything they say? He closed his eyes for a moment, letting the sound of the wind and the waves wash over him, grounding him against the fear in her voice. He pulled back just enough to look down at her, his hands framing her face. So what if you are? He asked softly, her brow furrowed in confusion, a tear still clinging to her lashes. I don't want you to hate me. Who is Daphne Greengrass? He continued, his voice low and intense, ignoring her protest. She was silent, her gaze searching his, and so he answered for her. She's a woman I held while she cried because the world forced her to do something terrible to survive. She's a woman who loves her sister so fiercely she would burn down the world for her. I know who Daphne is. And she is so much more than what a few hateful whispers say. A wounded sound escaped her, and she pressed her face into his chest, her arms wrapping around his waist in a hug so tight it felt like she was trying to fuse herself to him. He held her just as tightly, resting his chin on the top of her head. I don't care what anyone says, he continued, his voice a murmur against her hair. I don't care that what is between us started in an unconventional way. We're together now. That's all that matters. He felt her smile against his chest as he added, a hint of his old humor returning. And if it turns out you really are some dark witch, well, I think you'll find out, just like Voldemort did, that I'm very difficult to get rid of. He felt the gentle shake of her laughter against his ribs, and he kissed her hair. They stood like that for a long time, an entire world contained within their embrace, with the uncaring, frosty sea churning under the moonlight. Finally, Daphne pulled back, though she remained in his arms. Her eyes had solidified into the bearing of confidence he knew so well from her. She looked at him, her expression intense and hauntingly sharp with the cast of the light framing her silvered hair. Were you serious before? She pressed, her gaze piercing. About being willing to build a world with just the two of us, because it might come to that. He smiled down at her. Astoria, too, don't forget her. Daphne hummed, a soft sound of contentment, a matching smile gracing her lips. Astoria, too. One of her hands moved from his back to his chest, her fingers tracing a tantalizing path down his sternum. Her eyes locked onto his, and in the shadowed depths of them he saw a playfulness that sent a jolt of excitement through him. We've never talked about the future, she said, her voice dropping to an intimate murmur. Not properly. He raised an eyebrow. How so? We never talked about our families, she said. Potter, Black, Greengrass. He was confused. You already know everything about the estate stuff. She looked momentarily bashful, but the playful glint in her eyes remained. Her hand continued its slow, inexorable path downward until it brushed lightly over his groin. That's 3 lines, Harry. The meaning hit him. Oh, he said, his voice suddenly thicker. Daphne smiled, a slow, knowing smile that held many layers of meaning. It wouldn't be just Astoria, you and I. The sudden intimate shift in the conversation left him momentarily speechless. The cold sea air felt impossibly distant, replaced by the heat coiling low in his stomach. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. Right, he managed. He let out a slightly unsteady laugh. But we've got plenty of time for all that, don't we? Daphne's smile didn't falter, but the playful glint in her eyes intensified. Are you saying you don't want such a thing with me, Harry? She asked, challenging him. No, of course not, that's not it, he said quickly. I do. It's just, isn't this all moving a bit fast? My entire world has been turned upside down ever since I've met you. Our parents weren't much older than we are now when they started their families, she countered, stepping a little closer to him. In our world, this isn't fast, Harry. It's normal. I thought you wanted to wait before we went public, he said weakly. Wouldn't it look suspicious if we had a child so quickly? Her countenance became more serious, and she tilted her head in consideration. A child would make us more legitimate, if anything. It would show the world that this isn't some fleeting scandal. Are you sure you want something like that with me, Daphne? He asked more than a little hesitatingly, fearing both answers she might give. Sometimes he felt like that boy in the cupboard from so long ago. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she moved her hand to his chest, splaying her fingers over his heart. He could feel the warmth of her palm through the layers of his clothes. You're saving my sister, she said, her voice filled with an unshakable conviction. Yeah, but I didn't do it for a reward if that's what you're thinking, he said. A defensive edge to his tone. We don't need to rush into anything because of that. A knowing smile touched her lips. Maybe I phrased that poorly, she conceded. She looked up at him, her eyes seeming to hold the reflected light of the moon. She's getting better every day, Harry, and I know what that means. I know why that is. He felt a twinge of awkwardness at her having a magical yardstick to measure his affections in the form of Astoria. Yeah, but what do you want, Daphne? He pressed, needing to hear it separated from any sense of obligation or gratitude. I don't want to hear what you think you might owe me. What do you actually want? What if I want to build a true life together, Harry? She replied, her voice unwavering and purposeful. One that isn't defined by survival or secrets, but by choice. Would you like to take that step with me? It's just a lot, and so soon. Are you really sure about this? Is it truly what you want? His heart was beating incredibly fast, and the sea air which before had only grazed him with its chill felt sharper with Daphne's questions and the intensity of the moment. Instead of answering, she looped her arms around his neck, leaning back slightly, her warm body a trusting weight against his arms. She looked up at him, her face crowned by the vast, dark sky, the cold moonlight carving her features into a mask of regal certainty. I do, she said simply. And we both have a responsibility to our legacies. Potter, Black, Greengrass. She said the names like an incantation. They are lines that nearly ended, Harry. They need to continue. They need heirs. He'd never once thought of it as a legacy to be continued. It felt strangely transactional in a way he didn't like to think of family as. And yet, as he looked at Daphne, he knew with an absolute certainty that she would be a fiercely loving mother with the burning care she had for Astoria. He pictured her reading stories not to a sleeping sister, but to a small, sleepy body curled in her lap. He pictured her standing like a dragon against anyone or anything that would ever threaten her family. The idea of a family had come up before, but not with Daphne. It had been only a somewhat joking thing, mostly from Mrs. Weasley about when he and Ginny were going to give her some grandchildren to spoil. It always felt like it was something for the future. Ginny had no intentions of having children in the near future due to her career aspirations. The concept of a family, although desired, always felt distant and abstract. Now, standing on this cold beach with Daphne, it didn't feel that way at all. It felt surreal and more than a little terrifying, much like the makeshift Hogwarts graduation ceremony he had after a year of living in a tent, expecting to die. Her grip on his neck tightened. Or am I wrong? Do you not see a future with me? A real one? He looked down at her. Her expression had hardened and turned frigid, her shoulders braced and her lips pressed into a flat line, against the chance that he would say something that would wound her. You're the only one I see a future with, Daph. He pulled her flush against him to capture her lips, to try and show her the meaning of those words. When were you thinking of, well, that? He said a little breathlessly after they had pulled apart from an intense snogging session. Her challenging smile returned then, full of a dizzying promise. She leaned in, her lips close to his ear, her voice dropping to a thrilling whisper. What if I told you I was thinking about it right now? He stared at her blankly for a moment, the roar of the sea fatting into a distant hum. The audacity of her words short-circuited his brain. You're completely serious, he said, the words a statement, not a question. He let out a shaky breath that was half a laugh. Daphne, my entire life has felt like I'm running to catch up. I feel like I've just now caught my breath with you. He looked down at her, a slow smile spreading across his face. But, yeah, okay, let's run. A voice in the back of his mind, one that sounded a lot like Hermione, screamed that this was madness. That he was building a life on a foundation of lies and magic he didn't understand, with a woman he'd known for barely more than a handful of weeks, and whose depths he had only begun to chart in earnest. But another, deeper part of him knew that the life he had been living was its own kind of lie. Drowning in a sea of expectations, he had been sinking slowly, trying to pretend he could still breathe the water as it pressed against him. And more than that, he wanted the madness. He wanted her. And if she wanted this, he would give it to her. Her grip on his arms tightened and her smile deepened as she tilted her head, and looking into her moonlit eyes felt like sinking into a new thermocline of deeper, unknown waters. The frantic roar of the sea became muffled pressure, and the brisk touch of the air vanished. He felt weightless, suspended in the potent depths of her gaze, and all he could think was that he never wanted to surface again. Against the crash of the surf, she spoke clearly into the wind. "Moonsey, bring my bed here," Daphne commanded with absolute authority to the elf, who appeared with a pop that barely heard against the noise of the water. "Place it there," she gestured with a nod of her head to a flat stretch of sand just beyond the reach of the frothing tide, "and face it towards the sea." Harry didn't even have time to process the command before Daphne pulled him into a demanding kiss that deepened, and then deepened again, until he felt so drunk in her consuming passion that he barely registered the bed that appeared, or when their clothes were discarded in a desperate haste as dark pools on the pale sand. Daphne was not tender as she pushed him back onto the bed, so that the vast, moonlit sky sprawled above him, and he watched as she rose over him, a breathtaking silhouette with the backdrop of that pale orb behind her form. She was bare to him, with an otherworldly moonlit beauty, riding him with a fiercely consuming rhythm, her pale hair a silver curtain that undulated and swayed with every harsh, grinding movement of their hips. Moonlight sculpted her form, carving her form in sharp lines of alabaster and shadow. She looked less like a woman and more like a goddess who descended from the moon itself to claim him completely. When it was all said and done, when he had spilled himself into her with a guttural cry that was swallowed by the roar of the waves, they lay together under the heavy duvet, the chill wind distant, but gently caressing their faces. The dreamlike nature of the situation began to impress its weight upon him. The frothy night sea raging next to them, and the moon hanging huge and silver in the sky, and in his arms he held something even more beautiful. He finally understood what she had meant, lying here with the ancient, rhythmic crash of the waves as the world's only sound. The rest of it, the lies he would have to tell, the anger of his friends, the future headlines in the paper, all seemed to shrink in comparison. The sea didn't care about his broken friendships or his complicated feelings. It didn't care about anything. It had been here long before him and would be here long after he was gone. The sheer, indifferent enormity of the world put the smallness of his own chaos into perspective. And here, in this bed, on this lonesome stretch of beach, with Daphne a warm, solid reality in his arms, he had found the center of his own small world. It was a bulwark, a fortress built of moonlight and sea spray and a shared choice. Everything else felt distant, like a problem for another man on another day in another reality. In that moment, Harry found that as long as he had Daphne as his center, he could face anything regardless of the rest of the world. He woke to the feeling of a cold breeze on his face and the regular crash of the waves. For a moment, he was disoriented, the heavy duvet and the scent of the sea a strange combination. Then he remembered. He opened his eyes, and she was already awake, lying on her side, propped up on an elbow, gazing at him with an unnerving intensity. The sun was just breaking the horizon, painting the churning ocean in bruised shades of purple, gray, and a brilliant orange. Daphne smiled at him, a smile that seemed to catch the new morning light. It was so unguardedly beautiful that he couldn't help but smile back. It felt like a physical impossibility not to. The abnormality of the moment, waking in a four-poster bed on a desolate beach as the sun rose over the sea with such a beautiful woman in the bed, made him question if he was still asleep. "Enjoying the view?" he asked, his voice raspy with sleep. "Very much," she purred, the intimate undercurrent of suggestion in her tone of voice making him much more alert. "How long have you been awake?" "I'm not sure," she said. Her gaze thoughtful, an hour perhaps, just watching the sun come up. She reached out, her sharp nail tracing a tantalizing line from his collarbone down his sternum. The sensation left a trail of goosebumps in its wake. "I was thinking." He pulled her closer, enjoying her blessed warmth and the weight of her in his arms. "And what were you thinking about?" The future, she said, her eyes locking with his. Our future. She gave an enigmatic smile. It looks very bright from here. Her hand moved from his chest, taking his and guiding it to her flat stomach, pressing his palm against her skin. When you're there today, she said, her voice dropping, becoming serious and insistent, and you're facing her questions, her concern, her judgment, I want you to remember this. She pressed his hand down a little harder. Remember us. He swallowed, the weight of her meaning settling over him. The plan is still the same, then? He asked, his own voice quiet. It's still the most logical path, she confirmed, her tone pragmatic. But if, he started, his mind snagging on a crucial detail. Wouldn't it make the timeline look, well, incredibly suspicious? It would make everything I say to her today an obvious lie. Daphne considered the question, tilting her head, but she looked completely unconcerned. Even if we did conceive last night, she said coolly, who is to say it was last night? It could have been a week or two from now. A night of passion that forced us both to confront the truth of what was growing between us. She gave him a knowing smile. It wouldn't be seen as unusual to enter into a sudden and serious relationship after such. It would almost be expected. She kissed him then, and with what followed there was no room nor desire for further argument. Later, after they had eaten breakfast, made by a fawning creature, and he kissed Daphne goodbye, he flew to Grimmauld Place. The anxiety of the coming interrogation making his stomach feel more than a little unsteady. He had run from Ginny's tears, but he knew there would be no running from Hermione's questions. Right on time, the flue roared to life with a whoosh of green flames, and Hermione stepped out, brushing soot from the shoulders of her coat. Her face was a mask of worried sympathy. She didn't say a word, simply crossed the room and pulled him into a fiercely powerful hug that he felt he didn't deserve. He returned it weakly. She pulled back but kept her hands on his arms, her brow furrowed as she looked him up and down speculatively. Harry, she began, her voice soft. How are you doing? I just want to know what's going on and to know that you're okay. He ran a hand through his hair, unable to fully meet her gaze, which was full of a sympathy he knew he definitely hadn't earned. The silence stretched for a moment, filled only by the ticking of the clock. As well as can be expected, I suppose, he said, his voice cautious. I don't really know what to say, Hermione. I know Ginny must have talked to you. I don't know where to even begin explaining any of this. It's all pretty awkward. A sad smile touched her lips. Yes, it is pretty awkward. She looked around the gloomy drawing room, then back at him. Standing here feels too formal, doesn't it? Like we're about to have a hearing. She gestured towards the hall. Come on, let's go to the kitchen. I'll make us some tea. It's always easier to talk over tea. Harry smiled weakly in amusement at her words. Of course, tea. The universal solvent for difficult conversations. He followed her to the kitchen and sat down at the table while Hermione bustled around, filling the kettle with a flick of her wand and setting it on the stove. I have a lot of questions, she said, her back still to him as she got 2 mugs from a cupboard and poured the tea into them, handing him his cup and taking her own seat. Her voice was soft, but it carried a weight of purpose. But first and foremost, are you okay? Is it the dreams? Are they still going on? Harry shook his head. The dreams haven't happened since then. They tend to come and go, but honestly, that's not what this is about. The dreams tend to come with stress, and I was stressed because I was thinking about breaking up with Ginny and how it would probably implode my life. Ginny's heartbroken, Hermione said, her voice neutral as she looked down into her tea. She's at the Burrow, just sitting in her room, replaying every conversation for the last month. She finally looked up, her eyes considering him. One moment she's furious, thinking that you cheated on her, and the next she's confused. She says 1 minute things were fine and the next you were a stranger. Hermione dropped 2 sugars in her tea. I'm not accusing you of anything, Harry. I'm just telling you how it is. She's a complete wreck. She paused, blowing on her tea and taking a careful sip. And honestly, I don't understand it either. When we got back from Australia, you seemed fine. Happy even. It feels like this all happened so fast, so what happened? Harry stirred his tea as he considered his words. It wasn't 1 minute, he said. It's been building for a while, I just didn't know how to say it. I didn't want to hurt her. I thought it would get better, but it got worse instead. What changed, Harry? She asked, blowing on her tea. He said, latching onto the narrative he and Daphne had prepared. The war, I don't know, I think it did more damage than I let on. I'm not the same person I was before. The Harry who came back from the final battle was just running on fumes. Now that everything's quiet, I'm realizing that I don't know how to just be myself. Ginny deserves someone whole, someone who can share her brightness. Right now, all I feel like I have is a shadow. We all changed, but you were healing. We were all healing. This feels like a step backwards, she countered softly. It's not a step backwards, it's just a different path, he tried to explain, his voice low and strained. A path I didn't even know I was on until recently. Everyone, the whole world, had this idea of what my life should be now that the war is done. The hero settles down, marries the perfect girl, and lives happily ever after. He looked at her. And Ginny's perfect for that story. She deserves that story. But I can't be the person she fell in love with anymore because I think that person was just a role I was playing. I was going through the motions, saying the right things because it's what everyone expected. It's what I expected of myself. She deserves someone who is really there, not just a ghost going through the motions. It would have been a lie, Hermione. It wouldn't be fair to her to keep pretending. Hermione looked hurt at his words. Why didn't you tell me? What would have been the point? He asked, a defensive edge to his voice. You and Ron were on the other side of the world until just recently, and it's not exactly the sort of thing you discuss over Owl Post, is it? By the time you were back, I was already too deep in my own head. He let out a tired breath, looking up at the yellowed ceiling of the kitchen. And I know you, Hermione. You would have seen it as a problem to be solved, something to research and fix. But I didn't have any answers for your questions because I didn't have them for myself. It was just a mess, and I needed the space to figure it out myself. He looked back at her. And I certainly couldn't tell Ron. How was I supposed to tell him that I was thinking about breaking his sister's heart? It would have put him in an impossible position. It felt like the least damaging option was to just deal with it myself. Okay, I'll accept that, she conceded, though he could see it pained her. She took a slow sip of her tea, her gaze distant as she processed what he'd told her. I understand why you felt you couldn't talk to us. I can see how my need to fix things might have felt like pressure when you didn't have any answers yourself. She set her mug down, her gaze steadying on him again. But that still leaves me trying to understand the timeline, Harry. When all of this started, you say it's been building for a while, but it only seemed to become a real crisis recently. She paused, and Harry could see the way in which she was biting her lower lip, a sign that she was clearly choosing her next words carefully. Ginny said this all seemed to get worse when the estate business started. Did it serve as a catalyst? Is it connected to all this? It just gave me a lot of time to think, he said cautiously. It made me look at my own future, and I realized I hadn't really been looking at it at all. I was just letting it happen. At some point, I started questioning if that future was what I truly wanted, or if it was just a script I was following because it was easy. I realized my own life was a mess because I wasn't being honest with myself, and that wasn't fair to Ginny. He sighed. Hermione tilted her head and analyzed him. I'm worried about the properties you've been surveying, she said finally. This house was full of dark objects. Have you touched anything? Handle any unfamiliar objects without checking them first? I've been careful, he said, a flash of irritation in his tone. Not everything is a dark artifact, Hermione. I know that, she said patiently. But it reminds me of Ron with the locket, how it twisted everything, made him see the worst in himself in us. He didn't even realize it was happening. These things are subtle. They prey on your anxieties, they amplify your doubts until you can't tell which feelings are yours and which are the objects. The way you describe feeling broken and needing to push Ginny away, that's exactly the kind of emotional confusion a dark artifact might be designed to create. No, he scrubbed his hand over his face. There aren't any dark artifacts of compulsions in play. This is my own confusion. He insisted, his voice rising slightly. It's me, why can't you just accept that this is my choice? Because it doesn't add up, Harry, she said, her voice filled with a gentle logic. When I left for Australia, you were happy. When Ron and I came back, things still seemed fine. I know you had that spat at the Burrow, but to go from that to this, it seems like a massive leap. I thought you were in love with her. Harry's anger deflated. I thought so too, he said, the words feeling brittle. But feelings change. It's not something you can solve like an arithmancy equation. We just grew apart, or rather I did. It's not Ginny's fault, but somewhere along the lines I changed and I realized I was just playing the part rather than enjoying it. It wouldn't have been right to keep going. I'm not trying to solve it like an equation, she countered, her voice softening. I'm trying to understand my best friend. She drummed her fingers on the table and locked eyes with him. Who is the business consultant that you're working with for the estate? Harry knew that this question would arise, but all he could do is stick with what he had previously said at the Burrow. He waved his hand. I promised to keep their involvement anonymous, he said tersely. Hermione hummed. It's not like you to keep secrets like this from me. We keep secrets from the entire world, Harry, but not from each other. You told me you thought a piece of Voldemort's soul was living inside you. Are you honestly telling me that the name of a business consultant is a more dangerous secret than that? I've kept plenty of secrets from you before, he retorted. You just didn't know because they were secret. That's the point of them. I would feel better if you would tell me their name, she pleaded softly. Because right now, it's just a blank space, Harry, and my mind is filling that space with the worst possible explanations, from dark artifacts to people who might be taking advantage of you. She leaned forward, her eyes earnest. I know you said that they value their privacy, and I want to respect that. I'm not asking for gossip, and I promise to keep it between us. He shook his head, his resolve hardening. He hated building this wall between them, but he had to. I'm sorry, Hermione, I just can't. It's not just about them wanting privacy, it's that I promised. You of all people should get that. He looked at her, his expression unyielding. The whole point was to keep them away from all the chaos that surrounds me. If I give you a name, I'm breaking that promise. I'd be dragging them right into the middle of all this, and I won't do that. It wouldn't matter who was asking, and you know if you asked me to keep a secret for you, I would. It's the same thing. I know, and I feel bad for asking you, she said, looking down at her hands. It's just that a secret without a reason makes me nervous, Harry. It always has. She looked up, her eyes pleading. It doesn't feel like you're protecting a secret. It feels like you're protecting it from me, and I don't understand why. He went to say something to deflect, but before he could, she pressed on. Looking at all the pieces here. The breakup, the exhaustion, the drinking, and the only new piece on the board is this person you refuse to name. I can't help but think that if I understood who they were, all of this would start to make sense. Don't blame me, please. I'm not trying to control you. I just want to make sure you're okay. He let out a tired breath. I'm a big boy, Hermione. I can handle myself. You know, I did that whole thing with taking out Voldemort. Do you think some paperwork is going to kill me? She looked up, her gaze direct. What about the perfume that Ginny mentioned? She said that you came back one night with a woman's perfume and you gave what she considers to be a very bad lie about it. Did you lie because it was your mystery consultant? He hesitated, the question hanging in the air. Doubling down on the lie felt like building a house on a shaky foundation, and Hermione, ever logical, might find cracks. He had to give her something, a controlled demolition of a small part of the lie to save the rest of the structure. He let out a weary breath of pained reluctance that wasn't entirely an act. Yes, all right, he admitted, his voice tired as he finally met her eyes. It was her. But it wasn't what Ginny thinks. It wasn't what you're thinking. It was just a hug, Hermione. She was telling me something difficult, and it was a moment of comfort, nothing more. He ran a hand over his face, feeling the strain of the lie. I didn't think anything of it. I hadn't even realized it clung to me until I got back and Ginny mentioned it. And I panicked. I knew how it would look, especially with how distant I'd been. So I said the first stupid thing that came into my head. It was a lie to avoid what I thought would turn into a fight I didn't have the energy for. He looked at her, hoping the confession sounded as pathetic and messy as he felt. When I broke up with Ginny, she threw it back in my face enraged, and there wasn't any point in fighting about it, so I just left. He continued. Hermione said nothing after he finished. Her fingers tapped an irregular rhythm against her teacup. He had offered her a narrative of messy heartbreak and tragic misunderstanding, a story designed to be accepted without further questioning. But she was Hermione Granger. She didn't just accept stories, she cross-referenced them. And he knew that this one had many missing footnotes. His pained explanation accounted for his retreat from the burrow, but it conveniently sidestepped many details. The perfume, the hug, and the secrecy were all still there as largely unexplained variables. She looked at him, and he knew her mind was at work. Hermione took a sip of tea, her expression thoughtful. All right, she said finally, let's talk about Narcissa Malfoy. The sudden pivot caught him completely off guard. He just stared at her befuddled. You testified for her, saving her from Azkaban, she said. And it didn't just end there, did it? You met with her privately multiple times afterwards, too. I remember you telling me you were helping her with ministry stuff, helping her get her assets unfrozen because of her connection to Malfoy SR. She looked at him, her expression one of sad certainty. She was born a Black, Hermione continued, her voice steady as she laid out her case. She grew up in this world. She knows the family, the properties, the magic, probably better than anyone alive. An understanding began to dawn on him. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. A laugh escaped him, one of amusement and pure irony. No, absolutely not. That's insane. The universe had a truly twisted sense of humor. Of all the possible conclusions she could have drawn, she had landed on one that was both completely insane and structurally almost perfect. Is it? she countered, her voice gentle but firm, cutting through his incredulous laughter. She set her teacup down on the table with a deliberate click. Because I don't believe you, Harry, not entirely. I know you, and the idea that in the few months Ron and I were gone, your relationship with Ginny would just collapse without a powerful external catalyst isn't logical. Maybe there is some truth about you being broken, but it doesn't explain the speed or the secrecy of it all. It points to a clandestine, emotionally charged association with someone else. She leaned forward slightly, her hands clasped on the table as if laying out a case for a judge. Let's look at the facts. First, the secrecy. You are hiding this person's identity from me as if it were a state secret. The only reason to do that is if you know I would strongly object to them. Who else warrants that level of concealment from me but someone like Narcissa Malfoy? He swallowed, the movement dry and difficult in his tight throat. He couldn't refute her argument. His reasoning about respecting a promise of privacy was flimsy against the weight of everything they had been through together. He had trusted her with the secret that a piece of Voldemort's soul had lived inside him. How could he claim the name of a business consultant was a secret too sacred to share? The excuse was flimsy, and she saw right through it as he had feared she would. She held up a finger, ticking off her next point. Second, the expertise. This work requires a specialist knowledge that Narcissa would have, and with Lucius Malfoy imprisoned, she is certainly available. Her voice softened with sadness as she continued. Then there's the evidence you've given me yourself. You admit you lied about her perfume clinging to you after a moment of comfort. Your breakup with Ginny, this sudden story about your trauma, it all coincides perfectly with this secret association. She paused, her gaze dropping for a moment before meeting his again, but there was an accusation in her eyes now. Finally, Harry, there's something critical I saw when Ron and I came here looking for you. I noticed that Creature has cleaned Walburga Black's rooms. Harry felt his stomach sinking lower and lower as she spoke. He felt at that moment that Creature and his stupid fawning devotion for pureblood would be the death of him. I didn't mention it to Ron because it would have only enraged him further, and I was trying to get him to leave so there wasn't a confrontation. But you and I both know Creature would only do that for someone he would respect. So I ask myself, who has the expertise, the reason for secrecy, and the pureblood credentials to earn Creature's reverence? All the pieces point to one person. She leaned forward, her eyes intense. I think you started meeting with Narcissa for help with the estate with the best of intentions. But she is a beautiful, sophisticated, and a deeply manipulative woman who has lost almost everything. You, with your saving people thing, would have been an extremely vulnerable target. I think, over time, that professional relationship became something else, and that she began taking advantage of your kindness, your sense of duty, and your history of wanting to rescue lost causes. And I think you've fallen for it so completely that you're too deep in to even see it. The structure of Hermione's argument was so terrifyingly correct that it felt like he had been splashed with cold water. She had built a perfect cage of logic around him, but she had simply put the wrong name on the door. When he heard her say, manipulative, a protective anger rose in him to defend the woman who had shared her vulnerabilities by the fire, the one who had admitted with a shy blush that he was her first kiss. But then the rest of her words landed, and the anger was chased away by a colder recognition. The accusations, in some way, were a mirror, and the reflection it showed him was true. He was in deep, so deep he had possibly dismantled his entire life to stay there. But even if Daphne had started with a calculated plan to entrap him, did it even matter anymore? The feelings were his now, tangled so completely with her own that the question of their origin felt meaningless. Narcissa Malfoy, he finally managed, shaking his head as if to clear it. Hermione, have you gone mad? It's Malfoy's mother. Do you honestly hear the words you're saying? His prepared lies, the narrative of a man broken by war, were completely useless against this. How could he possibly defend himself against such detailed, specific accusations? To deny a secret woman existed was a lie. To admit one did would be a confession. He was boxed in on both ends. You're wrong, Hermione, you're just completely, utterly wrong, he stated weakly. Am I? Hermione questioned lightly. Because the story you're telling me doesn't fit the man I know. This noble idea that you're too broken for Ginny, that you're ending things to spare her pain, that's exactly the sort of thing you would do, Harry. You'd certainly make yourself the villain to protect someone else being Ginny's feelings in this case. I cannot believe you're seriously suggesting I'm having some secret relationship with Malfoy's mom, he said, the words feeling absurd on his tongue. Hermione was so close to the truth that he couldn't properly defend himself because the truth was even more scandalous. I'm not trying to call you a liar, Harry, she stressed, but I know you. I can feel that there's something you're not telling me, something important. And because you won't say what it is, my mind is left to fill in the blanks, and it's going to terrible places. She took a shaky breath. That's where the mad theories about Narcissa Malfoy come from. I don't even know if I really believe it, but it's the only way any of the pieces you've given me fit together, and it makes sense. Your silence is a vacuum, Harry, and I'm filling it with my worst fears because you've left me with nothing else. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a desperate whisper. Please, just let me in. I don't need to know everything, but I need to know you're not shutting me out. Harry sighed heavily. He knew he couldn't give her what she wanted. He couldn't give her Daphne. He wasn't ready to have that conversation, and more than that, Daphne had asked for secrecy, and he understood why. To the world, and especially to Hermione, she was a dark figure from the war with a complicated past. The savior of the wizarding Britain leaving his supposedly beloved girlfriend to immediately enter into a relationship with a woman who had once tortured other students. The narrative would write itself, and he knew it would be an ugly one. And in truth, he feared the worst path that Hermione might take if she were to learn about Daphne. She might demand that he submit to testing for potions or compulsions, to which he would have to steadfastly deny the request, which would invoke its own layer of suspicion, one that he feared might be so strong even the Aurors might get involved in. The risk was too great to his relationship with Daphne, even if the contract would, hopefully, prevent it from moving into a criminal offense. He had to protect Daphne, but still he owed something to Hermione. He ran his hand through his hair and his posture slumped. You're right, he said quietly and with some reluctance. I am keeping something from you. Her eyes widened with shock and something like pained vindication in them. It's not bad or dark, and I'm not in danger, I promise you. He leaned forward, his expression pleading. I know I'm asking for a lot, Hermione, but I need you to trust me. Not understand me, just trust me, just for a little while. Can you do that? She stared at him, the silence in the kitchen stretching between them. He could see the war in her eyes, her burning need for answers battling with her deep loyalty to him. Is it her, Harry? She asked in a pained whisper. Is it Narcissa Malfoy? He let out a breath that was half a laugh and half a sigh of pure exasperation. I'm not going to say anything about who it is or is not. He shook his head, a wry, tired smile touching his lips. But you really are defending the title of the brightest witch of our age, you know that? The way your mind works, the logical leaps you took to get there, it's brilliant. He laughed again. His smile faded and he held up his hands placatingly. And that's all I'm going to tell you. I know, but I really did make a promise and I can't break it. I'm sorry. The time isn't right for you to know everything. He ran a hand through his hair again, his voice taking on a weary edge. I promise you, on everything we've been through, it's not anything bad, so please just let it be for now. You'll know when the time is right, but that time isn't now. She looked at him for a long moment and he could see her mind chewing on his words. Her lips parted slightly, then closed again. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she gave a stiff nod. I've always trusted you, Harry, she said, her voice strained. That's what makes this so hard. A tired sigh escaped her, the sound heavy in the quiet kitchen. But that trust doesn't stop the consequences, does it? What am I supposed to tell Ron? Or Molly? It took everything I had to keep Ron from coming here with me. Ginny's a wreck, and Molly's just devastated. She's the reason I asked if you might have touched a cursed object at one of the black properties. She cannot believe you broke up with Ginny on your own volition, and she's so desperate for an answer that she thinks that you touched something or you're under a compulsion. He closed his eyes, feeling tired. I don't know, Hermione. There aren't any curses or compulsions involved, but there also aren't any magic words to fix this. Tell them I'm sorry. Tell Ginny she did nothing wrong. Tell them it was all me. And how does that help? She countered aggravatedly. It doesn't give them a reason, it just gives them a villain. Molly doesn't want to hate you, Harry. Nobody does. They just want to understand. He let out a low groan, the sound full of a helpless frustration. What am I supposed to say? I've never done this before, never really broken up with anyone. I don't know the right words to say to a family after. I'm sorry, I really am. I know it's not enough and it doesn't fix anything, but it's the only thing I can say. He looked at her, his expression pleading. But what I told you is the truth. I fell out of love with Ginny and I couldn't stay. Hermione's gaze sharpened, and the question landed in the quiet kitchen not like a bomb, but like a scalpel, precise and deeply invasive. "And are you in love with someone else?" The air in Harry's lungs seemed to solidify into a block of ice. Hermione's trap sprang shut, its merciless jaws clamping around his soul. His jaw physically clicked shut with an audible sound, and he tensed. He couldn't lie, not about this. The feeling for Daphne was too new, too powerful, too terrifyingly real to be desecrated with a falsehood. A denial was simply impossible. He let out a heavy breath. "Just let it be, Hermione, please." Her gaze remained on him, analytical and pained. "Answer me one final question, Harry. Did you do it? Did you cheat on Ginny?" He looked at his longest and best friend, and the weight of her question settled in the space between them as an ugly thing. The air in the kitchen grew thin, each tick of the clock on the wall a hammer blow against the silence that formed. Every shared memory, every battle fought together, and every secret confided in each other, coalesced into an unbearable pressure to speak the truth. He could feel the words lodged in his throat as a simple, but devastating confession that would shatter the world she was trying so desperately to hold together. But then, another image rose in his mind, just as powerful. Daphne's face in the firelight, stripped bare of all its defenses, her voice a raw whisper as she confessed the ugly choices she had made. He had held her as she trembled. He had promised he wouldn't forsake her. To tell Hermione the truth now felt like it would break that vow. It would be as though he was taking the fragile thing Daphne had entrusted to him and throwing it to the wolves. The grotesque, unvarnished truth was that his heart had been stolen, and in the process he had become a cheat and liar. Both options felt like a poison, and he hated himself for having to choose which one to drink. More than anything, he couldn't bear the thought of the judgment in Hermione's eyes mirroring the disgust he already felt churning in his own gut. He had to protect Daphne. That was the one certainty in a sea of hard choices. The world was already painting her as a villain. To admit the truth now would be to hand them a brush and more ink. The label of homewrecker or seducer was a title he couldn't allow the world to paint her with. He would rather be the liar. He forced himself to meet her gaze, the effort feeling monumental. The lie sat, cold and heavy like a coiled serpent on his tongue. "Nothing happened," he said, and the two words sounded defeated and brittle. They were utterly insufficient for what they were meant to conceal, yet they were the words he had to offer. Hermione's lips parted as if to speak, but she pressed them together into a flat line. He saw her take a measured breath, the kind one takes not to speak. She looked down at her hands for a long moment. She stood up then, and the movement was not just slow, but heavy, as if she were pushing against the crushing weight of his lies. "All right, Harry," she said, and her voice was thin, stripped of its usual warmth. "There's nothing more to be said, is there? Not right now." It wasn't a question so much as a fatigued assessment. "We'll leave it there." She took a step back and pulled her coat tighter around herself. Her voice thickened then. "I need you to remember something," she said, and her eyes were now shining with unshed tears. "Whatever this is, whatever you're doing, if you are ever in trouble, you come to me. If you've made a terrible mistake, if someone is hurting you, if you need anything, even if it's just someone to talk to, I'll be there. I don't care what you've done. I don't care who I have to fight. That will never change." She took a shaky breath. "That's what's killing me. Every instinct I have, everything I know about you is screaming that you're in trouble right now. And you're asking me to do nothing, and that feels all wrong." She gave him one last look that was a complex mix of love, worry, and unanswered suspicions. Then, without another word, she left. Harry sank back into his chair with a huge sigh. He hadn't won the questioning, he had merely survived. The immediate danger had passed, but the conversation had ended on a truce, not a resolution. He hadn't reassured her. He had merely forced her to choose between her instincts and him. While he had bought himself some time, he knew that it wouldn't last. This truce was a countdown clock. Hermione wouldn't let this go. She would analyze every word, every hesitation, and physical reaction that he had during her questions. And sooner or later, whatever peace he had brokered with her would be shattered by her inevitable need to know. Harry flew back to Greengrass Manor. The conversation with Hermione had left him feeling emotionally fatigued. He loved Hermione and he wouldn't change anything about it, but in that moment, he would have preferred less care and much less attention to detail. Hermione's misguided but terrifyingly precise, if slightly inaccurate logic had worn him down. He wanted to find Daphne, talk with her about it, and just allow himself to unburden himself with her presence. To tell her how close his Hermione had come to the truth, and how the lie he had been forced to maintain felt more brittle than ever, if it could even be called a lie at this point. Besides his assertion that nothing happened except a hug, he had all but given up on lying to her. Hermione was simply too logical. He found the hall empty. He ran his hand through his hair to clear his mind. "Moonsey," he began, his voice sounding too loud in the space. The Greengrass elf, always nervous, appeared with a soft pop. "Do you know where Daphne is?" "The mistress is in her chambers, sir," the elf squeaked, her gaze fixed firmly on the polished marble floor. He thanked the elf and made his way up the sweeping staircase, towards Daphne's bedrooms, his shoes clicking lightly with each step on the marble floor as he hurried towards her room, excited to see her. But as he approached her door, he froze outside of her door. He could hear that Daphne was crying. He had seen Daphne cry before, but it took a lot to break her composure. She had done it when he had pushed her away, an act that still bit at his heart thinking about it. She had also cried when speaking of her usage of the Cruciatus curse at Hogwarts. His own troubles, the tense dance with Hermione, the weight of his lies, all of it evaporated as he stood at the door with his hand hovering over the wood. Should he just enter? They were a couple now, so he had an obligation to comfort her, something he desperately felt the need to do. He hesitated for only a moment, caught between the instinct to retreat and the overwhelming need to go to her. He knocked softly. "Daphne," he heard her take a shuddering breath. "Come in," she called out. Her voice was thick and it had none of her usual poise. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was cast in the gray light of the late afternoon. Daphne sat on the edge of her large bed, her shoulders slumped. Her face was blotchy, her eyes red, and he could see the dampness glistening on her cheeks where she was rubbing her tears away. She looked at him, and her lips trembled, which impacted him more emotionally than he would have imagined possible. For a moment, he just stood there, not sure what to do, his knowledge of crying women almost none. He opened his mouth to ask what was wrong, but before he could speak, she launched herself off the bed, crossing the space between them in a few desperate strides. "Thank you," she gasped, the words a broken sob as she threw her arms around his neck, her body trembling against his. "Oh, Harry, thank you." She kissed him then, not with the tenderness or passion that they typically shared, but with an aggressive urgency. Her grip tightened around him until it was nearly painful, and he let his arms encircle her waist. The kiss deepened, and he could taste the salt of her tears as a distinct contrast against the sweetness of her mouth. She pulled back as aggressively as she had launched herself at him. "Thank you." She leaned in and captured his lips again, her lithe frame tightening her grip on him even further. His concern for her abated some as it was swept away by the flood of her kisses as she kept pulling back and thanking him before diving in to kiss him again. He held her shaking form, kissing her back with all that he had. He didn't understand the reason for her gratitude or the reason for her grief, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was her here in his arms, clinging to him as if he were the only solid thing in a world that had turned to water. "Daphne, what is it? What's happened?" He murmured against her lips, in the gaps between the frantic torrent of her kisses. She pulled back just enough to look at him, her eyes wide and luminous with a wild, desperate light shining in their blue depths. "I need you," she whispered, her voice a plea that made all capacity he had for reason melt away. "Right now. Please, Harry, please." "Okay," he heard himself say, the word a surrender to the overwhelming current of her need. He leaned forward and kissed her again, meeting her desperation with his own. As they clung and pawed at each other fervently, he lost himself in the taste of her, and the feeling of her lips against his own. He lifted her into his arms, and her legs wrapped around his waist as he carried her to the bed. There was no tenderness in their joining, only a desperate urgency. She was all-consuming in her need, and he was adrift in the storm of her desperate touches, hitches in her breath, and the gasping moans. He gave everything to her in an attempt so that she could find the release that she needed, and she found it in a shattering climax that had her body arching off the bed, and against his, as a long, keening cry was torn from her throat. The aggression, the desperation, and the storm of her need, it all broke at once, leaving behind a sudden stillness broken only by her soft panting, the intoxicating heaving of her chest, and the tremors that ran through her frame. Her energy seemed to have drained away in an instant. She limply clung against him, and he held her, still inside her, as he leaned down bracing around her on his forearms, softly kissing her neck and the fine lines of her collarbone as she rode out the last eddies of the storm. The scent of her, rain and white flowers, was mingled with the smells of sex and the sweat of their exertions as he turned to lavish attention to the pale mounds of her breasts. After a time, she guided his head upwards, and her eyes, still red and swollen, met his. The desperate tempest of desire had at last surrendered, yielding to a delicate, hopeful bloom that unfurled within the shadowed pools of her eyes. The ethereal beauty of that fragile emotion unfolding in her soulful gaze was so exquisitely poignant it stirred a storm of flutters deep within his chest, and in many ways felt more intimate than the physical act they had just shared. She brought his head to hers and kissed him, and this time the kiss was achingly tender. They remained suspended in the tenderness of that moment for a long time, their mouths a gentle ballet of touch and breath in a slow dance that was a quiet conversation that needed no words, but Harry felt it spoke the universe of his heart at that moment. When she finally pulled away, her eyes still had the undercurrent of that special emotion, but they were again flushed with need, but a deeper, softer want than the desperate hunger from before. The sight of her, so raw and undone, so stunningly beautiful in her vulnerability, made something in his heart clench. "Thank you for that," she whispered, her voice still rough. "Now make love to me, Harry." He did. He lost himself in her again, but this time it was different. This time, it wasn't about giving her oblivion, but about building connections. It started with a slow deliberateness, but there was a layer underneath the surface of their joining, one where an unnamed current flowed between them that Harry couldn't properly articulate with words, but could only grasp with the feelings of his heart. The aftermath of the storm had reshaped something in the current between them. Afterwards, as they lay tangled together under the heavy duvet, Harry basked in the warmth of that unnamed current which had overrun its banks, and his mind couldn't help but drift to Hermione's piercing question, the one he had been unable to deny. "Are you in love with someone else?" He looked down at the woman cuddled up against him, at the pale spillage of her hair against the dark sheets, at the gentle curve of her shoulder. He thought of the way her smile, so rare and so brilliant, could light up his world. And in that moment, the answer to Hermione's question swam in his mind, not as some startling revelation, but as a simple, undeniable truth. Yes, he was. There was only a cleansing sense of rightness, of a piece of his own fractured soul clicking into place. The how of it, the messy, complicated path of potions and lies that had led them here, it all seemed to fade into insignificance. It didn't matter how it had begun. All that mattered was the new reality of it. He pulled her closer, pressing a soft kiss to the side of her neck, inhaling the scent of her which had made an indelible mark upon his soul. She stirred, a soft murmur of contentment escaping her lips as she snuggled deeper against him. They lay like that for a long time, her head resting in the crook of his shoulder, his fingers tracing idle patterns on the smooth skin of her back. He dreaded ruining the moment, but the question of her tears lingered and grew. "Daphne," he began, his voice a low murmur against her hair. "Why were you crying earlier? We don't need to talk about it if you don't want to." He felt her tense and the tightening of the muscles in her back. She was silent for a long moment, and he thought for a second that she might not answer. But then she let out a long, shuddering breath. "Astoria," she said, her voice quiet but clear. "She woke up today, not just for a few moments, not just for a bit. She was properly awake for almost a whole hour." He felt a surge of pure joy for her. "That's incredible, Daphne," he said earnestly. The joy he felt for her, for this incredible breakthrough with Astoria, was a bright, defiant light against the darkness of the lies, the secrecy, and the heartbreak he had caused, making them all feel like a necessary price. A moral quandary that resolved itself into a simple, brutal equation. Ginny's broken heart for a chance at Astoria's life. In that moment, it felt like a trade he would make again without hesitation. Still, a part of him yearned for a world where such choices weren't necessary, a world where he could have Daphne without the shadows of deceit. "It was," she agreed, her voice still quiet, but he could hear the purity of joy in it. "We talked for the first time in 2 years." She thought she had only been asleep for a little while. I had to tell her it had been 2 years. She paused, swallowing heavily, and he could feel a new wave of sadness roll off her. "I had to tell her about Mum and Dad, and that they were gone," she just cried. "And I held her and tried to be strong for her, but after she fell back asleep, I couldn't be strong anymore." A sudden, damp warmth began spreading onto the space above his heart. The trembling he had soothed away with their lovemaking returned, a fine, shuddering tremor that ran through her frame and into his. She wasn't sobbing, not with the violence from before, but this was somehow worse. He tightened his arms around her, pulling her even closer as if he could absorb the tremors by sheer proximity. "SHHH," he murmured into the silk of her hair. "I've got you. It's okay." He let her cry, offering the physical comfort of his presence without demanding an explanation he knew she wasn't ready to give. He remembered the clipped, emotionless finality in her voice when she had first told him of their deaths, and the wall of ice that had descended in complete totality the second time it had come up. He wanted to ask, not only to understand, but to better help her through her pain, but he knew better. He knew there were doors in her past that were not yet for him to open. "I'm so sorry, Daph," he whispered, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. They stayed like that for some time, him whispering sweet nothings and trying to comfort her. Eventually, she shifted, turning in his arms to face him, her blue eyes still red-rimmed. "I should be sorry," she said, her voice having gained some of its usual strength. "You came here after your meeting with Hermione and I fell apart on you. You've probably had a difficult day. How did it go? Was it as bad as you expected?" He managed a wry smile. "It was strange," he admitted. He recounted the conversation, Hermione's relentless logic, her terrifyingly accurate deductions that had led her to a completely wrong conclusion. As he spoke of Hermione's Narcissa Malfoy theory, Daphne giggled, a sound that he had never heard before, but one he found utterly cute. "That's brilliant," she said, completely amused. "And incredibly useful. A perfect misdirection. It gives her a target for her suspicions that has no connection to us." "I hadn't thought of it like that," he confessed. "But I couldn't confirm or deny anything for her. I just repeated that I'd made a promise and wouldn't say who it was or wasn't." He ran a hand through his hair, a grim smile touching his lips. "For all I know, she walked out of there more convinced than ever that I'm having a secret affair with Malfoy's mum." The amusement on her face sharpened into a viciously pleased logic. "That's even better. A denial is a challenge to her logic, an invitation to find new evidence, but a refusal to engage. It's a mystery, and she's already filled in the blanks for us with the wrong name." "I'm glad you think so," he admitted. "But what now? We can't hide forever." The air between them shifted, charged with the implications of the night before on the beach. Daphne's expression softened as the woman who had cried in his arms returned. "No, we can't hide forever," she agreed. "But we also cannot announce a formal relationship tomorrow. For you to enter a new courtship so soon after ending things with the Weasley girl would look too calculated and suspicious. It would lend much credibility to her belief that you cheated." Her expression hardened with a cool assessment. "It wouldn't just be a temporary scandal. It would become the foundation of our story in the public's eye, and that narrative would stick to us like a curse. Every milestone, every public appearance would be viewed through that lens. They would never see us for what we are. They would only see the lie they believe we started with. That's not a shadow I want our family to live under." "What if we just left?" he asked, the words feeling right as soon as he spoke them. "We could leave Britain, go somewhere else. I know the Blacks have properties overseas in France, maybe Italy. I'm sure your family does too. And if none of them are right, we could buy a place. Anywhere you want. We could just disappear and start a life somewhere." A brilliant smile spread across Daphne's face, and the look in her eyes was so full of moved affection that it made his chest ache. She was pleased, he could see that, truly touched that he would offer to leave everything he'd ever known behind for her. She shook her head, though the brilliant, moved smile didn't leave her face. Daphne shifted, rolling gracefully on top of him until she was lying on his chest. Propping her head in her hands, she rested her elbows on either side of his head, her long, pale hair falling around them like a curtain. "You'll always be Harry Potter and I'll always be Daphne Greengrass," she said softly. "We might be able to hide for a few years, but eventually our names would catch up to us. If we just eloped like that history and the scandal would follow us for the rest of our lives, and more than that, it would follow our children. They wouldn't be able to hide like we can. They'll have to go to school, make friends, have their own lives." He deflated slightly, the simple fantasy of a new life somewhere far away crumbling. She was right, of course. He would never be just Harry. He would always be Harry Potter, and that name carried an inescapable gravity that would follow them. But the rest of her words sent swirls of butterflies through his stomach and chest, and he felt a goofy smile come onto his lips. Daphne's smile didn't vanish, but it changed. The warmth receded from it, leaving behind a formidably sharp intelligence that seemed to crystallize in her eyes. "That's why we can't run. We have to build and control the narrative, not react to it." She tilted her head, the motion causing the curtain of her hair to shift and tickle one of his shoulders. In a few months, we should send an announcement to all of the major papers. We tell them everything, but we tell them our version. I came to you for help with Astoria's curse." The savior, once again, unable to turn away from someone in need, acquiesced most nobly to my request to save a dying girl. "It will only endear you further to the public." Harry didn't particularly care to endear himself further to the public. The thought was antithesis to what the simple life that he wanted, but he found himself nodding along to plan. Her smile widened further. "We worked closely together." The long nights, the shared desperation, and eventually one night after you had broken up with the Weasley girl, one thing led to another. "It explains everything," she continued, her voice persuasive and her eyes locked on his. "The secrecy, I requested absolute privacy due to Astoria's sensitive condition. You were just honoring my wishes, protecting my family. It makes you look heroic, not deceptive. And a pregnancy," she paused, kissing him deeply. "It turns a scandal into a love story. A tragic, beautiful, and most importantly believable one that the public will love." He was briefly struck by the sheer depth of her planning. He found himself admiring the cold, sharp brilliance of her mind. "It's a bloody good plan," he said genuinely. "It doesn't just protect us, it makes you look good too." At that, her own smile wavered, and some measure of uncertainty entered her eyes. "Perhaps." She conceded. "But there's more. Something else we should do to maximize our chances. One part is necessary regardless, but the other, it would be a significant benefit to our future." "What is it?" he asked, seeing the conflict on her face. She hesitated, pulling back just enough to create a space between their bodies. Her gaze fell away from his, dropping to the duvet as she worried her bottom lip with her teeth. "You're not going to like it," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "I'm not even sure I should tell you. I'm afraid you'll think less of me for it." He reached out, his hand cupping her cheek, his thumb stroking her skin. "Come on, Daph," he murmured. "We're past all that, tell me." She took a breath, steeling herself. "The sooner the papers learn of your breakup with the Weasley girl, the better. It will come out eventually, but the longer the gap, the more suspicious our story looks. We need that timeline to be as clean as possible." A wintry edge entered her voice. "We can't wait for them to find out naturally. Instead, we should leak it. To the Prophet, to Witch Weekly, all of them, immediately." Harry considered it for a moment, then shrugged. "That doesn't sound so bad." "That's not the bad part," she said slowly. "That part is just necessary. The sooner your breakup is public record, the sooner we can be seen together. The bad part," she paused, her gaze intense, "is that the public loves a villain just as much as they love a hero. And right now, the world is primed to see me as that villain." "But your plan fixes that, doesn't it?" he questioned. "The dying sister, our love story. Public opinion is a fickle creature," she said, her tone sharp with a chilly pragmatism. "There's a very real possibility it doesn't go our way, and that instead I'm painted as a manipulative dark witch who ensnared you." "So what do we do?" he asked, already knowing he would do whatever she said. He already knew, with an almost reassuring certainty, that whatever she proposed next would be the most effective solution. He might not like it, but he trusted that it would be the correct one. Her eyes, now cool and calculating, met his. "We give them someone else to hate," she said with a cool edge to her voice. He frowned, not following her logic. "How do we do that?" "We give them the Weasley girl," Daphne stated, the words landing like chips of ice. "In our anonymous leak, we don't just announce the breakup. We give them a reason. We insinuate that the true cause was Ginny being unfaithful and infidelity on her part, with an old boyfriend, perhaps. It casts a shadow of doubt on her character and gives the public a different narrative to focus on. It turns her into the villain of the story, and it makes us the victims of circumstance who found solace with each other. It's the single best move we can make to protect our future and the future of our children." A sick feeling coiled in Harry's gut. He looked at the woman who would be the mother of his children, at the calculating, wintry glint in her eyes, and for a moment. He had justified so much to himself by framing it as necessary. But this was different. This wasn't a defense. It was a cold-blooded, savage attack on someone who had already been hurt, someone he had betrayed in the worst way possible. "Daphne," he started, his voice strained. "I don't know, to do that to her, to just ruin her name like that, it feels wrong." The word felt inadequate to describe the revulsion he felt. "It feels dirty." Her expression softened instantly, the icy strategist melting away to be replaced by the woman who knew him. She reached out, her hand gently tracing his jaw. "I know," she whispered empathetically. "I knew you'd feel that way. It makes me feel dirty, too. It would be a vile thing to do." She leaned in, resting her forehead against his. "We don't have to do it," she said gently, her voice a gentle balm on his conscience. "My first plan is strong. It might be enough." She paused, "But it's a risk. And this move, Harry," her gaze held his, "this isn't about being cruel, it's about being certain. It's about inoculating our son or daughter against a life where poisonous whispers might follow them and us for the rest of our lives. It ensures there isn't a counter-narrative for people to cling to. It's the difference between a defensible position and one that is much more unassailable." He closed his eyes, the brutal logic of her words undeniable. She was right. It was the best move, the safest move for the family he wanted with her. He let out a slow breath of resignation. "All right," he said, the word tasting disgusting. "You're right, we do it." He opened his eyes and looked at her, his gaze pained. "But I can't. I don't want any part of that piece of it. The leak, the lies about her, you have to handle it, all of it. I don't want to know the details." He shook his head, hatting himself. "It doesn't feel right." Daphne's expression was one of incredible tenderness. She leaned in and captured his lips in a slow kiss. When she pulled back, she rested her forehead against his. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "I know this hurts you. I know what I'm asking. I'm so sorry for that. But I promise you, I will make sure our family is worth this price." He felt like his assent to her plan was the final closing of the door that was his relationship with the Weasleys, their warmth reduced to a memory he would remember but one he could never return to. But just as that door was closing, another door before him was opening, a door to a future with Daphne and a family with her. Daphne's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "Astoria can never know the whole truth," she said firmly. "About the potions, about the truth of the treatment. When she's awake, we should be a perfectly loving and supportive couple. It may be essential for her recovery. I'm unsure if her perceptions can affect the curse. Instead, we can tell her that using your magical signature as a base, I was able to develop a potion regimen that is finally counteracting the curse," Daphne continued, her voice pulling him back to the present. She looked at him, her eyes soft. "Is that all right? I don't want to take the credit from you. This is all because of you." He smiled, an easy expression that reached his eyes, happy that the topic had changed to a lighter one. He lifted her hand to his lips, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. "That's fine, Daphne. You're the one saving her. As for being the loving couple," he leaned in, his lips brushing against hers, "I don't think that will be very difficult at all." He tilted his head and kissed the tip of her nose. A faint blush rose on her cheeks, but her smile was radiant. She leaned in and gave him a lingering kiss that to Harry felt like the sealing of a vow. The next 3 weeks leading towards the Christmas holidays passed in a blur. The manor began to feel like his home. Creature, ecstatic to serve what he now considered his new, proper mistress, made them breakfast almost every morning, his usual sneer replaced by a fawning devotion so intense that it was almost comical. Harry found himself spending every night in Daphne's bed, his own room at Grimmauld Place gathering dust. He only returned for the occasional purpose, the visits becoming rarer as the days went by, and his own clothes began to appear in Daphne's wardrobe. Any distance that had existed between them nigh completely dissolved. They were a constant presence in each other's lives, their hands and eyes always finding each other. They hadn't spoken the words, not yet, but the love between them was a palpable thing, a silent understanding that hung in the air, waiting for the right moment to be given a true voice. Harry knew the moment was coming, but he wanted to make it special for Daphne. The occasional evening with bourbon and the potion continued, not out of necessity, Harry thought, but as a shared ritual between Daphne and him. Those nights were a space of relaxation, unguarded honesty, whispered confessions, and shared vulnerabilities that drew them ever closer. When they drank, it was not two separate enchantments taking hold, but a single, resonant chord struck between them, a harmony that sang jointly in their veins. The magic, no longer a clinical tool, had become a conduit for a special bond between them. It created a shared current between them, a rising tide of sensation that blurred the edges of their individual selves. It was in these moments, with the firelight dancing on their faces and the potion warming them from the inside out, that the last of the walls between each other crumbled. "I used to read about this kind of quiet," Daphne confessed one night, her voice soft as she stared into the flames, her head resting on his shoulder. "In books, I never thought it was real. I thought it was just something authors invented to sell stories." Harry tightened his arm around her, pulling her closer. "Is it what you thought it'd be?" She considered his question for a moment before she turned her head, her cool blue eyes, now deep and soft with the potion's influence, meeting his. "No," she whispered. "It's better, much better." He lost himself in the depths of her eyes, the world outside of her presence receding into a blur. "Better how?" he asked. A faint frown touched her lips as she searched for the words. "The quiet I knew before was just an absence, an empty space. This," she gestured towards the room around them, her gaze never leaving his own. "This is full. It has a warmth it never had before." Her voice dropped, becoming deep with an emotion that felt more genuine than any magic. "Because you're in it." The simple admission landed in his chest, a warm, spreading heat that had nothing to do with the bourbon. "I know what you mean," he confessed. He looked at her, the magic in his veins singing a hymn to the woman before him. "And that's not just the potion talking." The magic stripped away all pretense, leaving only the undeniable core of their connection. It was a gravitational pull, an ache in the hollow of the chest that could only be soothed by the other's touch. The air between them would sizzle with an indescribable need, a hunger not just of the body, but of the soul, an irresistible craving to close any remaining distance until there was none left at all. Every shared glance was a touch, every soft whisper a caress, every kiss an eruption of emotion for the other, drawing them into a private world where only they existed. The easy rhythm of their days was a contrast to the storm brewing just beyond the manor's wards. It was a storm Harry knew he couldn't avoid forever. A few mornings after he had the discussion with Daphne, the inevitable finally arrived, delivered by a tawny owl with the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. A love betrayed. Potter splits from WEASLEY amidst RUMOURS of infidelity by Rita Skeeter. Special correspondent, hold on to your hearts, dear readers, for this reporter brings news that will surely shatter them. The fairytale romance that gave a war-torn nation hope, the union of Savior Harry Potter and Quidditch star Ginny Weasley, has come to a sudden and heartbreaking end. While the official confirmation came via a tight-lipped and pained statement from Weasley patriarch Arthur Weasley that his daughter and Mr. Potter are no longer seeing each other, is shocking enough. One witch's heartbreak is another's golden opportunity. That's right, ladies. The most eligible bachelor in Britain is back on the market. Witches from Hogsmeade to Hong Kong should take note. Not only is Mr. Potter the vanquisher of the Dark Lord and a man of considerable means, but he is also the head of two ancient and noble houses. As both Lord Potter and Lord Black, historical precedent suggests he could be eligible to take not one, but two wives to continue his lines. A prize of this magnitude has not been seen in centuries. But while the witches of the world rejoice, an anonymous tip close to the couple paints a far more sordid picture of the split. The whispers are not of a simple parting of ways, but of a deep betrayal that has left our golden boy reeling. The name on everyone's lips, Dean Thomas, a notable ex-boyfriend of Ms. Weasley. While one might hope this is a simple, amicable split, the evidence suggests a romance that was not so much over as it was being conducted behind Mr. Potter's back. This reporter can confirm multiple sightings of Mr. Thomas at Holyhead Harpies matches, his gaze fixed solely on his former flame. More damningly, a source spotted the pair sharing a suspiciously cozy, late-night drink at a pub just last month, at a time when Ms. Weasley was still very much the nation's sweetheart on Mr. Potter's arm. When this reporter reached out to the Holyhead Harpies for a comment, Team Captain Gwenog Jones stated firmly that Ginny is a professional who is focusing on her career. A very diplomatic, if uninformative, answer. However, teammate Jessica Frolech was a bit more forthcoming. When asked about a potential rekindled romance with Mr. Thomas, Jessica feigned ignorance. "Dean, I don't know any Dean, but our Ginny has always been a wild girl," she said with a sly wink. Naturally, this reporter attempted to reach the reclusive Mr. Potter for a comment on this heartbreaking affair, but he has remained entirely out of the public eye, no doubt nursing his broken heart in solitude. Who, one must ask, will be the witch to mend this fresh wound? The scars left by the war were grievous enough, but a betrayal of the heart cuts deeper than any curse. The wizarding world waits with bated breath to see which lucky witch will be the one to heal our hero's spirit. Was the pressure of dadding wizarding Britain's savior too much, or was the allure of an old flame simply too strong to resist? The image of a heartbroken Harry Potter is one this nation never wished to see again. Fear not, dear readers. This reporter will not rest until every sordid detail of this tragic betrayal is brought into the light. Harry's stomach clenched as he finished reading the article, Rita's poisonous words slithering off the page to attack him with a sickening wave of self-loathing. This was his doing. His name twisted into a weapon to smear a girl he had once cared for, all to build a fortress for his new life. It made him feel slimy. Well, Daphne's voice was quiet, cutting through his thoughts. He looked up at her. She was watching him intently, her beautiful face a mask of cool neutrality, but he could see the question in her eyes and the way she was gauging his reaction. He pushed the paper across the island towards her. It's exactly what you wanted. She picked it up, her eyes scanning the text with a dispassionate air. A satisfied smile touched her lips. It's perfect, she murmured. Creature chose that moment to shuffle over, placing a plate of perfectly cooked bacon on the island. He glanced at the newspaper, his eyes lingering on the headline and the unflattering picture of Ginny. A huge, disdainful spread across his wrinkled face. Will the mistress be finished with the paper? He rasped, his voice filled with a disturbing reverence. If so, Creature would be most honored to have it. Creature wishes to pin it in his cupboard, so that Creature may be forever reminded that the filthy blood traitor has finally got her comeuppance. Another piece of correspondence from his past life arrived late one evening. He and Daphne were in the drawing room, the fire casting a warm, flickering light over the polished wood as they nursed their customary glasses of bourbon, the familiar, clarifying warmth of the potions spreading through them. A tapping at the window announced the arrival of a grand eagle owl, its silhouette dark against the inky sky. Harry unfastened the letter, breaking the thick, silver wax of the Malfoy sigil. Potter, I am writing to you under circumstances I find both bizarre and deeply irritating. Yesterday, while attending to business at the ministry, I was accosted near the flu registers by your insufferable, frizzy-haired friend, Granger. She ambushed me with questions that would present a deranged theory that you and my mother are engaged in some sort of relationship. Naturally, I confronted my mother with this absurdity, however she is a private woman of impeccable values, and thus she takes matters of courtship with the gravity they deserve, and would never deign to disclose the identity of a suitor until a socially acceptable period had passed. As expected, she denied any such romantic involvement with you. However, it was the way she denied it that gave me pause. It was enough to plant a seed of doubt, to make me consider that there might be a sliver of truth to Granger's madness. Frankly, the idea of you in her company is completely and utterly revolting. My mother is a woman of class far beyond yourself. She has a dignity you could never hope to comprehend. The absolute last thing she needs is to have her name sullied by your ill-mannered, chaotic, and tabloid fodder existence. However, on the smallest chance that this rumor is true, consider this a formal warning. You will treat my mother with the utmost respect and extend her every courtesy as befitting of a noble woman of her station. You will shield her from public scrutiny, and if I see so much as a whisper of her name in connection with yours in the Daily Prophet, I will hold you personally responsible. My mother deserves a protector, not a complication. Do not, for a second, think I will hesitate to make your life exceedingly difficult should you fail to ensure her honor remains intact. Do not make me regret sending this owl. Draco Malfoy. He read the letter, a disbelieving laugh finally bubbling up from his chest. The world had well and truly gone mad. Daphne, who had risen from the couch and joined him, leaned against his shoulder to read along with him, took the parchment from his hand, her blue eyes dancing with a light he adored as she scanned the words again. Well, she said, her voice dripping with amusement. She looked up at him, a teasing smile spreading across her lips. Should I be worried, Harry? Do you have a thing for blondes? She leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear. Powerful, pureblood blondes, specifically. I have to wonder, am I just a placeholder until you can get to the real prize? Her teasing took on a sharper, more intimate edge. Just for tonight, if you'd like, she whispered, her nails tracing the line of his jaw. You have my permission, you can call me Narcissa. Would you like that? He turned to face her, capturing her hand and bringing it to his lips. A genuine smile touched his mouth as he met her playful gaze. I can't deny I have a thing for blondes, he confessed, his voice dropping to a low murmur. But the only blonde I want is Daphne Greengrass. Daphne's smile widened, her eyes gleaming in the firelight. She leaned in, not letting him off the hook so easily. Just Daphne Greengrass, she whispered, her voice a silken challenge. Are you certain? The Lady Malfoy is a formidable woman, a true pillar of society. All that history, that power. Am I not a rather pale substitute? She tilted her head, her expression one of mock consideration. I suppose I can see the appeal, that untouchable, icy demeanor. Perhaps you'd like me to be a bit more aloof." He laughed and pulled her closer until her knees were pressed against his. "I think you have the icy demeanor down perfectly when you want to," he teased. "But I'm not interested in any pillars of society. I prefer my blondes a little more dangerous, and much, much closer." Her gaze flickered down to his lips, then back to his eyes. The teasing took on a sharper, more intimate edge. "The offer still stands, you know," she murmured, her free hand coming up to trace the line of his jaw again. "Just for tonight. Imagine the sheer horror on Draco's face if he knew. You could live out your forbidden fantasy. Say the word, Harry, and I will be your Narcissa." He closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the feeling of her touch. When he opened them, his own gaze was intense. "The only fantasy I'm interested in is you," he said, his voice now a low growl. He leaned in, his lips brushing against hers. "And I don't think I need to call you by anyone else's name to make it feel that way." He kissed her then. The letter from Malfoy, with all its bizarre implications, lay forgotten on the table beside their glasses, as the world outside the two of them ceased to exist for the rest of the evening. It was a relaxing evening a few days later, and Harry was stretched out on his usual sofa in the sitting room, a fantasy novel open in his lap as he waited for Daphne to finish her work. The fire crackled, casting a sleepy glow over the room. He wasn't sure if tonight was one of their special drinking nights or not, as Daphne was the one who scheduled such, and he went along with the flow. The door opened, and Daphne glided in. She had a sly, vixenish smile on her face that immediately put him on alert. She moved towards him with a fluid grace, the silk of her robes whispering against the floor. "How are the potions?" Harry asked, his question mostly a polite formality. The intricacies of her work were a field he knew little about. "Unsurprising," she said, her smile widening, "but fantastic nonetheless." She stopped before the sofa, looking down at him with that same intoxicating expression. "And I have you to thank for the successful result." Harry frowned, confused. "My help? I haven't been near your lab all day." "You've been helping," she corrected softly, leading him into a seated position and sitting down next to him. Her smile was a potent drug. And then she took his hand from his lap and placed it flat against her stomach. "The results just came in." Her supple form through the thin silk was a familiar comfort, but the meaning behind the gesture took a moment to land. His mind flashed back with dizzying speed. The cold, desolate beach, the roar of the sea, her voice a thrilling whisper in his ear. "What if I told you I was thinking about one right now?" He found it hard to speak. He blinked, staring from her stomach to her face, searching her eyes, and the triumphant, brilliant joy he saw there confirmed the impossible. He started, the word a dry whisper. "You're serious?" "I just confirmed it," she said, highly pleased. "A diagnostic charm cross-checked with a revealing potion, there's no doubt." She watched his face, her own expression, a complex mixture of elation and nervous anticipation, waiting for his reaction. He didn't speak. He simply slid from the chair onto his knees before her, his hand remaining on her stomach as if it were the most precious thing in the world. He pressed his ear against her, though he knew it was far too soon to hear anything. It was a purely instinctual act, a need to be closer to the miracle she had just announced. "You weren't joking," he finally managed to say, a little breathless. "On the beach, you really meant it." "I never joke about the future, Harry," she said, her fingers threading through his messy hair. "Our future." He looked up at her and smiled at the brilliant light of this new reality. He saw Hermione twice in those 3 weeks, both meetings scheduled by Owl Post. The first meeting was in a secluded corner of Hyde Park, the air around them humming with the notice me not charms she had cast. She'd pushed a copy of the Daily Prophet across the park bench, her expression a mixture of concern and accusation. "Have you seen this, Harry? The things they're saying about Ginny, it's vile." "I know, I feel terrible about it," he said, and he truly did feel terrible about it. "She doesn't deserve any of this." Hermione's gaze had been pointed. "So do something about it, a statement, a retraction. You're Harry Potter, they'll listen to you." He just shook his head. "It's Rita Skeeter, Hermione. Engaging with her just adds fuel to the fire. It's better to just let it die down." Hermione hadn't looked convinced, but she had let it go. Their second meeting was more strained. They met at Grimmauld Place, and they sat in the drawing room while Creature served tea, the elf casting hateful glares at Hermione that did nothing to ease the tension. "It was the strangest thing, Harry," she began, her tone deceptively casual as she added a lump of sugar to her cup. "I ran into Draco Malfoy at the Ministry the other day, by complete happenstance." She paused, watching his face for any reaction over the rim of her teacup. We had a little conversation. I asked after his mother, just to be polite. Harry feigned a mild curiosity. He knew this was a performance. How'd that go? Surprisingly well, actually, Hermione continued, her gaze intent. He said she's doing much better, happier than she's been in a long time, were his exact words. She let the statement hang in the air, a baited hook. Harry understood immediately. He was meant to be the source of this newfound happiness. He took a slow sip of his tea, considering his response. Well, I can't say I'm surprised, he said, his tone thoughtful. She doesn't have Voldemort hanging over her head like a shadow, and with Lucius in Azkaban, I can't imagine their relationship was a particularly happy one. She's probably just enjoying the peace. Hermione inclined her head towards him. He had offered a perfectly logical explanation, one she couldn't dispute. She tried a different tack. It's just he made it sound like more than just peace. He said she had a new vitality, like she's found something to be passionate about again. She was circling, her words a delicate probe. Harry leaned back, adopting a casual air. Maybe she's taken up a new hobby. It must be a relief not having your home serve as the headquarters for a genocidal maniac. Probably frees up a lot of time for more fulfilling pursuits. He met her gaze with a silent challenge in his eyes. He knew that she knew that he knew what this was about. Perhaps, Hermione conceded, her voice tight. Still, for a woman to find a new purpose at her age after everything she's been through, it's quite inspiring. The word purpose was aimed like a dart, meant to see if he would flinch. I'm sure it is, Harry agreed, his voice smooth as glass. I'm glad she's doing well. He offered her an unreadable smile. The memory of Daphne's amused voice echoed in his mind, calling this a perfect misdirection. He decided to lean into it, to add another layer to the fiction Hermione was so desperate to believe. You know, Hermione, he began, his tone thoughtful. You might consider getting acquainted with her yourself. Hermione's brows shot up in surprise. Whatever for? Your future desired career. He said simply, if you're serious about making changes in the ministry, it couldn't hurt to understand that side of our world. She could probably offer insights you wouldn't get anywhere else, a perspective on how the old pureblood society thinks. She stared at him, clearly surprised he would suggest that she should meet with his supposed mistress. I'm surprised to hear you say that, Harry. The war's over, he said with a shrug. We have to start building bridges, don't we? Can't let the past dictate everything. We need to let bygones be bygones, don't you think? He paused, a wry twist to his lips. And in my experience, he added, emphasizing the word just slightly, Narcissa is a very pleasant woman. How she managed to spawn Draco is one of life's great mysteries. Hermione's gaze sharpened, the logician in her zeroing in on the deliberate choice of words. Your experience, Harry, that's an interesting way to put it. He met her gaze, his own expression unreadable. Is it? I just mean she's not the monster we imagined. People are more complicated than that. He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping. Think about it, Hermione. What happens when you're trapped? When every choice you have is a bad one? You do what you have to do to protect the people you love. It doesn't make you evil, it just makes you human. I would imagine you would be able to look past that more than anyone else because of what you did to protect your parents. Don't you dare, Harry, she said, her tone cutting. Don't you dare equate what I did with her. There is a world of difference between removing innocent people from a war they never asked to be a part of and making a series of choices to protect your own position within a regime that was murdering them. The Malfoys weren't just surviving, they were part of the inner circle. She stood by and watched as people were tortured in her home. She leaned forward. I modified my parents' memories to make them safe, to erase them as targets. It was a sacrifice. She stood by as people were tortured in her home to maintain her family's standing with a monster. That's not a sacrifice, it's a compromise. The two are not morally equivalent, not even close. He leaned back, the casual movement at odds with the tension coiling between them. She saved my life, Hermione. That earned her a second look from me. She had to concede the point at least partially. Of course, I haven't forgotten that, she said, her voice softening slightly. But there's a large gap between gratitude and whatever this is. She gestured vaguely between them, indicating the unspoken subject hanging in the air. It was just a suggestion, Hermione. No need to look into it so deeply. He smiled at her and picked up his teacup, the action signaling that, for his part, the conversation was over. Most significant change was Astoria. She began awake more frequently, her periods of lucidity stretching regularly into hours. On some days, she was awake more than she was asleep. They would spend those hours with her, reading, talking, simply being present. One morning, she was awake for breakfast, and Harry had gone to the kitchens and made a mountain of chocolate chip pancakes, carrying the tray up to her room where the three of them ate together. Daphne was already there, sitting on the edge of the bed. As Harry set the tray down, she took a plate and began cutting the pancakes into small bites for her sister. "I still can't quite believe it," Astoria said, her voice a little weak but amused after swallowing a bite Daphne offered her. "My sister, Daphne Greengrass, is dadding Harry Potter, and he makes chocolate chip pancakes." Daphne paused, a forkful of pancake halfway to Astoria's lips, and arched an eyebrow at Harry. "Of course," she said, her tone dry but her eyes full of affection. "Why else do you think I keep him around?" Astoria let out a happy giggle, and a smudge of melted chocolate appeared on the corner of her mouth. Daphne's teasing expression softened. She leaned forward and gently wiped the smudge away with the pad of her thumb. "Hold still, you messy thing," she said tenderly. Watching them, Harry felt a simple, wholesome warmth settle in his chest. One late afternoon, as a pale, watery sun began its descent, Astoria announced that she wished to visit her parents' grave. When Daphne asked Harry if he would take her, her voice was quiet. "I can't," she had said, her gaze fixed on some distant point beyond the window. "It's still too difficult." Harry didn't press her, instead finding a strange sense of peace as he pushed Astoria's wheelchair through the manor's gardens. The crisp Northumberland air bit at his cheeks. The vast grounds were a stitched pattern of winter browns and muted greens, the rolling hills of the estate beautiful against the bruising sky. He pushed the wheelchair along a gravel path that wound through dormant, manicured rose gardens and past the skeletal shapes of ancient oak trees. Astoria, still far too thin and pale, was bundled in thick winter robes with a heavy blanket across her lap, and he had layered several warming charms over her for good measure. Moonsey escorted them to a part of the grounds he had never seen, a walled enclosure where generations of the Greengrass family rested under stone. The sheer number of markers, some ancient and weathered, reminded him achingly of the graves of his own ancestors in Godric's Hollow. The elf pointed a finger towards a magnificent pale willow, its long trailing branches brushing against two elegant marble headstones, and Harry moved Astoria and himself towards the graves. Cyrus Greengrass, April 12, 1957. August 13, 1996. Eleonora Greengrass, September 3, 1959. August 13, 1996. Harry heard Astoria's breath hitch and he watched her shiver despite the charms. He placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "If you want, you can tell me about them," he said softly. "You don't have to, of course, but sometimes it helps, at least in my experience. Or I can just step away and give you some privacy, whatever you'd like." Astoria was silent, her small frame trembling as her gaze remained fixed on the names carved into the marble. Thank you," she finally whispered, the words fractured by a sob she was trying to swallow. "Father's passion was the gardens," she began, her voice unsteady. She took a ragged breath, fighting for composure. "He'd walk for hours, just looking at plants. I used to go with him. We'd talk about everything. Why gnomes are so grumpy, whether a Kneazle would get along with a Krupp. He once told me that flowers don't bloom for a purpose, they just bloom, and we should be more like that." Her expression crumpled, the memory clearly painful to hold. "Daphne takes after Mother completely. She always has," she said, her voice thick with tears that had now begun to spill freely down her cheeks. "Mother was always so proud of her. Daphne was the perfect little lady, always at her hip. She excelled at everything Mother valued. Her manners, the harp, her French. Daphne always wanted to please her." Astoria looked down at her hands, which were twisting the fabric of the blanket on her lap. "I was the opposite," she hiccuped, a fresh wave of grief washing over her. "I'd come in from the G gardens with twigs in my hair and mud on my dress. Mother would look at Daphne, so pristine and perfect, and then at me and just sigh. She used to say I was her wildflower. And she would spend an hour brushing the dirt out of my hair herself." The effort to speak seemed to break her completely. Her small frame was racked with a gut-wrenching sob, her face buried in her hands. "They were good parents, Harry," she wept, the words muffled and broken. "They were so good, and I miss them so much." On another day, Daphne was cloistered in her potions lab, leaving Harry alone with Astoria. Younger Greengrass' sister was propped up against a pile of pillows, still pale and thin, but there was a vibrancy in her dark eyes that didn't used to be there before. "Thank you, Harry," she said with sincerity in her voice. Outside, the sun was beginning to set, casting long, distorted shadows across the gardens. much like the ones that had stretched from the gravestones on that afternoon day he had taken Astoria to see her parents' graves. He smiled, assuming she was referring to his part in her recovery. "You don't need to thank me, Astoria. I'm just glad to see you doing so well." She shook her head tiredly. "Not just for that," she said, her gaze serious and fixed on him. "Thank you for taking care of Daphne." He frowned, confused. "Taking care of Daphne? She's never had anyone before," Astoria said sadly. "When I finally got to Hogwarts, that's when I truly understood the depth of it," Astoria recounted morosely. "I realized she was obsessed with saving me. She never made friends. Never just hung out in the common room or played games with the others. Every day after classes, she would go straight to the library, and she'd stay there until curfew, picking through tomes on anything she thought might be able to help me. She'd do that all day, every day, even on the weekends." A shaky breath rattled in her chest. "I used to try. I'd ask her to come sit with my friends and I in the common room, just for a little while. But she'd just smile this sad little smile and tell me to go have fun for the both of us, and then she'd disappear back into the stacks." "Did you ever try to talk to her about it?" he asked quietly. "To get her to stop, even for a little while?" Her voice dropped, burdened with the memory. "Once. She got really, really angry at me about it. I had gone to her in the library near curfew time on a weekend, and I was begging her to stop, to just live her life for a bit. We started fighting, and I told her I didn't want her to waste her life on me." Astoria's expression crumpled. "She screamed at me. She screamed that she was never going to stop, that she would never let me die. Madam Pince gave her a week of detention for it, even though the library was empty. It was the only time I ever saw her lose control. She never had her own life because it's just been about saving mine." The picture Astoria described was a painfully sad one, a mirror image of his own time at school. For him, Hogwarts had been a rescue from isolation, a place where he had found his first real friends. For Daphne, it seemed, those same stone walls had become a self-imposed prison. "I'm still going to die," Astoria said, the words delivered with a flat simplicity as if she was discussing the weather. "I can feel it. What you and she are doing, it's a miracle. It's given me these moments, this clarity. But I can still feel the cold, Harry. It's deep inside me sleeping, but it's a part of my magic now. This is just a last gift, and I need to ask you to do something for me, the WW wish of a D-dying girl." Her voice began to break the longer she spoke. "Please," she hiccuped, fat tears actively rolling down her cheeks. She tried to take a series of deep, calming breaths, but her voice was still broken when she spoke again. "Just take care of her after I'm gone. I see the way she looks at you when she thinks no one is watching. It's like she's finally breathing after being underwater for a decade. She loves you so much. When I'm gone, she'll try to build those walls back up. Don't let her. Please promise me you'll stay with her, that you won't leave her alone." "I promise," he said, his own voice thick with emotion. It was more than love, more than duty. It was the absolute certainty of his path. This was his life now, for Daphne, for Astoria, for this. "But you're not going to die, Astoria. We're not going to let that happen." He spoke the words with conviction, a vow made not just to the dying girl before him, but to himself. The next morning was different. After a usual bout of morning lovemaking, as he and Daphne lay basking in the aftermath, the wards were knocked upon, a light chiming resounding throughout the entire manor. He stiffened, and he felt Daphne also tense next to him. "Expecting anyone?" he said, his voice low. "No," she replied, her voice sharp. "No one." She sat up, pulling a silk sheet with her. "Moonsey." The elf appeared with a soft pop, wringing her hands. "Someone is at the gate," Daphne said, her tone crisp. "Go and determine who they are and what their business is. You will not tell them anything. You will not confirm who is here. Do you understand?" Moonsey nodded frantically and vanished. Moonsey reappeared a moment later, her large eyes wider than ever with fright. "It is Ministry Orders, mistress," she squeaked. "They call themselves Dawlish and Proudfoot. They request an immediate audience with the Lady Greengrass but would not state their purpose." This was the first true test, Harry thought. He had imagined their trials would begin when they chose to step out into the world together, not with an invasion of their sanctuary together. Harry looked at Daphne, whose face had become pale. "Do you have any idea why they might be here?" She thought for a long moment, her brow furrowed. "No," she said, her voice firm. "I have no idea." He swung his legs out of bed and began to dress. "Stay here," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "I'll take care of it." She looked as if she was about to protest, her mouth opening to form a word, but she closed it, pressing her lips into a flat line before she gave a tight nod to him. He could see the undiluted fear in her eyes, and for the first time she looked truly helpless. The sight of it solidified his resolve into something cold and hard. As he walked through the halls of the manor, his footsteps echoing on the cold marble, he reached into the moleskin pouch that was always around his neck. His fingers closed around the familiar shape of the elder wand. He slipped it from the pouch and into the sleeve of his robes. The wood was a reassuringly cold, solid presence against his skin, and he could feel a faint, humming eagerness from it, a thirst to be used that was both unsettling and welcome. He saw them through the ornate ironwork of the gate. Two figures in aura robes, standing next to the ornate grate on the gravel path just beyond the shimmering boundary of the wards. As he approached, he saw their expressions shift from bored impatience to utter, slack-jawed astonishment. Proudfoot's mouth actually fell open for a second before he caught himself. Harry had interacted with both of them in the chaotic times immediately after the war, and he knew with an ice-cold certainty that the secret was over. This was the day. He didn't feel nervous, only the finality of inevitability. "Dawlish! Proudfoot!" he greeted them as he came to a stop, the invisible ward line a tangible boundary between them. His voice was laced with a hint of their old familiarity, but a frozen undercurrent ran beneath it. "Potter," Dawlish said, recovering first. "We weren't expecting to see you here." Harry inclined his head, offering a tight smile. "What can I do for you?" he asked, moving straight to business. The two Aurors exchanged a nervous glance. "We're here on official ministry business," Proudfoot said, his voice a little too loud. "We need to speak with Daphne Greengrass regarding a confidential matter." And what matter would that be? The question was quiet, but it landed with a weight that seemed to press down on the very air around them. He saw both men shift on their feet, their professional composure beginning to unravel. "It's about the use of unforgivable curses at Hogwarts," Dawlish said, his voice strained. "The matter is being reviewed again." Harry's gaze hardened. "Is it?" he said, the words more a statement than a question. "And who gave that order?" The two Aurors exchanged a nervous glance. "The recommendation came from Minister Kingsley himself," Dawlish said, his voice strained. "We've been ordered by Head Aura Robards to bring Daphne Greengrass in for questioning." He hesitated before he continued, his voice dropping slightly as if sharing a confidence he shouldn't. "Potter, the minister's recommendation. It's in response to a formal letter he received, and a subsequent meeting he had with Hermione Granger." Harry digested the information, a numb feeling spreading through his chest. Hermione. What were the chances? He remembered the heated conversation they had in the pub where she had passionately argued that Kingsley was too lax on those that used the unforgivables at Hogwarts. She wasn't targeting his secret because she didn't know it. She was simply being Hermione, righteous, unyielding, and blind to the collateral damage of her principles. By some cruel twist of fate, her moral crusade against the lingering shadows of the war had led her, by pure, disastrous happenstance, straight to his door. He looked at the two men standing on the other side of the shimmering ward, their faces a mixture of reluctant duty and unease. His voice, when he spoke, was calm, but the deadly stillness of it carried more weight than any aggression. "She won't be going with you," he stated firmly. "I recommend you return to your office. You can tell Head Aura Robards that I will be speaking with the minister personally to clear up this matter." The relief on the Aurors' faces was immense. They were clearly caught between an order from their superior and the hero of the wizarding Britain standing before them, a dangerous stillness in his eyes. The choice was an easy one. "Right," Proudfoot said, nodding quickly. "Of course, Potter, we'll let him know." They gave him a respectful nod before turning and disapparating. Harry walked back towards the house, his steps measured on the gravel. The eager hum from the elder wand in his sleeve was a disquieting counterpoint to the cold finality settling in his gut. He found Daphne in her bedroom, packing before the large bay window that overlooked the sea. She wore one of his shirts over a pair of silk sleeping shorts. She stopped when he entered, her body held in a posture of rigid control, but he could see the tremor in her tightly clasped hands. "They're gone," he said. "What did they want?" Her tone was clipped, devoid of emotion, a wall of ice erected against the fear he knew was churning beneath. "They were here to bring you in for questioning, about the unforgivables at Hogwarts." He watched her face for a reaction, but her expression, besides a tightening around her eyes, remained a clean slate of ice. "I sent them away. I told them I would be speaking to Kingsley myself. It will be in the Prophet by tomorrow," she said, her voice flat, but he could detect the undercurrent of nervousness. "Maybe even a special evening edition." Harry Potter sheltering wanted witch, or something equally sensational. She turned back to the window, her gaze fixed on the gray horizon. We knew this was coming, Daphne, just not like this. He moved to stand behind her, his hands coming to rest on her shoulders. He could feel the tension coiled in her muscles, and he rubbed gentle circles of pressure with his thumbs. I'll go to the ministry and sort it out with Kingsley. His words, meant to be comforting, did little to soothe the shivers of panic he could feel running through her. To reassure her, he offered the only proactive solution that came to his mind. Maybe we can get ahead of it, he suggested. What if we don't wait for the prophet or whoever to print their version? Instead, we give her our story now. Daphne turned towards him, a thoughtful expression warring with the panic on her face. She brought a thumb to her lips, chewing on the knuckle as she processed his suggestion. Now, she muttered, more to herself than to him. It's months ahead of schedule. Her eyes unfocused as she stared at the wall, clearly running through the variables. Skeeter's article was a good start, but is it enough? Has public opinion turned against the Weasley girl decisively enough? Or will they still see me as the villain? She mumbled. And the pregnancy, it's our strongest card, but played too early, they could paint it as a trap. He hesitated for a moment, his thoughts turning. I should also send a letter to Hermione, ask her to meet me at Grimmauld. It's better she hears it from me than from Skeeter. He had forgotten to mention an important detail to Daphne. The order came from Kingsley, he began, choosing his words with care. But the recommendation, the reason he's reviewing the cases again, it's because of Hermione. She wrote a letter and then had a meeting with him. One of the Aurors told me. He saw a shudder run through her frame. She's been on about it before, he continued, the memory surfacing with an ugly clarity. We were in a pub. She was arguing that the ministry was too light on those who used unforgivables at Hogwarts. Your name came up. He tightened his arms around her defensively. She doesn't know, Daphne. She has no idea that I'm here. This isn't her targeting us. It's just her being her. She started a righteous crusade, and we were in the path of it by accident. Daphne pulled away from him then, turning to face him. Her eyes were wide, the blue depths swirling with a storm of fear and disbelief. Her voice, when she spoke, was strained. So she's the reason they were here. She's the reason they could send me to Azkaban. That's not going to happen, he said, his voice firm. He reached for her, but she took a step back. A bitter smile touched her lips. You don't know that, Harry. This is the ministry. Once they start something, it can develop a momentum of its own. I do know. He stepped forward, closing the space between them and taking her face in his hands. His thumbs stroked the soft skin beneath her eyes. I promise you, nothing is going to happen to you. I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Before he left, he found a piece of parchment and a quill. His note was short. Grimmauld Place, 4 p.m. We need to talk. He sealed it and gave it to a small, nondescript brown owl from the Greengrass owlery, watching it disappear into the gray morning sky. The Floo spat him out into the grand atrium of the Ministry of Magic, the noise and bustle of the place an immediate assault after the sanctuary of the manor. Witches and wizards hurried past, but stopped and turned gobsmacked when they saw him. He felt 1,000 miles away from all of them. He made his way to the minister's offices, the gilded lifts carrying him upwards through the heart of the building. Kingsley's secretary, a young woman with bright eyes, looked up as he approached. Her professional demeanor faltered, replaced by a flush of flustered recognition. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice a little breathless. The minister is in a meeting, I'm afraid. I need to see him, it's urgent. Of course, she said, her fingers fluttering over a schedule on her desk. He should be finished in a quarter of an hour. I can certainly squeeze you in right after, for a quick chat. Her smile towards him was overly bright, but he still gave her his thanks. The wait felt longer than 15 minutes. He stood by the window, ignoring the not-so-discreet glances the secretary kept sending his way, and watched the magical paper aeroplanes darting through the air outside. Finally, the heavy oak door opened, and Kingsley's previous appointment scurried out. The secretary gave him an encouraging smile as she told him to go in. Harry pushed the door open and stepped inside. The office was large and circular, with a magnificent view of London. Kingsley Shacklebolt sat behind his desk, looking weary but composed. Harry, I wasn't expecting you, Kingsley stated. Harry walked across the plush carpet, stopping before the desk. He bypassed the pleasantries. I was told Hermione paid you a visit recently. Kingsley gestured to a chair, but Harry remained standing. She did, Kingsley confirmed, his voice a low baritone. She presented a thoroughly researched report concerning the usage of the Cruciatus at Hogwarts. He paused. The report describes the systematic use of the Cruciatus curse by a small group of Slytherin students, acting as enforcers for the Carrows, not as isolated incidents, but instead as the repeated methodical torture of other students over a period of months. Kingsley leaned forward slightly. Hermione's point, which I am inclined to agree with, having now reviewed it further, is that we cannot simply grant a blanket amnesty for these actions. Politically, it would be a disaster in the future. It would look as though we are protecting the old pureblood families, the same as the regime we fought to overthrow. Legally, it could set a dangerous precedent. He regarded Harry. I must admit, I'm surprised to see you come to me regarding this issue. I'm not here about the matter in general, Kingsley, Harry said with a tense edge to his voice. I'm here about Daphne Greengrass. He let the name linger in the air. Whatever crusade Hermione is on, whatever political points you feel you need to score by reopening these cases, I don't care. But I need the investigation into Daphne Greengrass to end today. Kingsley's expression hardened, the lines around his eyes deepening. The official mask of the Minister for Magic settled over his features. This is not a matter of my personal feelings, Harry. An order has been given based on credible information, and Daphne Greengrass's name appears in multiple witness statements. His voice had lost its warmth and carried the weight of his office. This isn't the old way of doing things. The powerful cannot simply dictate who is and is not subject to the law. I'm not trying to dictate the law, Harry countered, his frustration making his voice tight. Lavender Brown is in the long-term spell damage ward at St. Mungo's because of what happened during that time. This is no trivial matter that can be swept aside because it's inconvenient, Kingsley stated. And you think dragging Daphne through a trial is justice for Lavender? Harry demanded angrily. Daphne was trapped in a school run by monsters. Amicus Carrow was teaching the dark arts, and Alecto was teaching Muggle studies with a whip. What choices did any of them have? You're going to make an example out of a woman for surviving the only way she knew how. Harry slammed his hands on the table. Maybe, if the Ministry had done its bloody job in the first place instead of slandering me and sticking its head in the sand, then maybe Voldemort wouldn't have risen to power again, and monsters wouldn't have been put in charge of Hogwarts in the first place, he said harshly. Kingsley said nothing, but held his gaze for a long moment. Why? The minister asked, his voice softening just enough to betray the man behind the office. Of all the people who made terrible choices during that time, why this one? Why Daphne Greengrass? Harry knew this was the precipice between lies and truth, and he steadied himself with a deep breath before taking the final step. Because I'm in a relationship with her. I've been living at her home, and she's pregnant with my child, Harry said. The words were simple. They landed in the office with a monumental impact. He saw the genuine shock explode across Kingsley's face. The Aurors sent to her gate this morning saw me there, and it's probably only a matter of hours before Rita Skeeter knows it too. He let the implications settle. A public confrontation between the Ministry and the savior of the wizarding Britain, all over a woman accused of torturing her classmates, would be a political nightmare. I've never asked you for anything, Kingsley, Harry said. I did my part, more than that even. Now I need you to do this for me, return the favor and make this go away. Kingsley slumped back into his chair, the weight of his office seeming to press down on him. He gave a long sigh of resignation. You have put me in an untenable position, Harry. I know, Harry said without apology. Kingsley nodded slowly, his decision made. The investigation will be closed with respect to her. He looked at Harry, and there was a fatigue in his posture. The world is not as simple as we wished it would be when the fighting stopped, is it? No, Harry agreed, relieved. I guess it's not. He gave the minister his thanks and a final nod before he turned and left. He walked back into the bedroom, the weight of his conversation with Kingsley settling upon him in both waves of relief and inevitability. Daphne had stopped her packing and was now standing by the bed, her arms wrapped tightly around herself as if to ward off a chill. She looked up as he entered, her blue eyes wide with nervousness. You were gone a long time, she said, her voice a strained whisper. I wasn't, but it felt like that for me too, he said, closing the door behind him. He walked over to her. I spoke with Kingsley. She froze at the name, becoming perfectly still. And the word was whispered, but there was an undercurrent of demand. It's handled. Daphne stared at him, her expression a mixture of disbelief and confusion. Handled, she repeated, her voice incredulous. Just like that, Harry smiled at her. I've told you there are some benefits to being Harry Potter. I decided it was about time I started using them. He reached out, wrapping her in a hug. It's over, Daphne. They won't be coming back. She sagged against him, her forehead resting against his chest and releasing a shuddering breath. He tightened his arms around her, giving her the moment. I won't let them hurt you, he promised, her hair tickling his nose as he said it. Not the ministry, not anyone. I'll protect you, always. You're still going to see Hermione at 4, aren't you? Her words splashed warmly against his chest. Yeah, unfortunately, he murmured into her hair. She pulled away slightly, looking up at him, her hand coming up to rest over his heart. While you go to Grimmauld to see Hermione, I'll go to the Prophet. I'll arrange our exclusive with Skeeter for tomorrow morning. He just nodded, accepting the speed at which their world was about to change. She was quiet for a long moment, and when she spoke again, her voice was small. I'm afraid. He gently squeezed her arms. Of Skeeter. Don't be, she's more bark than bite. You can easily handle her. Daphne shook her head. Not of Skeeter, she said. I'm afraid of Hermione. He gently turned her face back towards him. Of Hermione, why? She's your oldest friend, she admitted with an ugly fear in her eyes. Her opinion of you matters more than anyone's, and she will never, ever accept me. She'll only see my history and she'll think I ensnared you, seduced you, or blackmailed you. She'll listen to reason. She always does, he said, trying to reassure her, and maybe more than her himself. But that's the point, Daphne insisted, her voice gaining a layer of desperation. She'll be reasonable. You've told me how she is. She will take every secret, every difficult choice you've had to make, and she will arrange them into a case against me. She will present it to you, and it'll be flawless. She'll try to turn you against me, all while believing she's doing the right thing by trying to tear us apart. He went to speak, to offer some comforting denial, but she gently placed a finger on his lips, silencing him. He swallowed the words, his arms tightening around her instinctively as he looked into her eyes, which now held flecks of a rising panic. With every word of reason she speaks to you, she'll be sowing seeds of doubt against us, against me, she whispered frantically, her finger still resting on his lips. She'll make logical arguments and emotional pleas. She'll remind you of your life before me, and eventually she'll make you choose. How could I possibly win against her with all of your history together? The bitterness in her voice, and the notion that she was destined to lose him, rent his heart into pieces. In the void it left behind, something hard began to form. He knew with a terrible, unsparing clarity that Daphne was right. Hermione, with all her logic and her protective love, would do exactly as Daphne feared. She would pick apart their story, find every flaw, every secret, and present them as proof of his madness, of his bewitchment. She would try to save him by destroying this, by destroying Daphne. And that future, the one where Hermione succeeded, could never be allowed to come to pass. She took her finger away. It's not a contest, he said, his voice low and firm. There is nothing to win. Daphne, listen to me. I promise you nothing is going to separate us. Nothing. But what if she forces the issue? She pressed, her gaze searching for something in his own. What if she gives you an ultimatum? What if she says it's her or me? That's not a choice, he said darkly. Her eyes narrowed, the fear in them instantly eclipsed by a flash of hurt. What do you mean it's not a choice? She hissed, the words laced with a sudden venomous hurt. She tried to pull away from him, but he didn't let her, holding her fast. He watched the change first start in her eyes, a terrible cascade of emotion. The hurt, the confusion, the fear, the anger. And then he watched as she retreated from him, not with her body, but with her soul. The emotions froze over one by one, a glacial fortress rising behind her gaze until all he could see was a distant coldness. Daphne, stop, he said, his voice a command. He leaned his face closer to hers, which had taken on a flawless, arctic quality that seemed to freeze the air between them. Because I love you, he said, his voice a raw whisper. That's what I mean. I love you, Daphne. He saw the first crack appear in the frozen surface of her eyes. The hardness faltered, and for a moment he saw the vulnerable woman beneath the ice. The frost on the fortress began to melt, at first a trickle, then a rush. The warmth returned to her skin beneath his hands. Tears welled, not of fear or anger now, but of overwhelming release. They spilled over, tracing paths down her cheeks like rivers carving through a thawing landscape. The icy control she held over herself seemed to dissolve into that sudden flood of emotion. I love you too, she said, the words thick, almost swallowed by the emotion catching in her throat as her breath came in a broken rhythm, like a fracturing of ice. When the grandfather clock in the hall at Greengrass Manor struck 4, Harry stood before the flue, the small, leather pouch of green powder feeling unnaturally heavy in his hand. Creature, Harry called. The elf appeared with his bloodshot eyes looking up at him with fawning devotion. "Master calls." "Is she there?" Harry asked, not needing to specify who. "At Grimmauld Place?" "The mudblood is present, master," Creature rasped, a sneer twisting his lips. "She is waiting in the drawing room, polluting the most noble house of black with her filthy presence." "Right," Harry said, ignoring the commentary. He took a deep breath, threw the powder into the flames while calling out his destination, and stepped into the emerald inferno. He emerged into the Grimmauld Place drawing room. Hermione was already there sitting in one of the wingback chairs, a book open in her lap, though he could tell she hadn't been reading. She looked up as he stepped out of the fireplace, a teasing smile on her lips. "There you are," she said. "I arrived precisely on time and the host isn't even here to greet me. That's a bit rude, isn't it?" "Sorry, I've had enough flu travel for one day," he said, brushing soot from his robes. "I wasn't sure you had gotten the message on short notice, so I wanted to make sure you were here before I made a trip for no reason. I was at the ministry earlier." Hermione's curiosity was immediately piqued. "The ministry, why's that?" "It's a long story," he said somewhat nervously. "One that's probably best had over a cup of tea." They made their way to the kitchen. He set about filling the kettle and set it on the stove with a clatter. He prepared the tea slowly, slower than necessary, so he could build both his fortitude and his words. He didn't know how to begin. He could just say it, drop the entire, messy truth onto the scrubbed pine table between them and watch it shatter her world, and possibly their friendship. He considered it, just so it would be over at least. But some part of him, some lingering instinct for self-preservation, for friendship, wanted to ease into the frigid water rather than plunge in head first. He set 2 mugs on the table and sat opposite her. "I heard you wrote a letter to Kingsley," he began, his voice carefully neutral. "And that you had a meeting with him." Hermione's face lit up with a righteous, passionate energy. "I did," she said, leaning forward. "And it went wonderfully, Harry. He agreed with me. It's about time there was some real accountability. We can't let people hide behind the excuse of the war forever. Justice has to mean something for everyone." She looked at him, her eyes shining with conviction. "Honestly, the idea came to me after I ran into Lavender at St. Mungo's, and it just solidified after we talked at the pub. We have to be better than them." Harry realized that perhaps that was not the best idea for him to open with. The irony was a physical tang in his mouth. He rubbed a hand over his face, the weariness of the day, and of what he knew would come next crashing down on him all at once. He saw her expression shift, her brow furrowing with concern as she registered his reaction. "Harry, what is it?" He dropped his hand and met her gaze. "If I'm lucky, this is going to be an awkward conversation. If I'm not lucky, it's going to end with you shouting at me," he said with trepidation. A knowing smile touched her lips. "Oh, are you finally going to admit that it's Narcissa Malfoy?" He managed a strained smile in return. She shook her head, her tone softening with a hint of pity. "You aren't as good at keeping secrets as you think you are," she said gently. "I took your advice and met with her the other day. She didn't confirm a thing, of course, but her smile conceded everything I needed to know." He let out a long, slow breath. "Hermione," he said, "it's not Narcissa, it was never Narcissa." He chewed on his next words, searching for a path that didn't exist. There was no gentle way to do this. There was only the truth. "It's Daphne Greengrass." For a moment, Hermione's expression was completely blank and her mouth hung open. Eventually, laughter of disbelief escaped her lips. "Greengrass," she said, her eyes wide. "Daphne Greengrass, that's not funny, Harry. What is this really about?" He just looked at her, his expression serious while he said nothing. He watched the denial in her face crumble as the truth of his silence hit her. The color drained from her cheeks. "No," she said while shaking her head. "No, I don't believe you. You're lying." "I'm not lying," he said simply. "Then you've gone mad," she shot back, her voice rising with anger. "Daphne Greengrass, Harry. Have you forgotten who she is? Have you forgotten what she did? Lavender is in St. Mungo's because of her. She tortured our classmates. She tortured Ginny. She's a sadist, a Death Eater in all but name, and you're telling me you've been secretly associating with her." "It's not that simple," he began, but she cut him off. "Not simple," she cried, slapping the table, which made the teacups jump slightly. "It is the simplest thing in the world. There is a line between right and wrong, and you've jumped so far over it I don't think you can even see it anymore. How could you?" "You don't know anything about it or her," he said, his own voice rising. "Then tell me," she retorted, her hands clenched into fists. "I want to hear the justification for this madness." He took a deep breath and began to explain, trying to remain calm. "It started back in October. I got a summons from Gringotts to meet with Daphne. She'd been researching her sister's illness and she found a connection between it and the Black family. So you just went running, Hermione scoffed. Because a pretty Slytherin asked you to? What about Ginny, Harry? Or did she not factor into this at all? Look, just let me finish, Harry said, getting more aggravated. I wasn't completely sold at first, so I saw Astoria and she was basically a corpse. I couldn't just let Astoria die knowing that it was the Black family that was putting her in the grave. So you agreed to help, just like that, she spat out. I had to, he said, giving her a look of warning. So we started meeting. At first, it was just clinical. It required a lot of experimental potion work from her and a lot of magical anchoring from me. As the current Lord Black, my magical signature was the key to interacting with the curse's structure. We had to spend a lot of time together. He paused, looking down at his hands. I saw how fiercely she loves her sister, how she's dedicated her entire life to saving her. She's not a bad person. She's brilliant, Hermione, and she's been completely alone in this fight for years. I started to respect her. Hermione stared at him, her expression gradually becoming more furious as he spoke. So that's it, she said angrily. You threw away Ginny like a piece of trash for some secret fling. For a woman who tortured our friends. If you're just going to pass judgment, there's no point in this conversation, and I'm not going to just sit here as you insult her. He shot back, his own anger rising to meet hers. He made a move to stand. I'm telling you this because you're my best friend, but I can leave right now. No, she said, the word like the crack of a whip. She crossed her arms tightly over her chest. Her jaw was tight with a suppressed fury that made a muscle begin jumping in her cheek. Explain, please, but don't for 1 second think I'm going to like it. Harry considered if it was even worth explaining to her before he took a calming breath, looking down at his hands, remembering Daphne's presence. When you spend that much time with someone under that kind of pressure, you start to see them for who they really are. Like I said, I started to respect her, and I started to admire her. Hermione listened, her expression simmering with anger. So, to be clear, she said finally, her voice tight, you're saying that a centuries-old blood curse, originating from your own family, just so happened to afflict the sister of a girl from our year. And the only way to counteract this curse miraculously required your direct and sustained involvement, forcing you into close proximity with Daphne Greengrass for long periods of time. And in the process of fulfilling this highly improbable magical duty, you developed genuine feelings for her, leading you to end your long-term relationship with Ginny. Is that an accurate summary? Framed in her hard logic, the story admittedly sounded insane and incredibly unlikely. Yes, he said simply. Hermione visibly worked her jaw, her expression thoughtful but rage still swimming in her eyes. Right, she said slowly. Can I ask you some questions, then? They might seem inflammatory, but I need you to know I'm not attacking you. I'm just trying to cover all the logical bases. He nodded. I keep it a secret, she asked. If it was all about helping her sister, why not just tell Ginny? Why all the lies? Because it wasn't my secret to tell, Hermione, he said, his voice laced with a weary frustration. When I agreed to help, Daphne made one thing very clear. She wanted absolute privacy. Astoria's condition is sensitive, and Daphne didn't want the entire world knowing her sister was at death's door. She asked me to keep my involvement completely quiet, and I gave her my word. He leaned forward, his hands flat on the table, trying to make her understand the logic he was now presenting. And honestly, at the time, it seemed like the easier path. I knew, even with a good reason, telling Ginny that I had to start spending my time with Daphne Greengrass would have been an explosion. You know the Weasley temper. It would have been a massive fight over something I thought would be temporary. My plan was to go, help with the curse, and be done with it. I didn't want to detonate my entire relationship for what I saw as a short-term problem. Short-term, she bit back. How could you possibly know that? Curses like this, if they're as real as you claim, aren't solved in a few afternoons. You committed to an open-ended, clandestine project with another woman. You had to know it was going to cause problems. I hoped it would be short-term, he retorted, the frustration evident in his voice. So you chose the lies, Hermione said flatly. And the business with the Black estate, was any of that real? Or was it just a convenient excuse to? She trailed off, catching herself before she could finish the thought aloud, though the implication didn't need to be said to be understood. No, it was real, he said. The summons and the curse, that's what started all of this, but it grew from there. After we started the work, she began helping me with estate stuff. Hermione looked at him pointedly. I understand the logic on the surface, Harry. You have to see this from the outside. because what you're describing doesn't look good." She leaned forward, her voice becoming more accusatory. "You didn't just help her with a curse, you started building a separate life with her. Secret meetings, late nights, adding estate management to the list of excuses. You created a private world for the two of you, a world where Ginny didn't exist, a world you actively hid from everyone you supposedly loved. That isn't just helping someone in need, Harry. That is the textbook definition of an affair. You were cultivating a secret relationship. I didn't mean to cultivate anything. It just got complicated. Things blurred together. I lost track of where one thing ended and the other began. It wasn't some calculated plan." He insisted, his voice cracking with frustration. She sighed, a sound of deep, emotional exhaustion, and rubbed her forehead with her eyes closed for a long moment. When she opened them, the analytical light was back, but it was clouded with sadness. "And the perfume, Harry? What about that? Ginny came to me later about that, you know." She looked at him, her gaze piercing. "That was the real turning point, wasn't it? The real beginning of the end. When the lies stopped being theoretical and started having real, devastating consequences for the people you claimed to love." Astoria had woken up for the first time in 2 years that day, he explained, the memory still vivid. Daphne was completely overwhelmed with relief, with grief, with everything. She hugged me, that was it. "Just a hug." Hermione's voice was laced with disbelief. "Just a hug," he said firmly. "It was the first real moment of hope Daphne had in a long time. She broke down. I was just trying to be a friend, to be supportive. You have to see how this looks." Hermione stated, the accusation in her voice replaced by a sad certainty. "I wasn't thinking about how it would look," he said, his voice dropping. "But you must have noticed how it felt," she countered, her voice quiet but insistent. "Ginny certainly did, the emotional distance you were creating. Why didn't you just come clean then, Harry? Once you realized things were getting complicated, why not be honest with her?" "Because the truth was complicated," he said, frustration bleeding into his tone. "I didn't understand it myself at the time." "So was this the real reason you broke up with her?" she asked, cutting to the core of it. "Because of Greengrass?" He looked away, unable to meet her gaze. "In part," he admitted. "How could I keep being with her when our whole relationship was turning into a house of lies? I couldn't stand it anymore, and my feelings, they were a mess." "Your feelings for Greengrass," Hermione stated, not as a question but as a sad fact. He gave a nod. "So when you broke up with Ginny," she pressed, her voice gaining an edge, "was it just so you could be with Daphne? Was that the goal?" "No," he said, "that wasn't the goal." "But," she prompted with an unnecessary harshness, the single word pressing upon him, demanding the rest of the truth. He let out a shaky breath. "But it was easy to see where things were going," he confessed. "So it's true," she said, more to herself than to him. "You cheated on her, maybe not with your body, but with your heart." "It wasn't that calculated," he said, though the words sounded weak even to his own ears. "Calculated enough to end a significant relationship," she challenged, her voice gaining a harder edge. "Calculated enough to throw away a future with a woman who loved you." He glared at her, his own anger coming to fore. "I don't know what you expect from me. I'm not going to apologize because you don't approve of Daphne, and when I learned that my feelings changed, I broke up with Ginny." "Sometimes things don't work out and people break up. That's life," he said, his voice gaining more heat as he spoke. "It's a little different when you build a whole secret life and that's the reason for breaking up." Hermione bit back, her lips pressed into a hard line. Her fingers angrily drummed the table. "What do you think I should have done then?" Harry asked angrily as he glared at her. "I think you should have been honest from the beginning. I think you shouldn't have lied to your girlfriend. I think you shouldn't have built a secret life with another woman who you were essentially having an affair with, because that's essentially what it was." Hermione lightly smacked the table with each point she made, until she made her final point, where she slapped her hand loudly on the table, which made the tea jitter and dance in the cups. "I'm not sure what you want me to say. Maybe I botched it or should have done things differently, but nothing happened between me and Daphne," Harry said defensively. "It doesn't matter if you shagged her or not. Clearly you were entertaining thoughts that you shouldn't have, and at the very least you cheated on Ginny emotionally." Hermione threw back at him. Harry said nothing to her accusations. What was there to say? It was the truth, and he couldn't defeat Hermione in this argument, especially not when she had almost all of the pieces of the truth. She stared at him, her gaze so intense it felt like she was looking straight through him. Her eyes narrowed. "You mentioned spending evenings together, talking. You never mentioned the drinking." "We had bourbon, yeah," he said casually, not seeing an issue with the fact. Hermione froze. "Bourbon," she repeated, her voice suddenly quiet. The anger was gone, replaced by a grimace of fear. "Harry," she said, her voice dropping to a desperate whisper as she held up her hands placatingly. "I know this might sound mad, but I need you to please listen to me. Are you absolutely, 100% certain that you haven't accidentally ingested any potions?" Harry gave her a pointed look. The irony was too thick, and it was the only reason he didn't get truly upset at her. "Bequass, I know you care. That's the only reason I'm not going to walk out right now, but I'm not going to sit here as you spew such utter rubbish because you don't approve. Think about it, Harry," she pressed, her voice gaining a desperate urgency. "It would explain everything. The speed of it all, the secrecy, cheating on Ginny, you defending a woman who stands for everything you fought against. It's a perfect explanation for behavior that is otherwise completely illogical for you." "I'm not a victim," he said, the words coming out harshly. "Let's just go to St. Mungo's. We can have a healer check you for compulsions, for any kind of magical influence. It would be confidential. If I'm wrong, I will apologize until my dying day and never speak of it again." Hermione gently begged him. He couldn't explain that she was right, but also completely wrong. He couldn't tell her that he had walked into the trap with his eyes wide open, and that he now had no desire to escape. Her plea to save him felt like a threat to destroy the only real thing he had left. "There's no potions, Hermione," he snapped, the fury of a caged man in his voice. She flinched at the anger in his voice but held her ground, her expression shifting from fear to a heartbreaking resolve. She held up her hands, a gesture of peace. "Okay, Harry, okay," she said, her voice soft and placating. "I believe you, but please, just please, will you come with me to St. Mungo's anyway? For me." She leaned forward, her brown eyes pleading with an intensity that was hard to look away from. "If I'm wrong, and I probably am, then the worst thing that happens is you've wasted an hour of your day and you've set my mind at ease. That's all. Please, Harry. As your friend, I'm begging you to do this for my peace of mind." The desperation in her voice was 1,000 times worse than her anger. He felt a painful twist in his gut. He couldn't go. He couldn't let a healer anywhere near him. The truth would come out, and the life he was building, the woman he loved, would all be taken from him. "No," he said. The word was absolute. Hermione stared at him, bewildered by the flat refusal. "No, why not? Harry, if there's nothing to find, then what is the harm? It doesn't make any sense." "The answer is no, it's not up for discussion," he said, his voice dangerously low. "But why?" she cried out in fear and desperation. "Just give me a reason, any reason." "Because right now, the only one I can think of is that you're afraid of what they'll find." He let out a long, weary sigh, the anger draining out of him, replaced by a heavy resignation. "I can't go, Hermione, but not for the reason you think." He ran a hand through his hair. "I was always going to tell you about Daphne. I swear I was. I didn't think it would be today." Hermione frowned, confused by his sudden shift in tone. "What are you talking about? What happened today?" "The only reason I'm here telling you any of this is because Aurors came to Greengrass Manor this morning." "For what?" Hermione asked. "You know what for," he said, annoyed. "They were there because of your letter and meeting with Kingsley." He met her gaze with more than a little annoyance. "And I was there. I sent them away." Hermione's mind struggled to process the statement. "You were there," she repeated. "At Greengrass Manor this morning." Her voice dropped, the question filled with a dawning horror. "This isn't just an affair anymore, is it? You're with her now, properly." He looked her in the eye. "You wouldn't be asking if you didn't already know the answer, Hermione." "Yes." Hermione's face went pale. "So you're living there then?" she asked. "You're staying at her home?" "Yes," he confirmed. "And that's partly why I won't go to St. Mungo's. The whole world is going to know I'm with her soon." "And when that happens, how do you think it will look when it inevitably gets leaked that I made a visit to the hospital to be checked for love potions?" "St. Mungo's is confidential," she argued, though her voice lacked its usual conviction. "They're professionals. It wouldn't get out." Harry let out a humorless laugh. "Hermione, please. Since when have we ever been able to rely on the competency and professionalism of the magical world? It would be a disaster." "That's not fair, Harry, and it's not true," she shot back, though her voice was laced with desperation. "Not everyone is corrupt. There are trustworthy people at St. Mungo's, people who would help you." The heat of his frustration flash froze into something sharp and glacial. He leaned forward, and his voice, when he spoke, was dangerously quiet, laced with an arctic chill that made her flinch. "I don't need help, Hermione," he said, "and I will not sit here and listen to any more of this bollocks. This is my life. These are my choices, and they're not up for your review." She recoiled as if he had thrown ice water on her, the force of his cold fury silencing her completely. The The fight seemed to drain out of her, leaving a pained look in its place. She swallowed heavily. You said that's partly why you won't go," she said, resigned. "What's the other reason, Harry?" "Because she's pregnant," he said slowly. Once again, Hermione's face encapsulated that of blank shock with her mouth hanging open. "Daphne Greengrass is pregnant with your child," she muttered in stunned disbelief. "Yes," he said simply, but he couldn't help his lips twisting into a little smile at the thought still. When she finally spoke, her voice was a dead whisper, stripped of all its previous fire. "How far along is she?" "A week," he said. Hermione just blinked. She remained silent for a long moment, clearly still in shock, her face a pale, blank canvas. When she finally spoke, her voice was a flat, toneless congratulations. She paused, taking a shaky breath. "I don't know what else to say. I never expected any of this when I got your note this morning." She looked at him, her eyes wide and owlish. "I would have expected anything but this," she deadpanned. She reached for her teacup, and her hand was trembling when she lifted it. A wry smile touched Harry's lips. "It is pretty surprising, I imagine." "That's an understatement," she muttered, setting her teacup back on the table. They sat in a heavy silence, the ticking of a clock in the hall the only sound. Harry sipped his tea, allowing her the time she needed to recover. "Did you want this, Harry?" she asked, her voice softly hesitant. He assumed she meant the pregnancy, but he made her say it anyways. "What do you mean by this?" Hermione's lips pursed together as if she were sucking on a lemon. "The pregnancy," she clarified, her voice strained. "Or was this an accident?" "I knew she wanted it," Harry said, his gaze unwavering. "Gave her my consent to stop using contraceptive potions." Hermione stared at him, her expression too complex for him to make out. When she seemed to find her voice, though it was thin and reedy. "This all happened so fast," she whispered. "Why not wait? Give it time." "Daphne made some good points about legacies," he said, the words feeling foreign in his own mouth. "And there was some other stuff, but that's too personal to talk about." Hermione looked like she wanted to say a million things. Likely condemnations, he thought. Ultimately, she refrained, remaining silent for a long moment. "And Astoria?" she asked, her voice regaining a fraction of its strength. "That's how all of this started, isn't it? Why Daphne reached out to you in the first place? What happened with her?" "She's gotten a lot better," he said, the happiness evident in his tone. "She's awake almost every day now, usually for longer than she's asleep. She's a really sweet girl. You'd like her." He took a slow sip of his tea, the warmth doing little to chase away the ambient tension that had settled between them. He hardened himself for the final, most difficult question. He had owed Hermione this explanation. He had owed it to their shared past, but he didn't owe her his future. That belonged to Daphne now. He set the cup down and met her gaze, his own expression clear and resolved. "Hermione," he began, "are we still going to be friends after this?" "I'll understand if you don't want to be anymore. After everything and with your relationship with Ron." Her expression shifted to a wounded anger. "Stop," she said, her voice trembling but gaining strength with each word. "Don't you dare. Don't you ever think that. My being your friend is not a choice, Harry. It is a fact of my life. It is not conditional on your good behavior. I can think you have made the most colossally wrong, self-destructive decision imaginable and still love you. I can be furious with you and still be the first person you call for help. I'm never going to stop being your friend." A genuine smile broke across Harry's face, easing the tension that had been coiled in his shoulders. "Thanks," he said, relieved. His smile faded some and he leaned towards her. "But if we're going to move forward, then there are things that need to be clear." He met her gaze, his own serious. "You cannot perpetuate the idea that I'm under a love potion. That theory, that entire line of thought, needs to die right now and never be mentioned again. Your words have weight. You can't use them to undermine this." He held up a hand, stopping her before she could speak. "And you have to be civil with her," he continued, his voice firm. "That's not negotiable. I'm not asking you to like her. I'm not asking you to be her friend. But when you see her, when you speak to her, no barbs or thinly veiled insults." He could see Hermione visibly swallowing the protest he knew was bubbling inside of her, but she reluctantly nodded. "What about the Weasleys?" Hermione tentatively asked. "What about them?" Harry raised an eyebrow to her. "You should at least tell Ron. You owe it to him," Hermione argued. "It'd be a huge fight. It'd either end with him explosively ending our friendship, trying to punch me, or I don't know, something else. Probably for the best he learns about it and cools off without me being there." Harry shrugged, looking at the yellowing wallpaper. "I would like to meet Daphne as well," Hermione said more than a little bitterly while worrying her bottom lip. Harry looked at her, surprised. "Don't look at me like that. I know that I have strong opinions." Clearly she is going to be a part of your life, and I'll need to know her as well, even if I obviously don't approve of how all of this happened. Hermione explained. I know you don't approve, and I'm sorry I'm not the person you thought I was apparently, but we are where we are. Harry smiled sadly at her. I would rather you feel sorry for Ginny, Hermione said, but there was no heat in her voice, only a sense of defeat. If I could go back in time, I would change how everything happened, but life keeps moving, doesn't it? Harry offered. Hermione slumped in her chair. How long have you been living with her? She asked. Harry thought about how to answer that question, but in the end he felt it didn't matter anymore. The lines in the sand had already been drawn where they were. At this point there was only a matter of moving forward. For almost 3 weeks, he said. So, since you broke up with Ginny then? Hermione asked, looking at him with some sadness in her eyes, but it was overshadowed by the resignation that she carried. Basically, Harry shrugged. We thought it might be good for Astoria's recovery if I was around more. I don't think you'll be welcome at any Weasley family dinners anytime soon, Hermione quipped morosely. Really carrying the torch of brightest witch of our age, aren't you? Harry smiled sadly at her. I'll do what I can to soften the blow for them. Hermione said, looking down at her hands. I appreciate it, Harry muttered. I'm doing that for them, not for you. You'll always be my friend, but I think what you did was the height of cruelty, she said, her voice gaining a smidge of fire. Harry accepted the pain that her words brought. This pain was rightfully his. Hermione looked towards the clock and took note of the time. I'm going to go, Harry, she said, standing up, and he rose after her, following her to the drawing room. She closed the distance between them and crushed him in a hug that felt like it was trying to hold years of friendship together. He held her just as tightly. When she finally pulled back, she kept her hands on his arms, holding him at a distance as if to get a proper look at him. Her eyes scanned his face, searching for the friend she knew beneath the man who had just dismantled her understanding of him. I can smell the perfume, she said, her voice quiet and neutral. It wasn't an accusation anymore, just a sad statement of fact, an acknowledgement of the tangible proof of his new life. He gave her a small but honest smile. I know. She held his gaze for a long moment, and he could see 1,000 questions that she wasn't asking anymore. She nodded once more with a final, sad acceptance before letting him go, and she turned towards the flue. Harry stepped through the flue into the main hall of Greengrass Manor, the heat of emerald flames briefly warming his back. The meeting with Hermione was bittersweet. She had implied she would always stand beside him, but he knew that things would never again be the same between them. The sad acceptance in Hermione's eyes at the culmination of their meeting was a counterpoint to the soaring joy that had bloomed in his chest that morning. I love you, he had told Daphne, and her choked affirmation she felt the same had solidified into a sureness that this was right. Still, he couldn't help but carry a slight ache with him, as even though he knew he walked towards the future, it was in part trotting over the past. The familiar scent of the sea salt air welcomed him, and he found himself involuntarily taking a deep inhalation to enjoy the tang of the air. He brushed the soot from himself as he made his way towards the sitting room, knowing that Daphne would already be waiting for him there. That room that had become more sanctuary than any place he had ever known. He knew now that the feeling was artificial in part, but it didn't change anything, and there was a truth to be found in it. Ironically, it had become a place where he could allow himself to fully relax without any external influences. As usual, the fire was already burning in the hearth, but its warm golden light seemed to struggle against the shadows pooling in the corners of the room. The crystal decanter of bourbon sat on the low table, gleaming tantalizingly with the captured firelight. Daphne was, as he knew she would be, already seated on their regular sofa. Though every detail lay exactly in place, Harry's senses caught an underlying tension that violated the surface tranquility of the room. Daphne sat too straight, too still, her hands folded in her lap with an unnatural precision. Her blonde hair was immaculately arranged. Not a single golden filament of her hair dared to stray from the perfect coil, and her blue robes wrapped her in a frigid elegance. It was the chill regalia that she donned, as he now knew, to protect the porcelain fragility of what lay beneath the surface. An old defense he had not seen her wear in some time. She looked like a portrait of herself, beautiful but unnervingly removed from life. How was your meeting with Hermione? She asked. Her voice carried its usual melodic quality, but he felt as though it stretched taut over something unseen. Her gaze did not shift from the fire. Harry settled into his usual spot beside her, attempting to project a calm that had evaporated. Earlier that day, before he had left with their confessions between each other expressed openly, the world had felt boundless. Now it felt dangerous and uncertain. It was difficult, he said, reaching for her hand. Her fingers were cold and her hand remained lifeless in his, not leaning into his touch the way she usually did. But manageable. Hermione is still my friend even if things are complicated now. And Ron? The question was clipped perfunctory. Harry shook his head. I don't think Ron and I will be speaking anytime soon, maybe not ever. It was the truth. Some bridges, once burned, couldn't be rebuilt. He had made his choice. Daphne nodded mechanically, but still her gaze remained fixed on the fire, as if the dancing flames held an answer she was desperately seeking. The silence that settled between them was not the casual enjoyment of another's company, but one that Harry found suffocating. Harry studied her profile in the flickering light in concern. The flickering firelight danced across glacial plains of her face, but it was like watching sunlight on a frozen lake. The light and warmth seemed to slide right off the frozen surface of her composure. He noted the unnerving evenness of her breathing, too controlled to be restful. It was the only crack in the flawless ice. Daphne, he said softly, shifting closer to her on the sofa. What's wrong? For a suspended moment, she didn't respond. He thought she might not answer at all. Then slowly she turned to look at him, and although her composure remained absolute, he saw a hurt swimming in the depths of her eyes. I told you I loved you today, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. And I meant it, but Harry. She closed her eyes, a shudder running through her frame. When she opened them again, tears were threatening to spill over. I don't deserve your love or your kindness or any of this. Harry tensed at her words and he squeezed her hand. That's not true. Of course you deserve it. You don't understand. The words came out sharp, but there was a wavering undercurrent to her tone. She pulled her hand from under his. Everyone is right about me, Harry. All the whispers, all the warnings from your friends. I'm exactly the monster they say I am. That's not. I killed them. The words were so quiet he almost didn't hear them, but the world seemed to freeze in that instant. She was staring into the fire, her knuckles white as she gripped her knees tightly. My parents, I murdered them. Harry felt the sensation of the world shifting, of reality rearranging itself around a truth he hadn't seen coming. Daphne, she let out a breathless laugh, but it was a horrifying sound devoid of any humor. All the experts, they all said it was hopeless, that she would never recover, that she would just waste away, day after day. They said the humane thing would be to let her pass peacefully rather than forcing her to live. Her voice cracked. My parents agreed with them. They were going to stop the potions that were keeping her alive. They wanted to let her die. A sound broke from her, like the groan of a glacier calving into a black sea. I couldn't let them do that. She's my baby sister. She's everything. I couldn't let her die. Harry tried to connect this monstrous confession with the woman he loved. He had known she was capable of difficult choices, of doing whatever was necessary to save her sister. But this was a moral abyss. He thought of her words about the sea from weeks ago as they stood on the shadowed beach. How the sea never cared. It simply was an amoral force of existence. In a universe as indifferent as that ocean, what were murder and sacrifice? They were just words, rules created to give shape to a meaningless void. Daphne, in her love and desperation, rejected the rules and created her own, a single, unwavering law. Astoria lives. He recoiled from horrifyingly cold logic, but a question cruelly echoed back. Wouldn't you do the same? A scene came into his mind. Hermione, screaming under Bellatrix's wand on the floor of Malfoy Manor. If someone had offered him a knife in that moment and told him he could save her by killing the Malfoys, would he have refused on moral principle? The answer was a certainty that rose from the deepest part of his soul. No, he would have done it without a second's hesitation. He would have killed them. He would have done worse. The chilling realization wasn't just that Daphne had committed a monstrous act, it was that he truly understood it. The bedrock of his own morality was nothing more than sand. It shifted with the tides of love and desperation. In the face of an uncaring universe, he was just as capable of creating his own terrible, unwavering law. The horror wasn't just what she had done, it was knowing he could do the same. How? He asked, his voice hoarse. A potions accident, she said, turning to face him. Tears were streaming down her face now, but her voice was almost clinical. Carefully staged. I made it look like they were working on potions for Astoria and something went wrong. The explosion was contained to their laboratory. Very neat, very clean, no one suspected anything. He thought of the woman he loved, the woman who had murdered her own parents in cold blood, and he thought of her unwavering devotion, her absolute refusal to give up hope when everyone else had. "You did it for her," he said, and it wasn't a question. "And I would do it again. I would do worse. Does that frighten you, Harry? Does that make you see what I really am?" Daphne questioned, her voice fierce despite the tears. The honest and simple-hearted part of his mind, the part that had been shaped by Gryffindor morality and the clear-cut lines of good versus evil, was telling that he should be horrified, disgusted, that he should walk away and never look back. But the larger part of him, the part that had been forged in war and loss and the terrible choices that came with both, understood. "Yes," he said quietly. "It frightens me, but not for the reasons you think." Daphne's face crumpled, and she sank back onto the sofa as if her legs could no longer support her. "I've ruined everything," she whispered. "I've ruined your life, destroyed your friendships, made you into someone you never wanted to be, and now you know the truth about what I am." Harry took a fortifying breath, his hand moving to hover over hers before finally settling there. "Daphne, look at me." She shook her head, but he gently took her chin and turned her face toward his. Her eyes were redrimmed and full of pain, but he held her gaze steadily. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked softly. "After everything we've built together, after this morning when we said we loved each other. Why now?" Her composure cracked further at his question. "Because falling in love with you was never the plan," she whispered, fresh tears spilling over. "But it happened anyway, because how could anyone not love you, and I'm so glad that it did. But I hate myself, Harry. I hate myself because I love you so much, but I manipulated you and lied to you from the very beginning." She took a shuddering breath. "I wanted to seduce you, but I didn't know what I was doing. I was clumsy and desperate, trying to make you want me so you'd stay committed to helping Astoria. And even when I felt it too, when we first kissed, it was there in my mind. The need to bring you in deeper. You were doing your utmost to help me, and I was betraying you at every step. I'm a monster." Harry felt his heart break for her, for the guilt that was tearing her apart. "Daphne, I've seen true monsters," he said. "I've looked into Voldemort's eyes, I've seen what real evil looks like, and you are nothing like that, nothing." "How can you say that?" she demanded, fresh tears spilling over. "I murdered my own parents. I manipulated you from the very beginning. I've made you complicit in lies and deception. I'm everything they say I am." "No," Harry said firmly. "You're a woman who loves her sister more than life itself. You're someone who would do anything to save the people you care about. I'm selfish," Daphne interrupted, her voice bitter. "I'm selfish and manipulative, and I've destroyed everything good in your life. Your friends hate you because of me. You've lost your family because of me." "Tell me everything," Harry said softly, his voice cutting through her self-recrimination. "All of it. I can see there's more you're holding back." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, leaving streaks across her pale cheeks. "You want to know how manipulative I really am?" Harry nodded, dreading the answers she might give. "I researched you," she said, her voice growing stronger even as tears continued to fall. "Before our first meeting at Gringotts, I didn't show up to the meeting at Gringotts unprepared, Harry. I planned it, calculated it." Her words chilled him. "How so?" "I knew Ron and Hermione had left for Australia," she continued, her voice taking on the icier tone he remembered from their earlier meetings. "I had been watching, waiting. I knew when your friends were gone, you would be more isolated, more vulnerable to persuasion. I knew that was my moment to strike." "You were watching me." "Not directly," Daphne said, "but I made contacts." A clerk in the Department of Magical Transportation was all too happy to provide international portkey manifests in exchange for galleons. "I knew when Hermione and Ron went to Australia. I knew when the Weasley girl got her professional Quidditch contract that sometimes took her away from home." She looked down at her hands. "And I knew it was my chance." "What else?" Harry asked, though part of him wasn't sure he wanted to know. "Your potions education," she said, and there was a note of something almost like shame in her voice. "I researched that too. I knew from sources at Hogwarts that you had continued to struggle in Snape's classes. I reviewed Slughorn's lesson plan and the days that you were absent from his classes. I knew your understanding was limited and that you wouldn't be aware of the more subtle aspects of what I was doing to you." Harry's mind reeled. "What sources?" "Slytherin classmates," she admitted with a low voice. "I used that information. I counted on your ignorance." The clinical calculation of it all was staggering. Harry had thought their first meeting had been born of desperation, but now he realized it had been strategy. "So when you approached me at Gringotts, I knew exactly what I was doing," she finished. "I knew your psychological profile, your savior complex, your inability to turn away from someone in need, especially someone with a sick family member. I knew about the Dursleys, about how you'd been treated as a child. I knew you would understand desperation. Harry stood up, packing away from her. The familiar room suddenly felt claustrophobic. How long? He asked. How long were you watching me before you made your move? Months, she whispered. Harry ran his hands through his hair. But there's more, Daphne said, and he heard the note of desperation creeping back into her voice. Harry, please sit down. There's something else you need to know. He turned to look at her, and what he saw in her eyes made his blood run cold. If the research and manipulation had been the appetizer, what was coming was the main course. What? He asked, dreading the answer. There is no cure for Astoria, Daphne whispered, the words falling into the room like stones into still water. There never was. There's only treatment. Ongoing, continuous treatment that requires your magical signature, your participation, for the rest of her life. Harry stared at her, trying to process what she was telling him. But you said, at the beginning, you said it would take months, maybe a year. I lied, Daphne said simply. I lied because I knew you would never agree to help if you understood the true scope of what I was asking. I lied because I was desperate and selfish, and I needed you more than you needed your freedom. Harry was quiet for a long moment, then he asked tentatively, the baby, your desire to get pregnant, was that part of the manipulation too? Daphne's face went very still. She looked down at her hands, and when she spoke, her voice was barely audible. I spoke the truth that night, she said. Or most of it. I do want a baby with you, Harry. That part was real. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with a desperate honesty. But there was an element of strategy to it, too. Harry's stomach clenched. What element? I was terrified you would choose Hermione over me, she admitted, her voice breaking. I was terrified that everything would come crashing down, that you would hate me and Astoria would die because of my failures. But if I had your baby, she swallowed hard. I know you wouldn't hate your own child. Theoretically, even if you came to despise me, the baby would ensure Astoria could live. The chilling pragmatism, even in something as intimate as wanting children, sat heavily on his shoulders like a crushing weight. Harry sank back down onto the sofa, overwhelmed. Daphne's whole body seemed to collapse in on itself, her shoulders hunching forward as a violent tremor ran through her frame. She wrapped her arms around her waist, a desperate, self-protective gesture, as if trying to hold herself together. I would understand if you hate me, if you want to leave me, she whispered, the words hitching on a ragged sob she fought to suppress. Because I'm a monster. She took another shuddering breath, her gaze fixed on the floor. The baby, she choked out. The baby can be your freedom because you'll love it. Even if you can't love me anymore, I have no right, but I would beg of you to please take the potion until then. Harry looked at her, this brilliant, desperate, calculating woman who had orchestrated this elaborate plot to ensnare him. He thought of the research, the timing, the exploitation of his weaknesses. He thought of the permanent trap she had laid for him, the life sentence disguised as healing. His eyes drifted to the pale stain on the rug before the fireplace, barely visible in the flickering light. The mark from their first night together, when they had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. That stain represented the moment when all her careful plans had given way to something raw and human. You studied me like a lab rat, he said, turning back to face her. Yes, she said, not flinching from the accusation. You knew exactly which buttons to push. Yes, you counted on me being too ignorant about potions to understand what you were really doing. Yes, her voice was barely audible now. You planned to trap me forever. Yes. And you were prepared to use our unborn child as leverage to keep me compliant. She closed her eyes, fresh tears streaming down her face. Yes. Harry stared at her for a long moment. This woman who had become the center of his world, who had made him feel things he'd never felt before, who had shown him passion and tenderness and love, had orchestrated it all. Every moment, every emotion, every choice had been guided by her careful manipulation. He stood abruptly, packing to the window that looked out over the dark sea. The waves crashed against the cliffs below, endless and relentless, and he felt a sudden kinship with them, trapped in an eternal cycle, never able to rest. You've trapped me, he said, his voice flat. Yes, Daphne whispered behind him. I've trapped you. I researched you. I waited until you were most vulnerable. I counted on your ignorance and your psychological weaknesses. I've ruined your life, stolen your freedom, made you complicit in lies and murder. And the worst part is I'm not even sorry. I should be, but I'm not. Because if I had to do it all over again, I would. I would do anything to save her, Harry, anything. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the truth settling around him like chains. He thought of Ginny, of the life they might have had together. He thought of Ron and Hermione, of the friendship he had likely lost. He thought of all the roads that were now closed to him, all the futures that had been turned to ash. And then he thought of Astoria, pale and still in her bed upstairs. He thought of Daphne, willing to sacrifice everything for love. He thought of the time they had spent together, the intimacy they had built, the way she had trusted him with her vulnerabilities and her fears. But now he also thought of the cool manipulation behind it all. The research, the waiting, the deliberate exploitation of his weaknesses. "You know what the worst part is?" he said finally, turning back to face her. "The part that terrifies me more than anything else." "What?" Daphne whispered. "I understand why you did it," Harry said. "Every choice you made, every lie you told, every manipulation you orchestrated, I understand it." Daphne's eyes widened, and Harry saw something flicker there, hope maybe or disbelief. "Harry, I'm not finished," Harry said, his voice firm. He moved back to the sofa, sitting down beside her and taking her hands in his. "You want to know what frightens me? It's not that you killed your parents, it's not your manipulation. It's not even that you were prepared to use our child as leverage. It's that I love you anyway. It's that knowing all of this, understanding exactly what you are and what you're capable of, I still choose you." Daphne stared at him, her mouth slightly open, tears still streaming down her face. "But why are you telling me this now?" Harry asked. "Why this guilt, this self-sabotage?" "Because you deserve to know," she whispered. "Because I fell in love with you for real, because I can't bear the thought of you loving someone who isn't real." Harry smiled. "But don't you see? The fact that you're telling me this, that you're tearing yourself apart with guilt, that you're risking everything to give me the truth, that's proof that you're not the monster you think you are." "I choose you," Harry continued, his voice certain. "I choose this life, this complicated, messy, morally ambiguous life we've built together. I choose Astoria and the responsibility that comes with keeping her alive. I choose the lies and the secrets and the weight of knowing what we've done. I choose the possibility of children who might be born from calculation as much as love." "You can't," Daphne sobbed. "You can't mean that. Not after knowing how I manipulated you, how I used your psychology against you, how I planned to trap you forever." "I can," Harry said, "and I do." He reached for the crystal decanter on the table, feeling its familiar weight in his hands. The bourbon inside caught the firelight, amber and gold and beautiful. "This," he said, holding it up, "represents everything you think is wrong with us. The lies, the manipulation, the artificial start of our relationship. The potions that changed everything, the calculated seduction, the permanent trap." Daphne watched him, her eyes wide and uncomprehending. "But you're wrong," Harry continued. "This isn't just the symbol of your deception. Yes, you manipulated me. Yes, you used potions and psychology and calculated timing. Yes, you trapped me and researched me and exploited my weaknesses. But you know what? It worked because there was something real underneath it all. You couldn't have made me feel something that wasn't already there, waiting. And more than that, I'm grateful for the manipulation, because without it, I never would have found you." "But how can you be sure of anything you feel?" Daphne asked, her voice breaking. "How can you trust any emotion when you know it was all engineered?" Harry leaned forward, pressing his forehead against hers. "Because I'm choosing to be sure. Because I'm choosing you with full knowledge of how this started. You researched me, yes. You manipulated me, yes. You trapped me, yes. But you also saved Astoria. You also showed me what real love looks like when it's desperate and fierce and willing to sacrifice everything. You also trusted me with your darkest secrets. And in the end, your guilt about deceiving me proves that somewhere along the way, this became real for you too." And with that, he hurled the decanter into the fireplace. The crystal shattered against the stone hearth with a sound like breaking stars. The bourbon caught fire instantly, sending a brilliant flare of flame up the chimney. The room filled with the scent of burning alcohol and something that might have been freedom. The flames danced higher, casting wild shadows across the pale stain on the rug, that mark of their first surrender to each other. Daphne gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. "I've made my choice," Harry said simply. He turned back to her, taking her face in his hands. "And I choose you." Daphne completely broke down, sobbing into his chest as he held her close. He could feel the tension leaving her body. "I love you," she repeated as she cried in fits. "I love you too," he replied, kissing her hair. "It might have started with potions and lies, but now it's the truth, and that's all that matters."
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.